1.1 second.
Wow.
That's cool.
I love it.
That's cool.
And what I liked about it was Josh Webster. A couple of things. One that I saw mongrel in him at Simmons. I never knew he had.
Exactly.
It was great to bring it out.
Yep.
And I liked his attitude. He said, "This is fantastic." He was being pummeled and crashed into or whipped and whatever, and he was loving it. He was loving the competition. He said, "These guys are some of the best going around." With the Jays and the Zacks and the others and the visitors, were really sort of giving him curry, and he just loved the competition. He said, hoping that it helped him to lift his game, and it did, because he broke his own that record there for a while at Simmons, and he's just dipped into the fours here for qualifying. So it's all good for his racecraft and his future, and I think we're in for a very entertaining weekend in the Excels.
It's good for everybody. It's good for young Josh, as you've just pointed out. It's good for Ben Grice, because he'll be enjoying the competition as well. It's good for us, because we get to see two very, very talented young men going at it. And we know how much fun it was last week watching the battles that were going on throughout the races. So it's a win-win all the way around, I think. And they're going to turn on some tremendous racing throughout the course of the 2 days. And it is 2 days, Rosie. You love that.
I know. It's early on a Saturday morning, and we're into it, and we've still got all of today and all of tomorrow ahead of us.
I've got a bolt later today to get up to Latrobe for the Speedway. But
how's your voice going to be tomorrow, son?
Oh, terrible. But that's all right, won't matter.
Right, no different then.
I'll be race calling like Kamal by tomorrow.
Why are people so unkind?
Because they don't like you, Rosie. It's fairly simple.
Yes, indeed. We got a. I tell you what, one XL that is missing from there, and is a shame, is the number 80 car of Callum Bishop, who was due to
upside down, Miss Pat.
Yes. Well, on the side, actually, I went and looked at his GoPro footage last night.
How badly damaged is the car?
Pretty. Okay. Fairly done, yeah. It's not pretty. It's hit. Well, he went sort of just slightly right of head on. Big driver error, got up the top, and he bounced it off the ripple strip, and it launched him. And he went, yep, and he said, "No, we're going this way, thanks." So he hit the ripple strip and fired him off to the right. And as we all know, there's very little space between the edge of the track and the tyre wall up there, because that's the way it is. And he hit it really hard, and then it bounced back and fell on its side. So when it did that, yeah. So and what happened then is that he couldn't as he did that, the battery box dislodged from the passenger wheel, and it looked very ugly, and it hit him on the arm.
No.
And then that fell back down. Then you had to say, "I'm on my side," and you had to get acquainted about where it was. And on my roof on my side would have known, that's there, that's Sky. So yeah, I'm on my side. Okay.
That's not ideal.
And then he couldn't get out because he thought of his seatbelt, and he was still stuck.
Just like gout.
He couldn't get out.
Oh, get out.
Yeah, and then he realised, and then he had to take his helmet off because the hands device got stuck around the back of his seat. So take his helmet off so he could get out of the car. It was all very calm, and by that stage, and this is what was brilliant to see, but it quite expected, it was surrounded by Hyundai drivers. They've all just said, "Bugger this," stopped, red flag, and they all just got out and ran to him, and he said, the door was open before I knew it.
Did anybody do a Larry Perkins? Make sure he's all right, and then check out what's under the car.
Probably.
Do you remember him?
Yes, I do.
Lounsey?
The Lounsey Calder.
You all right, mate? Yeah, I'm right.
Some of you might remember that huge crash that Craig done. So that was a very young man, the early days of the dealer team, as it was, or Holden race team.
1999.
At Calder. Massive crash at the end of the Calder straight. Ended up upside down. And so the drivers similarly, I think, as Neil Crompton, Larry Perkins, a few others, stopped and ran to him. Yes, and Larry Perkins, the engineer, said, "You right, mate? Yeah, good." And then he was walking around the car looking to drift from the suspension, pick up points and the whole shebang. So anyway, so Callum, but here's the thing, what I find remarkable, he said he's just slightly short, this is Callum Bishop yesterday, young fella, slightly short on his right shoulder from the seatbelt. However, did I take a photo? No, he's going to send me the photo. The steering wheel, the left-hand side is bent forward 30 degrees. Bent. A steel steering wheel is bent. It goes like that.
Yeah, right.
Where he's holding on the steering wheel, and as he hit the wall, he's pushed hard. I'm saying, how can you not have an injury or feel as sore as all get out? And looked inside. He said, "I don't know." I said, "Let's see how you go tomorrow, mate."
You know when he's going to feel that injury? When he's about 50.
Yeah, that's right. Well, he said, "Well, I can't race." He said, "So I want to go and do some flagging today to help get off my provisional license." I said, "Well, good on you. But like, if you can bend a steering wheel 30 degrees, a steel steering wheel with that light, I don't know how you're going to go flagging. You know,
Yeah.
I think tomorrow, as in today, might be another day, mate. You might just want to review that in the morning.
Yes, have a good look at it. HQ Holden's next due on track, and they put on a hell of a show last week
Did
as well.
they ever?
Good field of cars. I'm looking forward to this. I really am. And I do know that during the week, a number of our interstate visitors, 8 cars down from Queensland, they did go and visit Howell Automotive and spent some time on the dyno, and they found some kilowatts for a couple of the cars from up north. So look out.
Well, gee, Phil,
Brad,
what are you doing, Phil? What's going on, mate?
well, he likes competition.
Well, obviously he's trying to find more grunt for his main competitors.
Yep.
Jeez.
Yep. No, it's again, it's a bit like the Hyundais. It's one of those categories where everyone gets on well and they all have a good time, and that was evident during the trophy presentations at Symmons Plains the other day, because they were giving each other plenty, which is great. I like it. And I'm looking forward to this. Brandon Madden's been here before. He came down here a couple of years ago and ran Phil Ashland's yellow car, and was kind enough to blow the engine for him. So that's because they're 1-1 now, because Phil Ashland went and blew one of Brandon's engines as well at some stage. So they're 1-1. But my point is that he's had experience at this track, so I'm expecting great competition. Tothy will be back on the game, I'm sure. Andrew Bird, he showed some good speed towards the back end of last week in the number 34 Don Towing entry. There's a number of cars that I expect to be right on the money come race time in the HQs. And Phil Ashton rang me during the week, and he said, look, we've got one of these specialist commentators down from the mainland. He knows everything about HQs. I said, well, was he there in 1988, was he? But no, he's going to come and join us at some stage and have a chat about QEs. He travels the country with the HQs. His first name is H and his second name is Q. He loves them.
Yeah, that's good.
So he's going to come and have a chat to us at some stage.
Good stuff. The word on the street this morning was that Andrew Toss found some pace as well in practice yesterday.
He's always good here. And he's a master of Baskerville.
And then the word on the other word was like, just watch out. You know, Tothy just could be a surprise today. Well, okay. And because they also bumped into the very svelte Viking, you got to look. It wasn't for the red beard, the big bushy beard. You go, no, that bloke.
I think even his beard's lost weight.
You got to. Well, I think it has, but you got to look twice. You wouldn't think that's not Otis, but he is. Yeah, and
is he still sporting 2 black eyes?
Yes, he is. Well, they're getting better.
Zig when he should have zagged.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's got a cage fight coming
that's
up
right.
in the next week.
We must hasten to add that he's not. He's not a street fighter. He wasn't at the pub last night. He's an elite athlete, and he's trained his heart out.
He's what?
Oh, stop it. You're only jealous. He's an elite athlete. He's trained, lost 15 kilos. He's as strong and as fit as a Mallee bull. And he's got a cage fight happening in later in February. And I said, I might come along and watch you. I just said, you can't, Rosie. It's booked out. So there you go.
You could be his manager.
I could. I couldn't be his sparring partner, that's for sure. So, yeah, it's young Otis. So, and he was fast yesterday as well. Only a couple of tenths difference between him and Phil. So that's nice that Otis has found a bit of form as well, coming out of last week, or I know earlier this week.
The other day.
Gee, that's hard. That was quite novel, wasn't it? Another first for the Tassies, having a race wedding practice Sunday. A race day one on a school day, as it were, a work day, a normal weekday, and then the
Still
second
had a
day,
good crowd.
They did, and then into a public holiday, and so good on them. Gary was lurking around yesterday. Barry Rogers, he reminded me of the Energizer Bunny. The bloke bounces everywhere. He is up and down. He's running up and down there, and he's talking to media, and talking to this bloke, and he's running.
Wearing pink shorts today.
Is he? Yes. Yeah. Well, he had the floral shorts and the stripy socks, completely at odds at Symmons, and then yesterday he had the stripy socks on, but more average coloured shorts. I think he was saving his best for race weekend.
He doled it down yesterday.
He's got it from his old man, isn't it? Gary's renowned over the years of coming up with some sort of themed themed apparel for the starts of supercar races, to come out with the most outrageous costumes and garb and what have you. And not doing that, so truly splendiferous. There he is.
There's Barry Rogers. Have a look at him.
It's like the Dayglow pink.
Talk about athletes.
Dayglow pink shorts.
He's the superstar. There's no doubt about that.
He is Energizer Bunny. He just goes and goes and goes all day.
Talking about elite athletes. No, we weren't.
Not Adam Garwood. No, he would.
He's
Elite
gonna,
athlete Adam Garwood, same sentence? Perhaps not.
he's going to come up and have a chat to us later as well.
Yeah.
Not.
Yes, yes. You funny fella. Isn't it good though that the Tassies are at the pointy end of the TCM after one round?
Oh, look, it's fantastic. My question is, if we no, I'm not even going to ask it.
No, don't. Maybe later.
No, 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 not going to ask it.
No.
That's fantastic though. They're equal on points after round one. Round two, I believe, is at Bathurst in about a month.
Yep.
A bit less maybe. And what a place to have a round for TCM. That's just fantastic.
Yeah. Oh, that's sort of. If you like, they are more or less born there. You know,
Well,
the genesis of TCM were the original old touring cars of yore.
For my money, that's where young Adam first really came to prominence in the Capri. And it was when we had the New Zealanders over here. There was about 30 cars here from New Zealand, and he was right in the middle of it, right in the mix. He tried to pass Stevie J around the outside at turn 2. That didn't work because he backed it into the fence, but he was fast and exciting, and I think that's the first time people went, hang on a minute, this kid can drive a little bit. He's proved since then that is the case, and drove really well at Symmons Plains. I thought it was a very mature drive, and even in race 3, where he knew he didn't have the pace, he didn't block or do anything dangerous. He just gave Bowie a little bit of room and thought, right, well, today's not my day. It's your day. But there'll be another day.
That's right. Exactly right. Yeah, that was famous, and that was made famous, if you like, by the big efforts of the Garwood family, of Greg and Adam, respectively, over a couple of forays to Mount Panorama in the famous Blue Capri. It's got a lot of fans, and those of you who do like this car and the unique aspect of it, you'll enjoy seeing it out on the track later. In the hands of GG in the TCM races.
Found a bit of pace in the baby blue Capri.
What, in the driver or the car?
Bit of both.
Right.
Bit of both.
Right.
I was with young Greg during the week, and we may have done a bit of tuning up of the car and the driver.
Right, so you're his driver coach now.
Yeah, I just tipped some Bacardi into him.
Oh well, that's been happening for a couple of centuries. So what's different?
Tip more in.
Oh, so it's all about the dosage.
Yeah.
It's all about the okay. So
Yeah.
it's just about experimenting to find the right
mixture.
level, the right mixture. That's right.
We all know that mixture is important in a race car.
That's true. Yes.
No, had a difficult weekend at Symmons. Got involved in an incident at turn 6, and then kept finding that at the most inappropriate times he put his foot on the brake pedal on the floor, go straight to the floor. That's not ideal.
No.
If you can recall race 3, he spent half the race in the sand off the end of the hairpin. Reason for that, ran out of brakes.
No, out of brakes, yeah.
So rather than try and keep going, he just left it there, and that was that. That was his weekend done until he got to race 4, which was much later in the evening, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, yes, I do.
Kiwi's on track.
Look at that, Andrew. Look at our timemeter. Andrew Top was the fastest. How can that be?
Yeah, 106.9. So he's about a second away from lap record pace, but that could well happen.
Isn't it funny how you just got to put your ear to the ground, you hear the jungle tom-toms, and you just hear the chat amongst the drivers. They just seem to know what's going on, and so just watch out for Toffee. Why? Just watch out for him. So, look, it's only early. You've still got 11 and a half minutes to go in this qualifying session for Kiwis for the races today and tomorrow. But Andrew Toff, and for those of you who might be new to this motor racing caper, we say it a lot, but it's worth saying because it's nobody else can, and that is that this car out there at the moment, the 28 car of Andrew Toff, is one of the old original HQs going around. And Andrew Toff, one of the original HQ drivers going around. So Andrew, a very, very experienced, a lot of success under his belt. He's had to cede to Phil Ashland pretty much the last couple of years. So I'd like to Andrew Wood, Andrew Toff and Phil Ashland, they're sort of pretty much the triumvirate, if you like. They're the ones that have been taking home most of the chocolates the last few years as far as HQs are concerned. And of course they know this track like the back of the hand. There's Otis. He was fast yesterday. He had the number 1 plate on his car. Number 1 on his car, I should say. A couple of seasons ago he had to hand it over. And he did so extremely graciously, of course, to Ashland, of course, late in the year when Phil Ashland regained his number 1 status and also broke the lap record at Symmons Plains at the same time. But he did have the number one for a while, and he had some good form at Simmons. He had some good form in practice yesterday, and great to see that the young fella, the Viking, is down into 107.69 last lap, but he did a 6.98 the lap before, and that's what he did in practice yesterday. So, in fact, and there's
Phil Ashland coming to
yeah,
play.
so the only ones in the sixes, pretty much like yesterday, that got in the 66-second brackets at Toth, in the 28 car, Phil Ashland, the number one car, the yellow HQ, and of course there's the Viking Goatus Caldwell in 71.
Yeah, 106.1 or 106.2 is the lap record, and that was set by Andrew Toth at the last meeting. And I'm expecting them to get down there, weather permitting and track conditions permitting, of course. But what we've found is a bit of competition breeds competition, and we do know from Simmons Plains last weekend that Phil Ashland's car is absolutely on song. That last race, when they flipped the grid and did a reverse grid race, and he carved his way through from the back within a number of laps, and extraordinary.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mentioned that yesterday to the folks who were here as well. It's he just showed his class. You know, you're a five-time champion for a reason and a record holder, and to come from Stone Motherless to the race lead in a class that's ostensibly equal, more or less, it's just a fabulous achievement.
So looking at it at the moment, Toth a 106.80, Ashland a 106.86, so 5/100ths between them. Caldwell a 106.98, a further 1/10 behind. Then Andrew Bird 107.3, Brandon Madden, Joe Rattray, it's the next one in sixth. And then we've got a number of interstate competitive Maddens there. One of the Andriskis, Madden again, Nichols. Wayne Nichols inside the top 10. Good stuff. Neville Rattray. No Andy Bennett this week. He ran the other day in the number 2 machine, but not running this weekend. They had some dramas with the car. We have got 8 minutes left in this session.
So it seems to settle down a little now, as you might imagine. You don't go out there and just run around endlessly, you think, although the weather seems to be fairly settled now. It is only early, as we know. So the sun isn't way not over the yard. I'm not even 10 o'clock on a Saturday morning. What am I doing here? I've only had 2 coffees. Something wrong. Anyway, but you guys and girls are here, and isn't it fantastic? Well, I should be asking you, and I tell you, it looks fantastic from my vantage position to see the hill filling up and lots of little easy ups, little marquees being erected. That's the way. Got to get out of the sun. You've got to slip, slop, slap. If you are out in the sun, there's plenty of UV about today, as you can tell. So if you can find shade, that's even better. But I have been asked by the organisers, as you might imagine, and I wholly concur. If you're putting up an easy up marquee, make sure it's well anchored if you can, please. Either make it with water bottles, concrete, as if you got that, or at least tent pegs, because we're not expecting any big gusts, but there is a bit of wind about this afternoon, so we don't want to have any marquees bowling down the hill or onto the track or anywhere else. So if you've got your marquee being erected or it's up erected, please make sure it's quite secure. But what a great idea to see tailgate parties are going on as well. Some cars are sideways, some cars are back onto us, but
everybody's socially distancing, are they?
In the main, yeah.
Good.
Yeah,
because that's important.
As we said yesterday, if you're in a family group or a group in a family bubble, that's fine. But if you're in amongst strangers, just try and remember the 1.5 and others. But particularly if you're down on the fence or if you're at any of the food vans, just remember to keep your distance 1.5 apart. There are sanitising stations around the precinct, including up at the Evolutions block. Please use those. If you just happen to be rolling past one, just give it a bit of a hit, bit of a squirt, and sanitise your hands while you're at it. It's all good value. And just we're practical. Remember the social distancing. I know we sound like your father, giving you grief for
you're old enough to be their father.
This is true, and I sound like an old schoolmaster, but we've been asked to do this by the organisers in public health, and it's worthwhile just reminding you because we're lucky enough to be here. Of course, we're doing the right thing, and hopefully we'll continue to do the right thing in a COVID environment. We can keep doing these sorts of open and public events. If we don't, we might get shut down. There's no reason to be, but let's all play the game. Everybody is, and that's fantastic. I just love seeing that view up there, Stridy, with people in tents and picnics, and there's barbecues going, and the chairs are out, and people like lizards on a rock up there
It's a good
reclining in the
vibe,
sun.
isn't it?
It is a good vibe, and it's not even 10 o'clock on a Saturday morning, and we've been here for an hour watching cars go around basketball, and we've a long way to go.
Certainly have. It's going to be a fantastic weekend. I can't wait to see the TCM cars, the TCR cars, the Transams, and the S5000 displays.
I know they are a bit of a. I saw them yesterday. They're sort of stealth bombers, Strider. They're so good. They look, oh yeah, I mean, they look fast. They look got visible, but because they do everything so well,
Yeah, you know how they're doing demonstration laps.
yeah,
Off the record, I bet they know the lap times that were done here by a certain Benetton car a couple of years ago, and they'd be keen to knock that off.
I'm sure they are individually, whether they're encouraged to. We were talking about that yesterday with the TCR boys. They're going, well, they don't know. They're just going to drive the car to its potential and demonstrate it. And it so happens they did a 48. Not their fault. Jeez.
So during the week, John Bow, now he's been around a couple of days,
Yeah.
done a couple of rodeos over the journey.
Yeah.
He's actually suggested that young Adam Garwood should get in an S5000.
He did say that to me yesterday.
How would he fit in one? Have a look at him. He's a truck driver now.
He also suggested he should get into a Trans Am. He said he'd be awesome in one of those. He said he'd nail him in a Trans Am. Maybe he just wants to get out of TCM.
So he did say that. He said on the news last night, he said it's a category for old cars and old drivers, except for the fact we've got a couple of young blokes in there and maybe we need to get rid of them.
Is that what he said? Well, the reciprocation worship.
So maybe Bowie's going to help you. Adam, here's a car. Go and drop that. Leave us alone. Look, it's a good category, and it's good to see the young blokes and the old blokes battling it out. I shouldn't be calling him an old bloke, but because he's still a very competent man. But
John.
Yeah, but he's three times Adam's age, as you pointed out. So
no matter which way you slice and dice it, he's still an older gentleman.
He's old enough to be Adam's grandfather.
Well, this is true.
Talking about grandfathers.
Oh, right on cue. Da-da-da-da. Yes, he doesn't know we're talking about him, but he does now. The great Barron's Q Oliver.
I noticed nothing's changed. He brought a coffee for himself, and don't worry about us. That's not bad. That's normal.
Barron's Q Oliver, just the Barron's is in the house. So we'll just let him get his breath back. And
Greg Garwood hasn't said anything except he learnt that off Jim.
Shots are being fired in left, right, and centre. Got a duck up in the comedy box.
If you don't duck, you cop one.
Shots fired being everywhere.
2 minutes and 30 to go, and it's Andrew Toth on pole at the moment, a 106.70. Phil Ashland, a 106.75. So 4 100ths between the two of them.
4 100ths. How would you measure that? What would you equate that to? 4 100ths.
Probably about
not even a
20
blink.
centimetres.
But also to something else, not even a blink of an eye. Blink of an eye is longer than that, I would have thought.
Speed they're travelling is probably about 20 centimetres. I don't know, I'm guessing, but it wouldn't be far.
But still, so again, it's like we're talking about with the XLs. It's the bragging rights.
Absolutely.
Phil Ashland's the man, and all of a sudden he's not. So at the moment, with a minute 48 to go in qualifying, so any changes to the leaderboard as far as qualifying is concerned, it's got to happen on this lap because it's the last gasp. Because at the moment, Toffee's looking good, and I reckon it'd be quite a while since you've seen a pole for Toffee. He's been certainly at the pointy end, but Phil Ashland has been the dominant guy for the last few seasons. Although he did have that little hiatus, he had that little break away from the sport a couple of years ago when we lost Shane, and then he's come back and resumed where he left off.
If you get the opportunity, go and have a look at Phil Ashton's car and have a look at the bonnet, because there's a beautiful tribute to himself and Shane and the whole family on the bonnet of the car. When you get a chance to have a look at it, it's really nice the way they've done that.
Very well done indeed. So we are 59 seconds to go. So we'll look at the leaderboard, look at the timing monitor. It's not telling us anything differently. They are 20... not 20 laps, be a dozen laps into qualifying. Andrew Toth's done the most laps, actually. ahead of Ashland and Cordwell, and the others around probably 10s and 11s, but probably done the most laps. But that may or may not have made a difference, because even though he's done 12 laps, he did his quick time on lap 7, so that's several laps to go. So
yeah, and Phil Ashton did his on his 9th lap, so not too far apart.
Yeah, that's which I'm wondering why they're still out there. But anyway, maybe Toffy's just afraid that right to the death that Phil might knock him off the pole.
Top 5 separated by 8/10 of a second.
Only 14 seconds to go, so we'll look around and see the 22 car coming across the line now. It's Risley, of course, and there's comes a bunch more now, but nobody in that, I think, that's really going to bother the scorer, as they say. No, and we got 0-0. That's all she wrote. Checker flag waving signifies the end of HQ qualifying, and your poleman for the races this, or today at least, is Andrew Toff. We will try and find out whether it's a progressive grid or whether they're just going to be looking at the qualifying time grid. When we say progressive grid, folks, that's pretty much the norm these days, is that they start subsequent races in the order they finished the previous race.
Yeah, exactly right. So the finishing order from race 1 will be the starting order for race 2. My understanding is that will be the case unless they throw in a reverse grid race or a handicap. Yeah. Unlikely to be a handicap race, but at Simmons they did have a reverse grid race, but it was a late decision to do that, and it was a cool race. It was good fun. The last race of the day up there. Now, I was in, as I said, I've said it a couple of times, I was in the corporate area doing presentations for the local categories after racing had finished on Tuesday, and Donald Potter spoke to the assembled masses, and he did say that they'd had a discussion that afternoon, and it's been confirmed that we're back next year.
Oh, wow.
So Don said that publicly, so it's a public thing. I do know his goal and everyone's goal is to lock down a 5-year deal with ARG, with the different categories involved in that, Channel 7, the Tasmanian government, and of course MST, and lock down a 5-year program, which would be just awesome. If we did that, what you'd probably find is that this event would be bigger, we'd have television, and it would be a round of the various championships as well. It's a little disappointing that it's not around. To me, in a COVID world, it makes sense because they're here. No matter what happens during the rest of the year, they could have locked away 2 rounds. Bang, done.
And in the COVID world as well, but they're in the bubble. They're in there, and there's no issues, and they're in the state.
And when you think about it, it'd be an inexpensive round for them because they've spent all the money to get here for round 1. They've got to come 200 k's down the road. 2 days, 3 days later.
There's a bit of accommodation involved
to a track where it's not particularly hard on cars. So they could any other round they've got to travel to Sydney or Melbourne or Brisbane or wherever they're going. But it would have been a cheap way to get a second round in at a different track.
But there's also the issue, which is probably not of that interest to our friends and spectator land, but there's maybe a little bit of politics involved from the promoters, are saying, how come Tassie gets 2 rounds and we don't? You know what I mean? Like sort of bit unfair.
Well, anyway, any sport's got politics, hasn't it?
Yeah. But anyway, interesting. Straight up, JB went out there, did his laps, and went, no, this is fine. So I don't know what the Garwoods think, but I understand that the TCM drivers think that this will be perfectly suitable as a track for a TCM round. Yeah. So I think you've got Greg Garwood, you've got Adam Garwood, you've got John Bow, and they're the 3 of the drivers here this weekend, and certainly 2 of them were the joint championship leaders, and both of those guys saying, yeah, this will be just fine for TCM round in terms of its suitability for to able to run. So there you go. So it's all toe in the water stuff, Stridey. We're getting there.
So I'm gonna try this. I know this is going to be fairly loud, so keep it well away from your mouth, Adam. But we're going to have a little chat with Adam Garwood. You hold it about there, mate. So obviously you've driven most of the tracks in Australia now in a TCM car of one description or another, and you had your first run down here yesterday in a TCM car in Anger. What's your thoughts of the Baskerville layout in the big car? It's a Camaro. It's a big car. Is it cool?
Yeah, I was quite surprised how good the car handled down here. So I think it would host around pretty comfortably around here, and everyone likes the track, so should try and make it happen.
Where are lap times going to get to, do you think?
54s, I reckon. 54s.
Fours, okay. That's pretty quick. Not many categories are in 4s, especially categories that are not on a proper dedicated racing slick tyre.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we got quite a big shock. We did.
So a couple of days ago at Simmons Plains, you won 1. The second race Well, you led the 7 laps, but they deemed it a no race, and then Bowie won one. So effectively, you won all. This is round 2. Have you got anything for the old fella?
Yeah, maybe. We'll just have to see what happens in qualifying in that first race. So, anything can happen.
Now, this is really important on a very serious note, right? I heard a rumour last night that there may have been a bit of a father and son duel yesterday, and you couldn't get past the old fella. Is there any truth to that?
I've just been easy on him. Goodness, mate.
That didn't answer my question.
He hasn't driven here for 7 years, so.
And he still beat you.
Yeah.
So during the week you've tuned up that Capri and it's going too well now. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Tweaked a few things.
So look, of all the people that are racing here this weekend in the TCM category, none of them have done more laps here than you. Certainly in recent times, I think John Bowers 7 years or 8 years since he's raced here. Not too sure if any of the others have raced here at all. Do you think that gives you an advantage or not?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, especially passing and stuff. There's a few little spots that you can probably get an advantage or something, but we'll see what happens.
You're not saying a lot, are you?
No.
Very quiet this morning. So he is. And round 2 of the TCM Championship goes to Bathurst. Now, we all know that every driver loves Bathurst. That Camaro in Bathurst would be half a thing, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I think so, yeah. It's pretty good at the other tracks we've been to, like the high flowing corners and stuff, so I don't see why it wouldn't be good there.
And tonight, mates, you're going to jump out of the Camaro and go and race a sprint car, just because you can.
Yeah, well, the state title in a couple of weeks, so I thought I would do one more meeting in that until I qualify for it. So, quick road trip up and get there in just enough time and hopefully race it.
Do a few laps in the sprint car and then come back tomorrow and finish off what's been a pretty big 10 days.
Yeah, definitely. So it's a big couple of weeks.
Can you get over the old man this weekend or not? He reckons he's come out of retirement.
He's a bit of a cheater, so we'll see what
happens. Oh, is he really? He reckons he's come out to give you a flogging, so we'll find out, won't we?
Yeah, definitely.
All right, mate. Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Certainly looking forward to seeing the TCM cars here. I've been wanting to see TCM cars around this track for a long time. I know you've been down here and tested a couple of times when you had the family car going.
Yep.
But this is the first time you've turned laps here in Anger in a TCM car. And certainly the yardstick is there because a guy in front of you, or beside you, whatever's won 100 races in TCM, so there's no one better than that.
Yeah, exactly. So let's hopefully put on a good show and get them back down into the next year and do a proper meeting down here.
Well, let's hope so. Thanks, Adam. Good luck today and tomorrow.
Thank you.
Greg, write a reply. Can the young fella get over? You got him covered.
Look, I reckon John Bowen and Adam will take off to the sunset. I reckon there'll probably be a second half quicker than any other guys. It'll be interesting to see. John's got a lot of experience and a light car. I thought the Camaro would be a handful, but I was following both of them yesterday, and the Camaro looked really settled, which I thought would be an iffy point.
Yeah, okay. And the Capri, obviously, you've solved your brake dramas, and this track not so hard on brakes, so it shouldn't be a problem for you over the next couple of days.
Yeah, basically at Simmons Plains, we had to run it to a certain weight because the heads on the Capri are illegal for TCM, basically, and some other things. We never really had it set up. I had no hope of trying to keep the brakes on it. We run a smaller rotor than the other guys. But here, it's just a different car. I've never driven a car here till yesterday.
Yeah, 7 years since you've raced here.
Apparently, yeah. Last time I was here, Blake tried to punch me through the window. Here's he. But no, looking forward to having a run around and bringing up the rear with the other guys and watching Adam and Bowie into it.
Fun to be in the same race as your son.
Oh, look, it's amazing to be able to, race with your son and John Bowie and the greats and, Freestone and all those guys over here have made the effort to come down, and it's really good to have the TCM cars here. Great.
Yep. Thanks, Greg. Good luck today, and hopefully you have a good run in the Capri as well. Really looking forward to seeing you guys on track in a little while. It's going to be a whole bunch of fun, Rosie. We're going to introduce the old fella or not? We've wound him up, filled him full of medication, got him going.
That's right. Yeah, parked the walker and all that.
G'day, Baz.
Barry Oliver, the late, the great.
The late.
No, the late, as in he's just got here.
Good morning, Andrew.
No, he's very much with us. Very much with us. I knew that'd get you. I knew that'd get you. It got your attention though, didn't it?
I reckon
Great and slightly late.
I reckon it's got his attention too.
Yes, I reckon. And all
What do you reckon about that,
all the
Baz?
media scrambling to say to be first with the news. The great Barry Honour, my friend of 40-something years, perhaps until about 90 seconds ago, was my friend. I don't know.
Exactly.
That's right.
Good morning, David.
Good morning, Baz. Yes, welcome to the south of the state, the right end of Tasmania, where it all happens.
Well, I'm so pleased, David, that we've got this magnificent weather, because when I left Launceston this morning, it was very, very wet. And I was just saying to Greg Garwood, it stopped raining, but the road was very, very wet. And then when I got to Oatlands, it all of a sudden cleared. And I thought,
of course it did.
Yeah. Yeah, but I have seen it in reverse too, so don't get too cocky.
No.
It's people like you that cause this whole north-south issue.
Very possibly.
Rosie.
Stopping at Oatlands to get your shots and have your passport stamped, and see if you know English well enough to enter the southern region. Oh, silence! Crickets. I'm looking at a couple of northern. In fact, the whole commentary box, I'm surrounded by northerns. That wasn't very strategic of me, was it?
No.
To start dissing on northern time, and they're between me and the door.
No one ever said you're a smart man.
We went silent, David, because we thought if we let you go long enough, you'll dig an even deeper hole.
Every chance, Barry. Every chance. Yeah. Well, how about these Transam? Thrilled us at Simmons a few days ago.
Yeah, the other day.
Basically, we've been struggling, and I did yesterday and started this morning talking about last weekend. Well, no, last weekend we were probably, washing the cat, mowing the lawn or something on Saturday.
Washing the cat?
Yeah, as you do.
Wow, you're informed this morning.
Cats love water. Anyway, we weren't doing motor racing things on Saturday, a lot of us, because it was Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and so it was very hard to get out of this, not saying last weekend, so earlier in the week.
Yeah.
That sounds even weirder.
Well, normally when we have a big weekend of motorsports, say supercars, on the Monday morning I normally feel pretty washed out, to be honest with you. And so it felt really strange on Wednesday morning that I got up and I thought, oh, geez, that's been a long 3 days. But it was Wednesday.
I know. And then Nick Minute says the race waiting on again.
Yeah, very, very little recovery time, Baz.
Exactly. And it's okay for you young guys.
Oh, I wish. I suppose we're younger than you, yeah.
Yeah, by a lot.
There's about 20 years difference between this trio here.
Yeah.
Yeah. One to the other to the other.
Well, when you look around the commentary box.
And then, yes, there's pick the odd one out, you're saying?
Yeah. One of these things is not like
the other. That's right.
It's a little bit like...
We've got a couple of 60-somethings. We've got a 50-something, a couple of 60-something and a 70-something, and a 22-year-old.
A 70-something that is the wrong side of 75, thank you.
Right. Yes. So, anyway.
Well, talking about age...
It's just a number, Baz.
When we reflect back to what we had at Simmons Plains, which was fantastic, but the S5000s, we made the comment during the races that if you took Tim Macro out of the equation, because he was the sort of geriatric in the field at age 38, right, and looked at the average age of the balance of the field, I think it was just under 20. So
yeah, quite amazing, the young guys. And you might not have been up with the news yet, Baz, that unofficially, because the whole thing is unofficial, because it's just a demonstration, but we had several iPhone and, smartphone stopwatches going yesterday.
Oh, they're the really quick ones, aren't they?
Yeah, they're the ones, because probably only a 53, who got both Jimmy Golding and Nathan Hearn in the two S5000s in the low 49s.
Wow.
And they were just in demo mode, and that's sort of just a 15th away from the official lap record.
Half a second.
Yeah. So, but that's just in the first look at the track.
And I would assume that they'd probably be running around on the tyres that they used last weekend.
I would say so, Baz, yeah. They had also had these special exhaust systems that were designed not to annoy the neighbours. Apparently, I found out yesterday there's a loud one and there's a one that probably a sound down one. I don't know.
Yes.
One that you
a less loud one.
A less loud one, but when that happens, it can have the effect of blunting the horsepower a bit or the performance. So it'd be interesting to see how we go. There's no yesterday at least there were no Dorians. There were no official timing devices attached to the cars because it's just demonstration only. So it was just just all up to amateur stopwatch holders, stopwatch users to.
Talking about lap records, we will
Yeah.
set 3 of them this weekend at a
We
minimum.
will. We will. Well, just on the did you see? Look, if you look down toward the Trans Ams, by the way, just completely segueing, getting ready to come out. There's a lovely little umbrella dolly girls they call him, brolly dolly, which is very very sexist, but that's what they used to call them. The umbrella holder person for the 73 car is one G Rust, one of Australia and New Zealand's preeminent motorsports broadcasters, and of course author and producer of the famous Rusty's Garage podcast. He stayed in Tasmania after his Channel 7 duties last weekend, TCR, etc. And he's been hanging with the Owen Kelly crew all of the week. So he's all dolled up in the gear today and become a brolly dolly. Got to get down there and get a photo of him, and that's got to go on socials.
I reckon you're right. Yes.
So on your Rusty, we might try and have a chat with you later on today, mate, just to see how you're going. How have you enjoyed your little soiree in Tasmania, both at Race Little and, of course, getting down and dirty, because he's quite good mates with Owen and Marcus and that crew. And it's good he can come down here and enjoy it before he heads back to the land of the Great White Cloud.
Well, didn't Owen have a fraught weekend? He had mechanical issues in the first 2 races and then a deflating tyre in the third race, which probably cost him a first or a second. And he's fortunate enough to get on the podium, but when the car was sitting there on the podium, the right rear wheel, was dead flat.
It was indeed. And
So,
I had to chat to Adam Gowns again yesterday, and he was saying just even though they thought they'd got on top of the dramas, they took the car back to his workshop in Devonport and just climbed all over it and spent many a long hour again just going fine tooth comb, double checking the fuel tank situation, double checking the electrics, just trying. He said they didn't really find any performance gains because it's a bit hard to do that in terms of engine training because they're set, if you like, but it was all about reliability, just checking that things were okay where they should be and they were tight and whatever, and it wasn't going to let them down from a reliability perspective.
Question for both of you. We saw just the other day how keen, willing and eager these blokes were to race hard for position for championship points. How keen will they be to get their hands on 10 grand to win tomorrow?
Yeah. Oh, I know.
Do you reckon they need any encouragement?
Well, I think what I would say is no holds barred.
Elbows up?
Elbows out.
Well, yes, but they don't want to trash the thing either.
Where else in Australian motorsport, or in circuit racing anyway, can you have a 10 grand to win race?
That's not bad, is it?
Speedway you can, but
yeah. So and it's great to see the roadway signage back here as well.
And look at him grin. Someone mentioned 10 grand to win.
We've still got we still have young Adam Garwood as is lounging up in the
he's very
in the Garwood suite here at Basketball Raceway.
The Hobart Hilton.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. So yeah, but that's pretty impressive, isn't it? It goes back to the old Tas 10,000 of 1975, I think it was.
That would have been a lot of money back then.
That's when I first saw Jim Richards come hawking through here in his Citroen Mustang with hanging a wheel off the deck, lifting up the left-hand inside front wheel. I was sitting out at the pit gate there. I was a much younger man, as you might imagine. I'm 75, and my jaw dropped, and I thought, oh my God.
You'd have only been about, 45 or 50 then.
About that, yeah. I was much younger.
Is that when he had Garth Wigson's gearbox?
That's the one. It was
I
was in my 20s, and I was at the gate, and I looked and I thought, I couldn't believe this thing. It has that much grip, that much grunt. It was that hooked up that it lifted the front wheel off the deck coming through the chute, this Mustang, and I just thought, wow. And that's what really hooked me into motor racing. I was sort of a bit of a rally man at that point. That just drew me right in, and the rest is history.
I know a bit about your rally career. It wasn't that auspicious.
But as I say to my son, it's better to be a has-been than I never was.
One of the very few I know to have had a head-on in a rally.
Yes, that's it. And it wasn't my fault. You forget to mention.
So you keep telling me.
You forget to mention that. Oh no, that's a fact. When you're the sweep car's taking a shortcut and is on your side of the road, I've got the photos. It's a bit hard to deny that, yeah. But anyway, who else has done it? Who else has done it? You know, beat that. Have a head on a rally.
The other bloke.
And this is true. It was a loaner car. It was a brand new Mitsubishi. You ask Peter Ritchie, he's still shaking. I think he's still getting
dirty on that.
Still getting counselling. Yeah, that was back in 1979, Andrew, when that happened.
Wow.
But you will bring it up again.
Yeah.
Good on you, mate.
I was still in high school.
Oh, so that's a revelation. Oh, well, never would have thought you've attended school, but there you go. You learn something every
went for,
day.
Went for a little while.
Yes. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, grade 10 of the best 4 years of his life.
Okay, well, the Trans Ams are coming out. You were talking about the $10,000 for the winner of the final race, but let's not forget there's an additional $20,000 to be distributed across the field.
There's
so
a 30 grand prize pool overall.
Exactly. And
That's very good.
And I'm really looking forward to this because I just loved the Trans Ams at Symmons Plains. I thought they were brilliant, and I've had so many people during the week say to me that just how good they were. They were noisy, they were spectacular, they were driven within an inch of their life. So it really was good to see them. Now, last weekend, we did touch on this briefly, but overall, it was Nathan Hearn, young Nathan Hearn in the Dodge Challenger, who came out on top for the weekend, followed by the Harris Racing entry of Aaron Seaton. He's the defending champion, but that dates back to 2019 because last year they only had the one round, which was in Adelaide before COVID stepped in, and that basically was the end of that. So qualifying now for the Trans Ams, and this is qualifying Group 1. So we've got 18 cars, and what they've done is 9 cars, as I understand it, will be coming out. Is that...
Must be 2 sessions here, Baz.
Yes, I was saying, Group 1 and Group 2.
Yep.
Yes. So you weren't paying attention.
Well, I was being rudely, and don't you point your finger at me, Rosie. We know all about that. And, I was being rudely interrupted by David Rose.
Right. Okay, so we've got one group of cars out there on the circuit at the moment, and let's have a look. So we've got Owen Kelly, Brett Holdsworth, then we've got Seaton, Hearn, Tibb, Paul Freestone, Scutella, and Losciapo. There you go. And it's probably a bit early to be looking at times, but I can tell you that Owen Kelly has done
53.22.
53.22. So there you go. How good's that? 53.22.
On his first or second lap.
Yep.
So it's quick.
Certainly is. Well, Owen finished third overall last weekend, as you touched on before. He finished race 1 in 5th place when he should have finished first.
Yes.
He finished third in race 2, and he finished 4th in race 3. So despite the dramas, he still performed very, very well. Now, Paul Freestone out there, it took him a little while to dial into this car last weekend because he was doing double duty, as it were, last weekend. But he just loved it. He thought it was just fantastic. But what's it going to be like with 18 cars from a rolling start heading into that first right-hander under the Tilford Auto Group bridge?
I'm going to go with busy, Baz. That's what I'm going to go with. Very busy. It's going to be a case of keep yourself out of trouble, survive turn 1, turn 2, let the race settle, and then get on with it. And I'm going to suggest also that Clint Pease, now we've known Clint from racing a lot of different things, I'd suggest he goes to Specsavers because he's almost on top of the screen now. He can't see anymore.
Yeah, well, there might be a reason for that.
Getting old. 53.15. He's gone quicker again, Owen Kelly, on his third lap. So he's at a 53.516. Holdsworth's a 53.1550. So nothing between them. And now Seaton's jumped in there as well.
So there's only
there's
7 1,000ths of a second between.
Well, there's 29 100ths, 29 1,000ths between first and second. Try that again. What's going on there? So that's quicker than that. They're not showing a gap between first and second, but there definitely is. It's a 53.1516 versus a 53.1550, so it's 34 1,000ths of a second. A further 29 1,000ths of a second back to the third place car of Holdsworth. But by the look of this, our top 5 top 4 are separated by near almost 4 tenths.
Okay.
Nothing in it.
And bear in mind, we've got the second lot of qualifying to come.
We do.
And out of all of that, this is the great news, folks. We're going to have a top 8 shootout.
Yeah, that'll be cool. Top 8 shootout. young Adam Garwood just said we'll see a 52 next lap round. So see how good he is at predicting these things.
If he's right, we might have to hand over the ear.
Hey, that'll get him one.
The headphones. Yeah. Okay, so the 8 cars out on the circuit at the moment: Kelly, Seaton, Holdsworth, Hearn, Tebb, Scutella, Loscialpo, and Freestone. So 8 cars out there at the moment as the number 29 car goes across the line, and that's Nathan Hearn. He's still in 4th place at the moment.
Yeah, Nathan Hearn, he was right on the money last week. Still sitting in P4 at the moment, but I guess you've only got to get through to that top 8, don't you? And then it's when you want to go really quick.
Now, at the moment, the top 3 at this point have been in the pits. Brett Holdsworth, I think, is just leaving the pit lane now, so he heads out. Older brother of Lee, who had such a great weekend last weekend, apart from a 5-second penalty for a jump start in the 3rd and final race for TCR. So they're doing tyre pressures, obviously. There's a bit of a conflab going on with the Owen Kelly car at the moment. I think he's probably got enough experienced people down there to be able to give him some advice. But as we've been saying, he hadn't raced for how many years? Was it 7?
Owen?
5?
5 years.
5 years.
So I was just checking with Clint Pease about the tyre rule. In a normal round, the championship, they're allowed 6 tyres for a weekend. This weekend's 5.
5 tyres.
Yeah, 5 new tyres for the weekend. Because being not a round of their championship, and with a fair bit of money up for grabs, I was wondering if they might have people just belt feeding tyres at their cars. But no, 5 tyres is the limit.
Right. Now, there's been no change to the top order.
So Adam Garwood's got no idea.
No. But to be fair, after he made his comment, what happened is that Owen Kelly came into pit lane. So you're excused, Adam.
Why do we have to be fair? So we've still got 2 minutes and 35 seconds left in the session. If they're going to do it, they're going to have to do it soon.
So when we look at the balance to come out, that's which car is missing from the lineup from last weekend? Okay, so still to come out, we've got people like Eden Thornborough, Sam Walter, Hugh McAllister, Hadrian Morrell, Brad Chick, Tim Brook, Mark Kutcher. So there's quite a few of the drivers from last weekend that are yet to come out for that second part of qualifying. And time-wise, we have got only 1 minute 30, I think.
Yeah, 1 minute
stage.
35, yep. And it's still Kelly, Seaton, Holdsworth and Hearn, your top 4.
The 27 car just went through, which doesn't appear on the screen. 27 is Graham Smith in the green Mustang.
Yeah, is Dorian not operational with
obviously
just on 1 minute to go now in this qualifying session.
And
Fred Holdsworth is done. He comes in. So he's locked his time in at a 53.27.
So he's confident that he's going to be in the 8.
Owen Kelly and Aaron Seaton are both already in there. And we've got 45 seconds left in the session. And Rosie, I can hear you down there, mate. You've got someone with you.
Yes, I believe I have. I had no trouble finding him either. I just, in this vast precinct known as Basketball Raceway, I just looked for the pink shorts, and there they were. You know what? Funny thing that, but they were the only pink shorts on the whole precinct. Anyway, I have to belong to the Barry Rogers. Baz, welcome to the South Estate again. You've been here a few times, you and your old man. Well done, mate. I'm going to be a bit patronising for a minute to you and your dad and GRM and ARG and everybody got this together. Here we go. Fabulous few days early in the week at Symmons Plains, and now the weather's fine. The crowd's building. and we've got the cars here at Basketball, and it's a happening thing. Thank you so much, mate. Brilliant.
No problems, and what a wonderful place to come. And, I was saying to somebody trying to explain the track, and it's a place you have got to come to really understand this place. It's a bit like Radiator Springs out of Cars, I reckon. Like it's fantastic, and to all the people from Motorsport Tasmania, the presentation of the circuit, it's really great, and we really hope to build on what's happened this year. It's been a difficult year, difficult start of the year, and obviously last year was very difficult with all the COVID situation, but to get the event up and going and try and get a bit of momentum from here, we certainly hope to be returning in the years to come.
So what gave you the spark? What persuaded you and Gary to sit down late last year and say, let's have this big gig, this big deal race meeting in Tassie in the new year? What brought all that about?
Yeah, really, it's probably Dad's love of Tasmania, really. He loves Tasmania. He spends a little bit of time down here, and the passion of the Tasmanian motorsport fans. I mean, they're the most passionate motorsport fans in Australia. I don't know. He really wanted to do it, and here we are.
Of course, we've got ARG on board and Channel 7, and because of the championship status. But like we look around us and the hill's already building as well. It's only early Saturday morning, and we've still got a whole bunch of fans pouring in to watch the racing. Like it tells us, does it not, that there's this huge pent-up demand for motor racing after a pretty fraught year with COVID last year?
I think people just want entertainment. Whether for us it's motor racing. We like to get the fans out to see motor racing, but whether they want to go and see the cricket or the footy or whatever it is, I think we've been all tied up in our lounge, sitting on our lounges for long enough, and get out and enjoy. What better place to be in summer than Tasmania? I mean, we've always been keen to race here in summer. I mean, with the supercars over the years, it was always sort of that April, May type date, and sure, you get some nice weather that time of year, but it's a little bit fickle. Come to Tasmania in summer, there is no better place in Australia. I mean, the climate down here in January, I don't know where else you want to be. So back-to-back weekends, north and south, share the love around the island. We know there's a bit of competition between north and south. It's like two different states, actually. But it's quite interesting when you see what unfolds between the beer brands and everything else. But great to be here. And, again, thanks to all the people that are going to come out over the weekend.
Well done, Barry, and pass on our best to Gazza. He's probably lurking around doing a latte somewhere, but he'll make an appearance sometime today. Is that we will see him?
You will see him. I think he might have had a bit of a sleep in this morning. No, he didn't have a sleep in. He had to whip down to Kettering to do something this morning, but he'll get here about lunchtime. So grab hold of him when he's here.
Well done, Barry. Thank you, mate. Cheers to Gary and Barry Rogers from DRM and ARG and everybody concerned in making this happen at Pepsi Max Basketball Raceway.
Thank you, David Rose, and good to hear from Bazza.
Yeah, he's going well, isn't he?
Yep.
Just had a message, Barry, come through from Matthew Billette, who's up on the hill. He was at Simmons Plains last week, down here today. His dad's with him, Graham. Mad Dog, it's his birthday, 62.
Well, congratulations. Happy birthday.
Good job, Mad Dog.
Yep.
Got to wonder about the name, but anyway. And Matthew, he's a speedway racer, and talking about speedway, we've got that on tonight, so it's going to be a big weekend for me.
Stridey,
yes.
I worry about you because you're really burning the candle at both ends,
Lucky
mate.
It's a big candle.
Yeah, well, in case you're wondering, folks, Andrew and Alan Rourke, between them, look after the commentary for Speedway in the state, and they work unbelievably hard to the extent where Andrew will leave here and go north to do Speedway tonight, and then get a little bit of sleep and then head back here tomorrow morning.
Yeah, probably 3 or 4 hours, and then in the car back down here tomorrow morning to wrap the weekend up.
Well, I dips my lid to you,
3 or 4 days off and then up to high country. Let's do that.
I forgot about high country.
I haven't.
Now that I'm no longer competing in tarmac rallies, it's sort of snuck up on me, I must say. But I really enjoyed that event when we were doing it. It's pretty special.
It's going to be fun doing it in February.
Yeah, well, I can remember being quite a few years ago there to do the Mount Buller Sprint, where all we did was drive 16 kilometres up the road to the top, and we did that about 7 times in the day, and it actually reached the point where it was so hot, and there'd been an incident, so the last 10 cars had to wait quite a long time and then transport up the hill. So much, much slower than what we would have done.
Yeah.
And when those 10 cars arrived, they had about half an inch, 13 mil of tar on the tyres.
Yeah.
And they had to give us a dispensation to try and organise some different rubber or clean the tyres up. So I can tell you, mate, in February it could be.
Yeah, well, the only thing I'd say about that is instead of doing 6 or 7 runs, it'll be 1 run.
Yeah.
And then 1 run the next day. So probably won't be as bad. But yeah, no, I hear what you're saying, and
it will be later in the day anyway.
It will be, yes, it will. And running it in February as a result of COVID getting in the way last year. It normally runs in November, as you well know, Baz. And we'll be running there again in November this year, I believe.
Yes.
I believe we're doing 2 this year up there, and then Targa Tas here in April, and then back to Cairns in late October, late August, early September.
Well, you're a glutton for punishment.
No, I love the Cairns event. I don't know if you've been to that one, but she's an absolute belter. All right, session number 2 for the Trans Ams, and I can't wait for this to get happening.
Well, we've got 3 Tasmanians in this one. We had Owen Kelly in the first session, but in this one we've got Tim Shaw, we've got Sam Walter, and we've got Bradley Chick. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars out there at the moment, and they're trying to displace some of the 8 drivers up ahead of them. So what we're saying here, folks, is that once this particular second segment is over, the top 8 from those 2 segments will go into the shootout, which will be this morning. So it's most important to get as far up as possible.
Yeah, that will come. I mean, after this session, we'll have the qualifying for TCR, the qualifying for TCM, and then the top 8 shootout for these Trans Am cars. So what's important here for these 8 cars on track is to get into that top 8. So at the moment, Paul Freestone sits in 8th, and the time to beat there is a 56.89.
Now, they've finished their first out lap, and they're on their first flying lap at the moment. They're being led around by Eden Thornborough from New South Wales in his Ford Mustang, car number 116, and last weekend...
you mean the other day?
Yeah, the other day, yeah.
It's hard, isn't it?
Actually, Eden Thornborough did really well because overall, for Simmons Plains, he finished in 4th place. And he was equal 4th, in fact, with Sam Walter, who's out there on the circuit at the moment. So they finished equal on 177 points, and they were just in front of Hugh McAllister in the Mustang, the Kubota racing entry, which finished up on 173. So there's some very close performances there that few days ago.
Well, at the end of their first flying lap, already Sam Walter and Thornborough have jumped into that top 8. So they've secured a spot in the top 8 shootout a little later on. Walter at a 54.38, Thornborough at a 54.77.
I've got to say, Sam Walter did a great job last weekend because he'd been out of the driving seat, as it were, for a long time.
Yeah, 5 or 6 years. Very, very, very similar to Owen Kelly.
Exactly. And Sam Walter last weekend finished up in, as I say, in 5th position, equal 4th. So it was a good effort. And the smile on his face when he came into the commentary box late in the day told the story. How good is this?
Tim Shaw jumps into the top 8. 5th place at the moment, a 53.76.
So the 8 at the moment is Kelly, Seaton, Holdsworth and Hearn from session 1. Shaw, Walter, Thornborough from session 2. Holding on grimly at the moment from the first session is Losty Alpo. So that's the 8 at the moment. How much time have we got now? We've got 6 minutes left in this session. 6 minutes. And we've got 4 cars altogether now heading up the hill.
Well, that will either work for them or against them. You might get a little tow or you may get impeded. Thornborough coming to the line now. Does he improve? No, he currently sits in P7, his best. That was his best, a 54.50.
And we've got Sam Walter crossing the line now in the blue with the day-glow yellow stripes on it.
Still sits in P6.
Tim Shaw crosses the line in the Parry entry.
Yeah, Parry Property. He sits in position 5. So no change in the top 8 with just on 5 minutes to go in session number 2.
number 8 across the line, and that's the car of Morale, which is being looked after by Craig Harris from way back. Do you remember Craig Harris?
I do.
Saw him on Sunday for the first time in years. It was really good to catch up with him.
Sitting in P10.
No change for Thornborough.
He's going quicker. He's just done a 54.38. Each lap's been faster than the previous one, but still sitting in position number 7. Sam Walter goes through. No improvement. Still sits in P6.
So these cars running...
Tim Shaw moves up to 4 with a 53.51. So he's getting into the mix.
He is.
No stake knives, but he's going fast.
Yes, absolutely. No change after those few cars cross the line. These cars running a 6.2 litre crate engine. Very, very limited modifications permitted, and a 4-speed manual gearbox with a stick shift, so old style.
Yeah, NASCAR type box, generally a G-force or something like that. Very, very strong.
We call them a rock crusher. I think that's what the term is. And Thornborough still hasn't improved.
Still going quicker. Another green box for him, so another fastest lap for himself, a 54.33.
Sam Walter stays where he is in 6th position at the moment. Now, Paul Freestone...
Tim Shaw coming into the pits with 3 minutes to go. Unlikely that he'll do any more laps.
Well, I don't see... Is there anybody in pit lane?
He's locked in the 8 anyway, so that's really all you need to be.
So the all-white car with the Parry property sign. Prominent Launceston real estate agents.
Loscialpo still sitting in position number 8. 3 minutes to go.
And Thornborough, no, doesn't improve. Still 7th. And coming into the pitch is the number 8 car, and that is Morale. And a crew member has just gone across to Tim Shaw.
Sam Walter still sitting in P6. So the top 8 at the moment, Baz, is Owen Kelly, Aaron Seaton, Brett Holdsworth, Tim Shaw, Nathan Hearn, Sam Walter, Thornborough and Loscialpo in 8th place.
So this will be an interesting shootout, particularly for that front row. I mean, that's what they want to do. They want to get on that front row. That's critical, as it is with any circuit race, but it's going to be a great battle because we saw last weekend Kelly, Seaton, Holdsworth were very much the drivers that were up the front. And Nathan Hearn's the other one. Now he's 5th in that...
he was right on the bubble last week. He was right in the mix there, wasn't he?
Yep. Well, Thornborough's called it quits.
Not too sure how many are on track. Not many.
Sam Walter's just crossing the line now.
He's locked into that 8. He's done 8 laps.
So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars in pit lane at the moment.
Minute 30 to go.
Car number 34, Bradley Chick, crosses the line. No improvement for him.
Crutcher goes by. He sits in 13th at the moment.
So if you don't get into the 8, what we're saying is grid position 9 through to 15 is set. So
based on those times.
Based on those times on the screen. So it's only the top 8 from the 2 qualifying segments that will go into the shootout, the top 8 shootout. Now, Sam Walter's down the bottom of the circuit, and they've got the checkered flag, but it's not being waved at the moment.
Still showing 47 seconds to go.
So it looks like there's only 2 cars on the... Oh, no, there's 3 cars on the circuit. Bradley Chick coming around at the moment. He's currently in 12th position in the 34 car.
He's done another personal best, but still not quick enough.
And the 4 car of Crutcher, that's 12th. At the moment, just in front of Bradley Chick. And so 10 seconds to go, and I don't think the 8 will change. In fact, I wouldn't.
I don't think we'll get another lap. I think the checkered flag will got a car just coming into the braking area at the end of the back straight with no time left. The checkered flag is out. So this is it. If you don't do it on this lap, you're not doing it. Simple as that. Sam Walter does not improve. He stays in position number 6, although that could change in the shootout, obviously.
Yes. So the order, folks, is Owen Kelly, fastest time, 53.15. Now, I've got to go to 4 decimal places. Bear with me. So it's a 53.1516. Aaron Seaton, 53.1550. So that's bugger all between them. Excuse me. Brett Holdsworth, third, 53.27. Tim Shaw, 53.51. Nathan Hearn, 53.54. Sam Walter, 53.96. Eden Thornborough, 54.30. And the final car for the top 8 is Los Yalpo with a 54.91. So that's the top 8 that will come out for the shootout, and that's not going to be far away. Then we've got the next one will be car number 93, which is Aaron Tebb from New South Wales. And Aaron did a 55.05. Then the Morel car, Hadrian Morel, and that was a 55.10. Scutella in the 777 car, that's a 55.24. Bradley Chick, 55.26. Crutcher, 55.51. McAllister, and that time is a 56.72. And finally, Paul Freestone, a 56.89. So 15 cars coming out of the 2-part qualifying session, and then we will have the top 8 shootout.
Now, I'm just wondering if Paul Freestone's first visit here would have been in a truck.
I reckon you might be right. I can remember that truck meeting, and there's every chance because Paul was one of the early people to run in trucks.
Won national championships in trucks.
Yes.
Very good operator.
Now, this really is going to be very exciting, the shootout I'm talking about now. The top 8 are separated by 1.76 seconds, if I've read that correctly.
You have.
Right. But importantly, the top 4 are separated by 0.4 of a second. So the
top
shootout
4 being Owen Kelly, Aaron Seaton, Brett Holdsworth, and Tim Shaw. Nathan Hearn in position number 5. I don't know, Baz. I reckon he's out of order there. I actually think he would normally have qualified higher than that. I wonder if he's just missed something in qualifying, or if there's been a little problem with the car or whatever. I just expected to see him higher up the sheet than that. I really did.
Yes, I'm with you, mate.
So keep an eye on the number 29 Valvoline entry of Nathan Hearn. Oh, wow. That was good.
I'll come back to earth.
Yeah. Those eardrums, I didn't need them anyway. There's Gary Rogers. I can see him walking across the track now, looking fit and tanned. Life's good.
Good morning, Gary.
I don't know if he'd hear you from there, Baz, but
no, I don't think so.
He's been very instrumental in putting this whole show together, along with his son Barry, and of course Donald and the team from MST and the crew from ARG and the Tasmanian government, who have been very, very helpful in making all this happen in a difficult world at the moment with the whole COVID deal. Those people have done an extraordinary job to make it all happen. A massive thank you to all of them.
I quite agree. Quite agree.
So we'll be looking now, if the schedule's correct, we'll be looking for
TCR.
qualifying for TCR.
Now, last weekend, or a few days ago, let's put it that way, after 3 races, I can tell you that Jordan Cox came out on top in the Alfa Romeo Giulietta with 126. Then Lee Holdsworth also in the Alfa, 122. Chaz Mostert, 110. Luke King, 102. Josh Buchan, 100. And Nathan Morecambe, 92. Is David Rose?
No, I don't know what he's doing. He's wherever he is, it's probably not going to work very well. Rosie.
Yes, mate. Just shooting to the pitch and see one Jay Moffat. Do you mind if I walk with you, buddy? Sorry, mate. Mind if I walk with you? Is that okay? You're on your way over to see what's going on. Well, not driving this weekend, buddy, but some sort of managing, mentoring, coaching, overseeing role with the GRM boys?
Just, we've got young Zach Hudson having a run in the Alpha, so I'll give him as much of a hand as I can. I don't know how helpful I'll be to him, though.
Mate, to those of us who were at Simmons just a few days ago, saw you involved in that dreadful crash on the last lap of the race. How are you going? You all right?
Yeah, well, I'm talking about it, so that's the main thing. Obviously not ideal, especially from a GRM point of view, to have 2 busted up cars, but it could have been a lot worse. So fortunately, both Jason and myself are still here talking about it, so that's the main thing.
So, and your plans for the rest of the year in TCR?
We'll just get through this weekend, and it's great to be here at basketball. First time for me. Disappointed that I'm not racing anything, but we'll just come back next year and do something.
You might have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
Yes, for those that weren't there, he was involved in a fairly nasty incident on the very last lap of the race. Didn't need those eardrums anyway, Rosie. Thanks for that. Yeah, very nasty incident indeed for James Moffat and Jason Barguana. No one's fault. It was just one of those things, but 2 very badly damaged race cars. And fortunately, 2 drivers are okay, Baz.
Yeah, and it happened at pretty reasonable speed, to be honest with you. Quite a lot of damage to both cars. But in case you're wondering what it caused it, it was a shattered disc on the front. And I was speaking with the team this morning, and they said that the discs on the Peugeots have in fact been changed. Now, the 6 cars that are out there at the moment, we've got Jordan Cox in the Alfa Romeo. We've got Aaron Cameron in the Peugeot 308 TCR. Dylan O'Keefe in the Renault Megane RS. We've got Ben Barguana, son of Jason, in the 308 TCR. We've got Zach Suter in the Honda. And for this meeting, we've got Zach Hudson. Now, we know Zach Hudson, don't we?
We do. He raced here about 18 months ago in the Improved Production Nationals driving an RX-7. Did an outstanding job. So I'll be interested to see how he adapts to the front-wheel drive machine. Obviously, last weekend he drove front-wheel drive at Simmons Plains in the Hyundai, but very, very different deal. Barguana, first one to turn a lap in anger, a 56.06. Hudson, a 58.45. So I genuinely believe that Zach Hudson is a real talent. I think he's someone that needs to be watched closely because he's a very good operator.
He certainly is. Well, when he was here with the RX-7, as you say, about 18 months ago for the Improved Production Nationals, he put up a great fight against multi-Improved Production champion Ray Hislop in the 6-litre Blue Falcon. They had a terrific battle, and so we'll just have to keep an eye on Zach. First time out in the TCR car. Now, Barguana's the man that's setting the pace, young Ben. And Zach is second. Gosh, it's hard to read that screen, mate.
55.6635 is his best.
And Zach Hudson is third. And then it's Jordan Cox, Dylan O'Keefe who's in pit lane, and then Aaron Cameron in the Peugeot. So just the 6 cars out there. This is not a round of their series. This is purely an invitational event. Now, whether they've been able to take off some of the restrictions that they normally would have to run, I don't know, because they do have a, what do they call, the performance agenda, depending on...
For their championship?
Yes, balance of performance it's called. So whether that's been removed for this meeting, I don't know. But what they do is, if you suddenly find that you've got a car that's quite a bit quicker than everybody else, they might decide that, well, I think we might add just a tad of weight, maybe reduce your rev limit.
Well, they do the same with TCM, don't they? Certainly there's success in TCM, so as you lose revs. I think it's 50 revs each time you get success. Cox at the top of the leaderboard here, a 54.41. He's just done that. Car number 5, the Giulietta. And second is Bargwana, a 54.88. Then it's Sutar, a 55.08. Hudson, a 56.13. O'Keefe and Cameron. We'll keep an eye on those, though.
Well, Jordan Cox actually finished up winning the first round of this year's Super Cheap Auto TCR Championship last weekend at Simmons Plains. Finished up with 126 points. Lee Holdsworth was second, but unfortunately Lee's not with us this weekend.
Yeah, that's a real shame, because he took to him like a duck to water, didn't he, these little front-wheel drive machines? He drove beautifully.
Well, he did. Like, for example, he put the thing on pole position, which he wasn't supposed to do because he's a rookie in this particular class. And so he won the first race, which was over 20 laps in the Alfa Romeo, and in fact led home an Alfa Romeo Giulietta trifecta, if you like, Holdsworth, Cox and Hanson. In the second race, Holdsworth finished second, and in the third race he was listed as third, but he had to fight hard because he was adjudged to have jumped the start for the third race and copped a 5-second penalty. So he really had to drive the wheels off that thing to try and make sure that he could elevate himself up the field.
To a degree, Baz, you know what this series reminds me of? It reminds me a little bit of the old Formula 4 Driver to Europe series, in terms of a lot of young talent in there that have definitely got a future and a real chance to go somewhere in the motor racing career. I mean, you look at some of these names here, Cox and Hudson, those types of drivers in there. Yeah, sure, you've got your Lee Holdsworth and those guys that have been very successful over a period of time, but it's great to see some young names in there, and it can only be a good stepping stone going forward.
Absolutely.
I'd agree as well, Strider. I mean, there's no F3, hasn't been for a while. F4's come and gone. So as far as the feeder series is concerned, and even Formula 4 has gone. Although a lot of these guys would have
it's at a state
beyond
level.
that, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of them they're running Formula 4 at a state level, but in terms of national competition, the only Formula cars that are racing are the S5000.
That's right. So it's a nice. I see what you mean. It's a great stepping stone at a very highly competitive level, very professionally run, and I think it's fantastic. I mean, people like Dylan O'Keefe has run some Porsches, and of course he's come back to this series. You know what? I'm not real surprised to see Jordan Cox at the top of the leaderboard at the minute. And not just because he's
into the threes too, a 53.55 now.
A real talent, isn't it? The guy that none of us are surprised, because we saw him several years ago, became literally a YouTube sensation with his giant killing performances in his little Honda Civic, normally aspirated jigger.
He was chasing Lee Forrest.
That's right. Improved production, had that fabulous dice with Lee Forrest and his turbocharged Celica. And the motor racing world stood up and took notice of this young fella from New South Wales. There was clearly had a lot of talent. The car was quick, but like it was normally aspirated Civic, and he just did things with it. Showed he was a bit of a front drive specialist, and has done some corporate work with Hyundai and others, and has had a crack at this series a couple of years ago when it started. Of course, nobody did anything much last year, but he just seems to have hit his straps really hit the ground running in 2021. We asked him why he suddenly had this newfound form, and he put it down to just attitude. He said, "I'm just fitter, I'm hungrier, I approach my motor racing better. I just sort of had a better mental attitude." I thought, well, good on you. Well, it worked, didn't it, at Symmons Plains? Come out yesterday. Some of the quick guys like Hudson, O'Keefe, and Cameron did not go on the track yesterday. Neither did Cox. Hadn't even done a track walk. Said it will be right. We had a look. We see which way it goes. But a bit of a sneaky. Late in the day, I was watching the Trans Am practice, as you do, and this weird name popped up on my screen. There's Jay Cox. I thought, I had a bit of a, I was seeing your mate there for a minute. I thought, I'm watching Trans Am, not watching 2CR. And what he'd done, his mates with Mark Crutches, so he jumped into his car and went fourth fastest. Never driven it in his life, never been on the track in his life, and jumped into the Trans Am and went fourth quickest in this big field here today. Now, that tells me talent. When you've got latent talent, when you can do that, jump into a strange car, strange track, and go fourth quickest, you're going all right.
That lap time, a 53.55, that's outstanding. That's an outstanding lap time.
That is fast, isn't it? 1.6 litre turbo, front wheel drive, 53.5. Hello. Tony Warren, you watching?
So, I mean, this track, I mean, both you guys have been around Australia to a lot of different venues. Baz, you've been to all of them, pretty much. This is one of the few tracks where you've got a real elevation change, uphill, downhill. Most of the other tracks around the country are flat. It's small, it's compact, the top of the hill, it's blind corner, it's off camber, so is the bottom of the hill. It's not an easy track to learn, and to be already doing 53.5s in your first session, that's just amazing.
Outstanding. Absolutely.
You know, you look at a lot of the tracks and it's they've got corners, but it's flat.
Yeah, I mean, you've got some elevation at Barbagallo Raceway, but basically it's over the rise and over the rise.
Yep.
I mean, obviously Bathurst stands on its own.
Yeah, it does.
But, but apart from that, I'm trying to think of...
There's a little elevation at Phillip Island, but not a lot.
No.
Round turn 9, turn 10 area at Phillip Island, but yeah, they go up the hill and then down into turn 10.
Lukey Heights, basically.
Yeah. But that's it's not as steep or as pronounced as the hill here at Baskerville.
No.
Well, here you go, sort of uphill turn one, then flat, then you're downhill, then a bit more downhill, then it flattens out, then you go back up the hill, and there's got the blind left, and you go downhill again, and then this chute here, it elevates slightly to the midpoint, and then it starts curving back down again, and plenty going on. And from what I can tell, the blokes, visitors love it, all of them. Trans Am boys just had a little bit of adjustment to do because they felt it was a bit narrow. Not criticising, just observing. They're used to wider tracks and more runoff. So, but they've adjusted to it, and well, clearly they have. And it's the same for all. But they all loving it, and they know what they're saying. Look, we see what the likes of John Bowes say now when they say it's not a dinky track. It is very technical, and just you can go fast. But getting those last few tenths is really hard.
Oh, absolutely. The other thing is the other bit of elevation that may not be obvious to the people up on the hill is that when you come out of the left-hander onto what we call the back straight, in actual fact you drive down into a depression, and over where those purple topped hockers are on the back straight, you actually come over a crest.
It's a pronounced rise, absolutely.
Yeah. And in fact, if you were standing down at the pit exit gate on the back straight and look back up the back straight, the cars disappear from view.
Well, if you were to ask the likes of Robin Pear and Max Thompson about that rise on the back straight, I'm sure they'd have a fair bit to say.
Yes, something about visiting their dry cleaner the following morning.
You might like to expand on that, Strider?
Oh, well, both of them were driving open sports cars and basically got airborne there. And both went quite high in the air and had horrendous crashes. But, yeah, that was their launching pad, really, the rise in the middle of the back straight.
Tony Edmondson in the Elfin ME5 and Max Thompson would have been in the Elfin 400.
Was it Tony Edmondson or was it Robin Pear?
It was Robin, absolutely, definitely Robin Pear.
Yeah.
Yes.
I remember that quite well. Yeah.
I apologise profusely.
And
I'm wrong.
I was stand corrected, but I suspected a similar sort of incident where Danny Newland flew off the road as well and landed in a similar position may have a little bit to do with some aerodynamics as well.
Certainly, the point being that rise in the middle of the back straight that Baz brought up, it's very pronounced. It's definitely there. And even back to the HQ days, it was much thought that if you came out of turn 6 onto the back straight, and you'd move over to the left, so you didn't have to go up as much of a rise. Then as you went over the top, you went to the right to get the run down and to be on the outside of the track in turn 7. That was always thought to be the way. I'm not sure if they're still doing that, but anyway, we're inside 5 minutes now in this session, and it's Cox who is on top of the timing sheet with a 53.55. Suter is next at a 54.48, so just on a second away. Then Bargwana, Cameron O'Keefe, who's in the pits, and Hudson round out your 6-car TCR field. And they're all under the 56-second mark. 55.34 is the slowest time we've seen. That's unbelievable. They're quick.
They are. And should point out that the car that Zach Hudson is driving, I believe, is the Michael Caruso car from last weekend.
Car number 7, yep.
Yes, and if we reflect back, poor old Michael had a mixed weekend in a number of ways. So anyway, let's hope that on this occasion, Zach Hudson has a cleaner run, as it were.
Well, Zach Hudson is now quite familiar with the pit straight wall at Simmons Plains. After a little drama late in the meeting, not in a TCR, I'm pleased to say. Not that it's good in any car, but probably a little Hyundai is just a bit easier to fix than a TCR machine.
Yes.
It'll be a bit of a coming together. We've got involved in a little battle pack with Josh and one other who can't remember. There's a bit of hip and shoulder going on, and the long short result was that Zach ended up backwards into the pit wall and took out the back window.
Yeah, he did. But what was amazing for me was that he just grabbed a gear and took off.
That's right. He did another lap. He only came in because they black flagged him.
Yeah, they stopped him with a black flag, but
because he was dragging the rear panel, the rear bar.
Yeah, he went round, hit the wall, went round again, facing the right way, grab a gear, gone, and back up to racing speed. And I'm thinking, yeah, wouldn't you just check
because
things? No.
The rear of the car was quite askew. Like the bodywork was history. They popped the back window out in 1,000 bits of glass, and it was dragging the rear bar, and he just away went. Just went, I'll be right. Away you go. But that's young blokes for you. Lots of enthusiasm. And
Zach Hudson's just moved up a spot while we've been talking about him. 54.98 puts him in the top 5.
Usually goes the other way.
Yeah.
The commentator's curse.
Well, that's very, very true. So it'll be a compact field, but I am here to tell you, folks, they will be exciting to watch around this track. I think this track just suits these cars. They're built for this sort of place.
Clearly, to do those sorts of times, when you've seen some cars that have been developed within an inch of their lives mechanically to get into 54s and 55s around here, little jiggers in sports GT particularly, and to get these little jiggers out here and just dropping into those times straight away just shows how well developed they are. 1.6 litre turbo front wheel drive. Yeah. You're doing sub 55 second laps around basketball is fairly impressive.
They're on a slick tyre.
True. Which is good for a second at least.
So, but the fact of the matter is they're still very, very fast indeed. Hudson's just gone quicker again on lap number 17. A 54.7390. It's still Cox at the top with a 53.55. And then it's Suter, who's doing a good job actually, a 54.23. Bargwana a 54.33. Cameron a 54.42. Hudson a 54.73. And O'Keefe a 54.98. So every car under that 55-second bracket.
What I find interesting, guys, is the fact that Zach Suter from Victoria is the only one here that's driving the Honda Type R. And it's got a totally different note, even though it's 2 litre, turbocharged, exactly the same capacity more or less as the others, but got quite a different note. Now, if we reflect back those few days, the cars that struggled last weekend were the Honda Type Rs. If you think about it, they were well back in the pack. All of a sudden, Suter is actually showing some good pace here.
Yeah, well, he's 6/10 off pole at the moment, and there's only 29 seconds left, so it's hard to imagine much is going to change. But he's sitting nicely in second place at the moment. So, yeah, mate, good point you make.
So perhaps we might see something different from the Honda this weekend.
Cameron moves up to P2 now on that lap, a 54.22. Pushes Sutar back to third. So if you're going to do it, now's when you do it. Cox goes quicker again, a 53.54 on lap 17.
How good is that?
Well, it just says a lot about the tyres as well, doesn't it?
It does.
The fact that the tyres stay in there. The golden hour or the golden minute. Last lap dash by Jordan Cox. Very impressive young man, always has been. He was working with Greg Crick there for a little while, a couple of seasons ago, in his first season in TCR 2 years ago, because nothing much happened last year, and that sort of set him on the right path, and then decided to jump in with his current team, and we see the rest. But isn't it funny though that he's always had latent talent, he's had a lot of success, and he's just really risen to the top of the tree, as it were, in championship land early in the week at Symmons Plains. And the fact you said that it's all down to his attitude and his head and the way he goes about it is quite phenomenal.
Notice there that 3 of the 6 cars on track did their fastest lap on the last lap of qualifying. Cox being the main one, a 53.54. He certainly fired shots early on, but he's the man to beat this weekend in the Alfa Romeo.
And that's 17 laps in, and that's race distance, really. So you'd think that the teams and the drivers have to be pretty happy with that. If you can run your quickest lap in your last lap, that suggests, does it not, gents, that the tyres are going to hang in fairly well in the race?
I would have thought so, yes. Absolutely. So the order in qualifying for TCR Australia will be Cox, Cameron, Sutar, Bargwanna, O'Keefe and Hudson. And it's 1.1 second from pole to 6th. So looking forward to their racing coming down a little bit later on in the day. If you think about it, gentlemen, it's a very, very fast weekend. We're going to have the S5000s. They'll be sub 50 seconds. We've got the Trans Am cars. They're sub 53 seconds, around that mark somewhere. These guys are 53s, 54s. The TCM cars, Adam reckons we might see a 3 out of one of those potentially. So they're all under 55 seconds. It's a quick weekend.
Absolutely.
Rapid lap times. Really, really are. When these cars that are about to come out next, the TCM cars, I mean, the Camaro that Adam's driving, it's weighted to about 1,500 kilograms. That's a heavy car. To be doing sub 55 second laps, which he did yesterday, that's got some. It's going all right.
Well, that's exactly right, 1,500 kilos. Well, we look at the supercars, 1,300?
1380? 1380?
Something like
somewhere,
that,
yeah.
They're lighter and more grunt, and of course a lot more
aero, brakes,
all of that,
slicks,
transaxle, yada 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 yada. They're a race car, So to have an old nail, as it were, with the greatest respect to Bobby Middleton and these people, but it's a heavy old car. Yes, it's got some, it's got better brakes and
it's got all the trick bits on board, isn't it?
But at core though, it's still a chassis car, and it's big. So they're doing a great job.
Yeah, look, they are, and John Bow, the Tirana, not quite as heavy. 1370, I think that's carrying.
Yes, I believe that there was a bit of chat at Symmons Plains about the
smaller capacity engine.
That's true. They only have 5 litre V8, so.
But yeah, look, there's a reason why it's one of the most popular categories around the country.
It's true. Well,
now, the other thing I'd like to add, guys, is that for the TCM cars this weekend only, right, a lot of the restrictions that have been placed on the various makes are free. So it's your call. So you can make the call whether you stay with what you're required to have in the series, or you can do away with it for this weekend only.
So you can pull weight out or put revs back in it or whatever you want to do.
Correct, correct. Now, I spoke to John Bow before he came across the circuit, and he said, Baz, I don't see much point, to be quite honest with you, because at the end of the day, what you're trying to do is be familiar with the car as you are going to use it in the series.
Yes.
What you're going to do is confuse the issue by, altering the balance of the car. And he said to me that I've got the car balanced nicely at the moment. If I decide that I'm going to take the ballast out, what's it going to do to the balance of the car? So for John Bow, as far as the Tirana is concerned, he's running it exactly the same as he ran last weekend. As for the others, I don't know.
Now, my understanding, and I stand to be corrected, is that last weekend he ran at 1370 kilograms, and he had a rev limit of 8,000 RPM. The Camaros were 1510 with a rev limit of 7,500 RPM. But that rev limit, that can change depending on your success level. So we go to the next round. John Bow, in theory, should lose some revs. They'll take 50 revs out of him. So, yeah, that's how they control this. It's called, what do they call it? Success something or other.
Success ballast it used to be. But,
but they've gone away from putting weight in them because that's deemed as being dangerous. The more weight you put in a car, the more dangerous it becomes.
Parity adjustment.
Yeah, so take revs out of them. But those little V8s revving to 8,000, they do sound pretty special.
Especially one of the invitational vehicles for this weekend, Johnny Talbot, in his beautiful Mustang.
Yep. Now, I was led to believe that we may potentially have seen Adam Williams coming out into this category. I can see him in the tent down there. He's not going anywhere at the moment. Also, Jared House was given an invitation to come and play in this group as well. He didn't come out either, but they may come out a bit later on, so hopefully that will be the case. But this is going to be fun. I'm looking forward to this. John Bow and Adam Garwood, two Tasmanians. Now, they had some fun up at Symmons Plains. They passed each other, and they've won all at the moment, equal on points in the championship. This is not a championship round, but it's like we said this morning, there's mind games at play here, and it's hard to out-mind game John Bow. He's done a couple of races.
Yes, he's his 50th year of motor racing. And and young Adam was picking up dust on the right-hand side as he swept through the chute. We saw that starting yesterday. There was a lot of that going on with the Trans Am cars. They were picking up dust on the left-hand side through the chute, and then picking up dust right-hand side to using every millimetre of tarmac available, as you would with these big, heavy cars. You need to use all the track and then some, and that's exactly what they're doing. So we saw this very unique situation yesterday, and we're seeing it again today. You don't see it very often in any sport, even motorsport. We see these father and son combinations, and fathers and sons having a crack, but not often on the same piece of racetrack, and certainly not here at Baskerville. I hadn't realised till yesterday. It's been, I think, 2014 since we last saw Greg Garwood on the Baskerville circuit. And here he is there. And we've seen this Blue Capri second in this train in front of you now, folks. We've seen the Blue Capri plenty of times recently in the hands of Adam, having great success in the Muscle Car Cup at the annual Historics wedding here at Baskerville. But it's out there again, but it's G. Garwood, it's Dad driving, and of course there's young Adam in front in the white line Camaro. He's running in TCM. And of course Tony Karanfilowski, great to see that Tony's made the effort to come down to the south of the state as well. He's really enjoying it. Had a quick chat with him yesterday. Said great track. Said there's pretty much a handful in this car, but it's a bunch of fun. It looks like he's having a good time as well. So the two Garwoods having a good time there at the moment, and Tony K out there. Johnny Talbot coming down through the Esters at the moment. He brought his car down last night from Longford. And he knows it's a 58 or 59 second car. He's several seconds off the pace, but he doesn't care. He said, well, what a bit of fun to come and run on the same track as these guys.
Well, he'd be just happy to be on the track after last year, of course. So, and I always love the sound, as I say, of that particular car. Whoa, Tony Karanfilowski.
A bit of drifting going on there, Baz.
Yeah, I think that grabbed his attention big time. Well, I'm really looking forward to this battle between John Bow and Adam Garwood.
Well, it's on.
I thought you were going to say that, Stridey, but when I was talking to John Bow this morning, he said, gosh, young Adam's driving well. So coming from the master, the man who's had 100 race wins in TCM out of 276 starts, I mean, that's pretty amazing.
I reckon he's trying to get rid of him, though. He said last night on the news, we've got to get these young blokes out of here. At the moment, it's Garwood at a 56.22, John Bow at a 56.32. So 100th between the two of them at the top of the sheet. Karanfilowski sits in third, then Garwood, Freestone, King, and John Talbot in the mighty Mustang. A 55.93 for Garwood. I hope that if there's prize money up for the TCM cars this weekend, I hope Adam wins some. You can buy Isabel some jeans that got holes in them. Have a look at that. What's going on with that?
We'll have to take the tin around. Just buy some clothes for the Garwoods.
And,
Poor thing. Go down to Vinnie's.
Mark King using all the racetrack plus some of the grass on driver's right.
I don't think Mark King has ever been here.
No, he hasn't. First time down here.
Right.
First time back in the car last week after an enforced layoff of about 18 months after a shoulder issue. 9 minutes and 40 seconds left in the session for TCM.
The Tony Karanfilowski car's in pit lane at the moment. They're working on the right rear of the car at the moment. I think they're altering tyre pressures. Certainly the left-hand front is being checked at the moment. In fact, yes, they're just checking tyre pressures.
Notice who the helper is in the right-hand front, Baz? One Peter Swartelli.
Oh.
As a car owner of note, and the guy that used to run the ex-Don Elliott Camaro a very long time ago. The guy that brought Glenn Seaton down to Tasmania, I think it was 2015.
Still owns the car.
Yep. So here he is helping PK this weekend. John Bow in the pits. So as John Bow likes to do, he's got a corporate board. He is a professional driver.
That car is looking very much like, in terms of in terms of corporate sponsors on the car. When you look at John Bow's car, have you seen the 888 Ampol?
Yes, I did.
Red Bull Commodore.
It's a bit busy, isn't it?
Sorry, Roland missed it.
Yeah, it's a bit busy, isn't it? Yeah, I thought I was looking at John Bow's car, but like John's a professional race driver. That's what he does for a living. He's what pays his bills, pays the rent, and puts food on the table. So he's got support from Painter Dixon. They've been his main primary sponsor for a couple of seasons now. And I know that Astron Tech are on board as well. Doric, he's been a Doric ambassador for a long time as well. And Pace Constructions, they've been on board with JB for a long, long time. Bendigo Muscle Cars, of course, building the car. So it's not about time for any of these cars as well. Not just the grunt and reasonable amount of grip and all that sort of stuff, Stridey, and Baz, but they have no aero to speak of. That tiny little original equipment lip, if you like, on the boot, and that's about it.
Yeah.
So to do those sorts of times, I reckon it'd be not hairy, but I reckon you know all about it down the back straight, particularly over that dip or that rise we were talking about before. But a few tyre pressure adjustments there. That's what the guys do. When they start off, folks, they put X amount of PSI in the tyres and they go out there and get them hot. And of course, just through running around the racetrack, will put pressure into the tyres and it'll create a extra temperature. And of course, the temperature rises and it gets to the point where it goes above where the optimum is. So if the tyres work at a certain temperature where they come on and they get a certain amount of heat and the stickiness in the rubber works optimally. But if they go too high, they start going the other way, getting a bit slippy. So after a few laps out on the racetrack, come back in, let a bit of air out back to what they believe to be the optimum PSI for each tyre, and then going back out again now.
Just a small issue down here for the John Bow car. While it was stationary, David, it lost quite a lot of fluid from the car.
Coolant?
To the extent, I'd say so, but to the extent that Steve Kaplis, one of our officials, actually went up to check it out.
No, it's just air conditioning, blokes. it's just the air conditioning. Don't worry about it. It's just the air conditioning.
Now, we've spoken over the course of the morning about the different people that are here, and people have just turned up out of nowhere. Just having a look at the pit crew down there on the Greg Garwood Capri. It's the Demon Datsun duo of John and Gina Siddons doing the business for Greg Garwood on pit road down from Queensland. So, sort of looks a bit like a Datsun, but very different, if that makes any sense. Yeah, bought some engines for there at Datsun 240Z or ZZ. Garwood is on pole at the moment with just over 5.5 minutes left to go in the session by 48 100ths of a second. To John Bow, Karen Filowski sits in third, Greg Garwood, Paul Freestone, Mark King and John Talbot is the order as Karen Filowski goes by again. That lap was a 57.36. His best, a 56.83.
And Paul Freestone just below us here at the moment. His wife is there recording the tyre pressures that they're checking at the moment. And I noticed, guys, that there is a sizable dent in the left-hand rear guard. I'd say that's a leftover from last weekend.
I would say so.
In the maroon Camaro, I was calling it plum yesterday, but it's not plum, it's maroon. If you don't mind. Yes.
Garwood's just gone quicker again, a 55.50. Bow went quicker again and on his lap, a 55.84, separated by 3/10. Our lead two Tasmanians. It's going to happen again, boys. They're going to go at it over the course of the next 2 days. The two Tassie boys, the Tirana of Bow and the Camaro of Garwood. Garwood now moves up to a 57.21. It was his best. He's currently 4th on the timing sheets.
I think you better say senior.
Senior? Well, I don't know if I should call him. I'll just call him Greg.
Okay, that'll do.
That'll do. No, senior works because he had his 60th birthday last year, so he's 60 now, so that puts him up there. With you old blokes.
Does it?
With you old blokes.
Does it now, Andrew? Does it?
Well, I'm not 60.
I've got a poster above my desk and says 60 is an age, not a use-by date. Right? Just remember that, Andrew. That's right.
Doesn't say much for me.
No. 70 is an age, not a use-by date.
Are you going to see 65 again, Rosie? You're a slow learner. You've turned that off again. So we've got 3 minutes and 29 seconds left in the session, and it's Garwood, Bow, Karen Filosky. Bow's just done another fastest lap for himself, a 55.8417. Camaro, Tirana, Mustang, Capri, Camaro, Mustang.
That's not a bad lineup.
Real shame that we couldn't get Stevie J down here in the Falcon and Jerry McLeod in the Commodore. And hopefully, if they come back next year, this particular category, and I'm sure they will because they're very popular and we want them down here, hopefully more of the guys will come along as we see Adam Garwood going behind the pit wall with 2 minutes and 45 seconds left in the session. He's done. It's got its best, or he's happy that that'll do him. Yeah, it'd be nice to see a full field of them down here. I don't know if Ryle Harris is going to come back into the category. Of course, he was a mover and shaker in 2019, and he did very well at Adelaide 500 last year, but that was all we had, wasn't it? Nothing happened after that.
Just the one round. Yeah.
That was the end of that.
We've still got a little bit of time left. The man is holding the checkered flag, but it's not being waved just at the moment. So it's going to be an interesting front row of Adam Garwood and John Bow separated by 0.3 of a second. And then it's a full second back to Karen Filosky and only 0.4 back to Greg Garwood. So a second good battle looming there. Freestone on a 57.21. Sorry, I'll say that again. Yeah, 57.89, so not far off Greg Garwood's time. And then King, followed by John Talbot. As I said, that's an invitational entry. That's actually running as a genuine historic car, as distinct from the Touring Car Masters regulations.
Now, I think I can hear an open microphone channel. You there, Rosie? No? Thought I could hear that echo from an open microphone channel. Now, Baz, young Adam Garwood, he's just qualified on pole.
Yep.
Provisionally anyway, at a 55.50. Camaro, he drove it last weekend. He's driving it this weekend. This afternoon, he's going to head north to Latrobe and jump in a sprint car. Race that tonight. Pretty diverse, very different.
Very.
Very different.
Excuse me. how diverse do you want it? I mean, what have we got? Close to 700 horsepower?
In a sprint car,
Yeah.
close to 900 horsepower.
Right. Okay. 900. Big balloon tyres.
Yep.
Clay surface.
Yeah.
Right.
No gearbox.
No margin for error.
No.
Just keep your foot in it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And don't worry about brakes.
And
All you do is throw it sideways if you can't.
Well, completely different in terms of sitting position in a sprint car. You sit upright over the top of the steering wheel like that.
As if you're driving an Albion bus.
Correct. Whereas in the Camaro, you're sitting back here and it's more the conventional driving position. Sprint cars up over the top of it also. Yeah, very, very different. Very, very different. And but tomorrow morning we'll come back down here and you'll jump back in the Camaro and away you'll go again.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be fun to be young again?
Oh, yes, it would. It would.
The joys of youth. He's able to do that.
Now, shortly, I can hear the rumble of Trans Am cars, and that's telling me that we're about to have the top 8 shootout for the grid, or for the balance of the grid, for the Trans Am cars. So I'm assuming it's a sort of 8th fastest will go first.
Well, I don't know how they're going to do it. They've got 15 minutes, so it's just has got 15 minutes. Whether they're just going to have a 15-minute session or whether they're going to send cars out individually, not sure. We'll find out.
Well, exactly. I think Mark King will be the last one to come in the second of the White Line Camaros.
It's good to have him back. He's been out of the sport for a long time, and he's an absolute gentleman, and that's great to have him back racing.
King Springs.
That's him.
And those springs are very well known by competitors all around Australia.
Oh, yep. Well, not just people in motorsport either. I mean, right across the whole, trailers and caravans and boats and all those sorts of things. Well, not that boats have springs, but yeah, you know what I'm saying. The trailer does. Back with White Line, Bobby Middleton, and I believe Bob's wife Sharon's down this weekend. She wasn't down for Symmons Plain, so she's down this weekend, so that's good. Hopefully Sharon's with us and enjoying the day.
And the temperature's dropped a little bit, but I don't think the forecast was inclement for down south, based on what I saw last night. And you've just Googled it, I think, have you? Or you're checking your Facebook?
I'm doing a bit of everything at the moment.
Oh, right. Lucky you.
Weather.
Yeah.
I'll have a look at weather for you.
Yeah.
It says, my phone says 30% chance of less than 1 mil of rain. So I'd say virtually no chance. Have a look at radar, and the radar's clear.
Okay, well, that's good news. Now, we're about to find out. Now, the cars are lining up on pit lane. So Nathan Hearn has just joined the queue now in the Dodge. And there should be 8 cars coming out. I can see Tim Shaw coming out of the pits now.
Yeah, well, Tim was fourth quickest in the Parry Property number 66 Camaro.
And he also owns the car that Brett Holdsworth is driving. So
yeah,
he's the owner of both. I can see the Mustang of Owen Kelly using his dad's well-known number 73. And Brett Holdsworth has just joined the queue. So at the moment we've got 6, 7 with Seaton, and the last one to come out will be Owen Kelly. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars lined up in pit lane. So maybe it is going to be one out lap, one flying lap and in. We'll just have to wait and see. Our schedule doesn't tell us that. It just tells us that it's a shootout.
Ooh. Now the screen's changed. We've got Sector 1, Sector 2, Sector 3 and lap time.
Goodness, we're being spoiled.
That's all getting flash. Don't they know we're old?
Exactly. Yeah.
Where's the stopwatches on the... Remember we used to have those wooden clipboards and the stopwatches were on the top of the wooden clipboard? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think I've told the story before. The very first Shell Australian Touring Car Championship round that I called, was at Amaru Park, and they had no timing screen at all in the commentary box. Okay, well, it looks like it's going to be one out lap, one flying lap, and in, Andrew, as the first car goes out onto the circuit now.
So what we do know, Baz, as you work out who that is, and it'll be car 21, I think.
Zach Loscialpo.
Yeah.
Tempest Solutions.
The thing about these things, and one of the things the drivers said at Symmons Plains, and bearing in mind it was quite warm at Symmons Plains a few days ago, it takes a little while to get heat into the tyres on these cars.
Yes.
So if they're giving them an out lap and a fast lap, they've got 2 kilometres to try and get some heat into those tyres. And they don't react that well when they're cold.
No.
So it takes 3 or 4 laps to get them up to optimum temperatures. So how much heat can they get into them in this out lap? That's the key. That's what we're doing. That's what it's going to be.
Well, based on that, you would think the wise move would be to go as quickly as you can on your out lap. And at the moment, I'd have to say that Loscialpo is just cruising along. Now he's built up some speed, and so he's coming around now. Now, this is the Chev Camaro. This is car number 21. The Chevrolet Camaro turns it into the right-hander, goes up to the S's now. We'll look for sector 1 to see what he's been able to do. Not quite sure where the sector ends. Nothing's come up at the moment.
No. Maybe they're just teasing us with this
Yeah.
sector deal, because we're showing no times at all at the moment, and he's done better than half a lap. So, yeah, that didn't work. But anyway, we'll keep going.
Well, he's certainly showing a good turn of speed, and now the second car has gone out onto the circuit. So they're going to get through this very, very quickly. Now, how about 2 warm-up laps, because the green flag is about to be unfurled for Loscialpo. I think this is the way it's going to work. No? Checkered flag.
So a 54.68 for Loscialpo.
54.68.
So it is 1 warm-up lap, 1 flying lap, and you're done. Green flag being prepared now for the second car on track,
who's just coming down the back straight now. And so this is to determine positions 1 to 8 for the first race for the Trans Am cars. Building up some speed now as the car comes through the chute. And that's the 116 car.
Thornborough.
Yep, Thornborough. He was up in about 4th in his qualifying, but then sort of got bumped back.
Yeah, some of the other players just found a little bit during the session and bumped him back to 7th. Now, this is your opportunity to move forward a couple of spots if you're good enough, isn't it? And it'll all come down to your ability to build up some temperature in those Hoosier tyres. Remember, these guys are racing for a $30,000 prize pool, $10,000 to win, but 30 grand spread across the field. I'm not sure what the rest of the breakup is, Baz, but I'm sure we could probably find out during the course of the weekend if we try hard enough. But Thornborough coming around to complete his flying lap. 54.6886 is the time to beat. And he does. 54.2804.
Exactly 4/10 of a second faster. So Eden Thornborough holding sway at the moment with the fastest time from Loscialpo. And just looking for our next car, and it's going to be Sam Walter.
Local boy.
Sam did very well last weekend. Crosses the line now to start his flying lap.
Yeah, he was running in the top half a dozen there a couple of times during the Trans Am races last week. Worked his way up to turn number 2, the top of the S's, the blue number 24 machine. 54.2804 is the time to beat.
And it looks pretty neat so far, Andrew, I've got to say.
He is very smooth. Over the top of JMC Skyline. Now, it's a very difficult corner up there. There's not much runoff on the outside of the corner. You're actually turning in before you can see the apex. It's take a big deep breath and turn.
And these cars, you don't have, trick multi-speed gearboxes. When I say multi-speed, they've only got 4 gears to play with, so they don't have 5 or 6 speeds. It's a stick shift. It's not a paddle shift.
No sequential, no paddles,
No independent rear end, although you've got a quick change rear end. And Sam Walter goes to the top with a 54.17.
54.1724.
Yep.
So 1/10.
Yes, 1/10. All right, now I think Nathan Hearn was the next one to go out. And just need to keep an eye on this guy, because I think you'll find that he may be quicker than he went in qualifying. And Tim Shaw will be the next one to go out.
Well, Nathan Hearn's going really slowly down the back straight. I think he's trying to build up some temperature through the brakes, get it radiating out through the wheel. He was on and off the brakes all the way down there. Now he'll build up some speed to start his flying lap, the Valvoline machine. Very talented youngster, Nathan Hearn. What is he going to bring to the table?
The only dodge in the 8.
A lot of conjecture about this young man at Bathurst last year. Should he have raced? Should he not have raced? He did race one of these cars up there in a tin top category and certainly acquitted himself very well, Baz. But I don't know what your thoughts are on that. I would have given him a start in the big race. I think he's done enough at this level to show that he was more than capable.
Yep. I think, to be honest with you, in the finish, it was a case of the powers that be didn't want to create some sort of precedent. That's my view, and I may well be wrong, but based on my experience over the years, I think that might have been it. Okay, so Tim Shaw's out there now in the Parry property car warming up. In the meantime, Nathan Hearn is down through the left-hander, coming around through the sweeper. The time to beat, 54.1724. And what has he done? He gets into the 53s. Great effort. Nathan Hearn in the Dodge, 53.33. That's a full 0.8 of a second faster than Sam Walter.
And
plus that.
Plus some change. It's 8.883 100ths, if you want to call it that, 0.83. So Nathan Hearn, I thought he was out of position in qualifying. We'll see how it washes out at the end of the day. Tim Shaw starts his lap in the Parry Property Camaro up under the Tilford Auto Group bridge through turn 1 up to turn number 2. Done a lot of laps around here in different cars over the years, HQ Holdens, Tiranas, a Commodore Cup car, all sorts of different things. He's a 2 times national champion in different categories, so he's certainly got ability behind the wheel of a race car. Did have quite a long hiatus out of the sport, though.
He did. Quite a long break, I think. Basically
about 20 years.
Established a business, of course, and now he's able to get back into the sport. And in the meantime, Brett Holdsworth has gone out to start his warm-up lap.
The sister car.
Yes. Now we're just looking for the Tim Shaw car down the bottom of the circuit at the moment, coming around. The time to beat, a 53.33. And he does it.
No, he didn't.
Didn't he?
No, 53.50. So Nathan Hearn, 53.33. Tim Shaw, 53.50.
Yep, excuse me, I was a bit confused by the line that went through there. But anyway, okay.
So Nathan Hearn is the quick man at the moment. That is the time to beat.
Now, what can Brett Holdsworth do in the second Camaro from the Tim Shaw Equip?
Had a test day down here just around about Christmas time, Baz. They spent a day down here with the car, and Brett familiarised himself with the Baskerville layout and made some changes along the way. So car should be well suited to this track now after that test day. Over the top of JMC Skyline, Aaron Seaton now comes out on track to start his warm-up lap. So
the time for Brett Holdsworth to beat is Nathan Hearn, 53.33, only 0.16 of a second separating Hearn and Shaw. So good effort there by Tim Shaw. Now, Brett Holdsworth, checkered flag time. What's he been able to do? And fast as 52.8. 52.8 for Brett Holdsworth in the Mustang. And I think Tim Shaw stopped so he could listen to us to find out what the time was. What a great effort. Now, that is a full half second faster than Nathan Hearn. So Brett Holdsworth, great job. But now the 2019 champion, Aaron Seaton, son of Glenn Seaton, and this year will have not only Trans Am, but also it's been announced in recent times he will be doing the Dunlop Super 2 series. So looking forward to a great year.
He'd have to be driving a Ford, wouldn't he?
I would assume
you couldn't imagine a Seaton in anything but a Ford.
Well, yeah, Bo might have something to say about that.
How good was that time by Holdsworth? 52.8064.
And how disheartening it must be for Nathan Hearn, who probably thought that was a cracker lap, and then suddenly finds out he's been beaten by half a second, which is a big gap in motorsport
That's
terms.
huge.
Yep.
Now, the bar's been set very high for the likes of Aaron Seaton and Owen Kelly. Seaton to the checker. Goes quicker again, a 52.7701.
Look at the gap, though. 0.03 of a second.
3/100ths of a second between Seaton and Holdsworth. Seaton at the moment has provisional pole. Owen Kelly now starts his flying lap. All the pressure on him. The last man on track. The time to beat, 52.7701.
Bearing in mind what these cars are, that's a brilliant time. Stunning time.
It's very, very fast. We'll talk about these cars after this lap and just trying to give you a brief explanation as to what they are.
So Owen Kelly at the top of the circuit now has safely got through there. So he's only got basically 3 corners to go, if you like. 2 corners and a sweep up. On the back straight now, and remember it's a 52.77 that he's got to beat. He'll want that pole position. Into the left-hander at the bottom of the back straight, coming around to the finish line now. What can Owen Kelly do in the 73 car?
Can't fix it. 52.95.
Well,
so pole position goes to Aaron Seaton.
Well, it's a bit of a turn-up. I really thought that Owen might have got it. He did get the right-hand wheels onto the grass coming through the sweeper, but he has finished up 0.18 behind Holdsworth. Is that correct?
No, Seaton.
Sorry, Seaton on the pole. Yeah. Hang on.
So it's 0.15 behind Holdsworth, 0.18 behind Seaton.
Yep. So the order, how they'll line up for the top 4 rows will be Aaron Seaton, Brett Holdsworth, Owen Kelly, Nathan Hearn, Tim Shaw, Sam Walter. So 2 Tasmanians there together on the 3rd row. And then we've got Thornborough and Loscialpo. So that's the top 4 rows for the first race for the Trans Am cars.
Well, that's a very interesting lineup there. Now, these cars, they're not anywhere near as sophisticated as you might think from a supercar or something like that. They don't have all the whiz-bang technology. They don't have the sequential gearbox or anything like that. They're only 4-speed, not 6. They don't have a lot of aero. They don't have soft tyres. They don't have big brakes. They all have the same engine, the same gearbox, and the same differential. All the same horsepower, about 540, whereas a supercar is about 650. As I said, the aero, a supercar has a lot more aero. They're a purpose-built race car, as these are. The engine, if you blow one, it's 18 grand to buy another one. So that's very cheap. Try and buy a supercar engine brand new and be a lot more than $18,000.
Well, I've seen figures of 100,000, but I'm not quite sure what accessories that you would have got, if I can use that term.
The longevity of these engines, assuming you don't have an issue, is about 2 seasons.
Yep.
Gearbox very similar. The diff, you touched on it, it's a quick change. Now, as we see in sprint cars in the Speedway, and they're called a quick change for a reason, it's very, very simple. If you want to change the gearing in the diff, so simple, 10 minutes at best, but very, very strong and sturdy and almost bulletproof. As I said,
and the same with the axles. They'd be
drive shafts, almost. And they're all got the same That everyone's geared the same. They've got the same revs, same horsepower. The only real difference between the cars is obviously the body shape. So if there's any aero in the difference between a Mustang and a Camaro and the Dodge, and I think they can play with shockers a little bit.
Yes, they can.
But ostensibly, that's about it, Baz.
Yep. And everybody has got exactly the same chassis, the frame.
Yep.
So that's made by Howe in the States.
So it's a one-make series on steroids.
Yes, exactly.
Because they're a hell of a car.
And you're looking at about $170,000 on the track.
Yep. And now a lot of people go, 170 grand, that's a lot of money, but it's not. If you want to race at a national level in a category that comes around here and goes 52.7 seconds around this place, that's not a lot of money.
No, it's not. Just as a comparison, a TCR car, and they're coming out now for their shootout, by the way, I believe 206,000 for a brand new TCR car on the grid. So we're looking around about 200,000. A V8 supercar, well, you can go north of $500,000.
Absolutely. So yeah, you can see why a lot of people are attracted to these categories, Baz, can't you? And we saw at Simmons Plains the Trans Am cars, particularly as the race wore on and the tyres got a bit tired, cars were moving around and all over the show, and it's exciting to watch.
Yeah, well, there's sort of a balloon-style tyre, for want of a better term, so you get a lot of flex in the sidewall and a lot of power being transmitted through a relatively narrow tyre, so you've got to be on the ball to keep it on the black stuff.
They haven't got the big, massive brake rotors that we see in supercars. They're quite, for the size of the car and the weight of the car, they're a small brake rotor, so your brakes can go away quite quickly as well. Look, they're just a fantastic category. I'm a huge fan. For those people that don't have the budget to go supercar racing, it's a good way to get into a national category and still go very fast.
Spot on. Okay, if you're wondering, folks, we've now got 8 of the... Oh, no, we haven't. We've got 6 TCR cars sitting down on pit lane at the moment. We're about to do exactly the same as what you have just witnessed with the Trans Am cars, the difference being we're going to reduce the capacity by 2/3. Okay, we're going to go half as many cylinders, 2/3 or 1/3 of the capacity of a Trans Am. Little narrow wheels, but they are left-hand drive, although I have an idea the Honda is a right-hand drive. Now, I need to check that.
Yep. You're right.
That caught me out last week, and I didn't latch onto that until after the first session because we're so used to seeing the TCR cars being all left-hand drive.
Yep.
But okay, and this will be a chance for you to have a listen because, as I said, I believe that the Honda Type R that we're going to see in a few moments has a quite different note to the other 5 cars. So, shootout for TCR. Now, in this case, what happens, folks, is that TCR, in fact, is an international category. So what happens, the manufacturers of basically what we call the Class C cars, which are Golf GTI, Audi RS3, Peugeot, Renault, da-da-da-da-da. The manufacturers that decide that they want to be involved in TCR basically commission outside race car builders to build up the cars for the TCR series wherever it might be, because it's run worldwide. And there are something like 12 or 13 different manufacturers that are actually involved in TCR. So there's got to be a massive number of TCR cars around the world, all running to the same regulations, maybe with the odd change in terms of tyres. So they take their engine that could be anywhere from 1600cc to 2 litre. They are turbocharged. They have a 6-speed sequential gearbox. They have a minimum weight. They have a specific wheel and tyre size, which is common right across the field. And so that means they're all very, very similar. And we do have a balance of performance in place as well, subject to how you are performing. So that's just very general what I'm talking about. So the reason why they've got the flares, you might be wondering, is that it's simply to accommodate the wider wheels that are stipulated for this particular category. If you were to take those flares off, you're going to find the exact same body shell. In fact, it's produced by that particular manufacturer. So that'll give you just a very general idea as to how the category works. And as I say, you're looking at something in the order of $200,000 for a new car on the track. Now, going back to the previous winner, and we're talking about a certain Will Brown. Will Brown won the championship in 2019. We didn't have a series last year, of course, so nothing actually happened. But if we go back to the situation in 2019, Will Brown, who took it out, was pretty much the dominant driver with TCR. In fact, he scored, I think it was 7 wins.
I think he's going to surprise a lot of people this year when he gets into the world of supercars.
Well, yeah, exactly. So I was about to say that Will Brown has now been signed up by Erebus Motorsport for a full-time career in supercars. We have seen him previously having the odd drive, particularly at Bathurst and in the endurance races, but now is going to be a full-time driver with Erebus Motorsport. Now, in 2019, there were a total of 20 races that counted towards the series, and the new sponsor for the series beginning this year, is Super Cheap Auto. So we certainly welcome them on board.
Absolutely.
Now, just to give an idea of Will Brown's dominance, he had 7 wins, 5 seconds, and 2/3 in that. And the first car has actually gone out onto the circuit.
Yeah, Zach Hudson.
Zach Hudson, first time up for him in a TCR car. So.
Yep.
Now, the other interesting thing, Andrew, while we're talking about that and watching Zach Hudson in the Valvoline-sponsored car go up the hill, is that second in the series was Tony D'Alberto in the Honda Type R. And the thing that's fascinating is that he didn't get a win. He only got 1 second, and he got 4/3. But consistency was the key. And I can tell you that he scored 14 top 6 finishes in 20 races. So that's the thing with TCR. You've got to be consistent. So first car on the track now, Zach Hudson. And just coming around now to complete the lap. And what have we got in the Valvoline GRM Alfa Romeo?
56.50.
56.50 for Zach Hudson. So that's the benchmark at the moment. The second car is out there on the track at the moment.
So the unknown here, Barry, and it was the same with the TCM car, the Trans Am cars for me, is how much heat are they able to get into these tyres and generate in that one warm-up? It's only 2K. How much heat can they get into them, and what sort of drivability have they got in the car after one warm-up lap?
Exactly.
That's the key.
Now, as we keep saying, front-wheel drive, so you're doing the steering and the braking predominantly with your front wheels.
And all-wheel drive.
Now, what they have done, and I don't know whether they still do, is some of the drivers, and it was very evident in 2019, were using the handbrake to almost lock up the rear wheels. Now, across the line goes the number 33 car of Dylan O'Keefe.
Starting his lap.
They were using the handbrake to actually get some temperature in the rear brakes and the tyres. So I don't know whether anybody's doing that at the moment. So Dylan O'Keefe, in 2019, he finished well down, had some very good performances, but then he had a couple of really bad ones. For example, in the last round, never even scored a point. So that hit him very hard.
Yes.
And as I was saying just a moment ago, it was all about consistency.
Got a lot of experience in Porsche, in Carrera Cup and the like. But these things obviously are world away from a Carrera Cup Porsche. Nothing similar at all. He's in the braking area off the end of the back straight. We'll have his lap time in just a moment. 56.5081 is the time to beat. And he does beat it, a 55.04. So 1.45 seconds quicker. That's very quick indeed from Dylan O'Keefe on one warm-up lap. Well done.
Yep. And just to finish off what I was saying, Dylan O'Keefe actually had 4 wins, 3 seconds and a third in 2019. But as I said a moment ago, had a couple of runs where he basically scored nothing. And so he finished up 5th in the series in 2019.
It's weird that we keep saying, and there was nothing last year. I mean, we're not used to having a year where there's nothing.
Exactly.
We had a very shortened Supercar Championship, but nothing else. None of this. No Carrera Cup. Nothing. It's just.
So if you were doing a motorsport yearbook for Australia, it'd be a very small book.
Yeah, it'd be a notepad.
Exactly. Okay, so we've got Ben Bargwanna, I would suggest, out there at the moment, son of Jason Bargwanna, 2000 winner of the Bathurst 1000. That is Jason Bargwanna. And this is his son Ben, who I met at Symmons Plains. And he's been doing a very, very good job, I must say. And this is actually a brand new car for Symmons Plains, by the way.
Okay.
The car that got damaged last weekend with Jason driving, in fact, was the original Peugeot, as I understand it, to come to Australia in 2019. So Ben Bargwanna obviously didn't compete in 2019, and he's got 55.0494 to beat. He's down through the left-hander, so it's been a tidy lap so far. Burson are the sponsors, the Burson Garage, and Bargwanna goes to the top with a 54.51.
Yeah, tidy.
Fantastic.
Very,
Yeah.
very tidy. Half a second?
Half a second over Dylan O'Keefe. So Dylan might be a bit surprised by that because Dylan's had far more experience. This is only the second meeting for young Ben Bargwanna in the series. So
comes from good stock, though, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. His old man can steer.
Can steer. As you said, won Bathurst in 2000. The car he won it in actually lives here in the south of Tasmania.
Now, I actually like it when I talk to Jason Bargwanna because
he's shorter than
you. Just a whisker. Okay, Zach Suter is next out on the circuit now in car 110.
The Honda Civic.
Now, this is the car I said that I thought had a far different note. So the Type R, which was proved to be a very, very quick car in 2019, but may well be affected early this season by the balance of performance arrangement. And he's up at the top of the circuit at the moment. Don't know anything much about Zach Suter, to be honest with you.
Don't know a lot about him myself.
But
he's obviously a good operator.
Well, let's just have a look at what transpired last weekend.
Comes round to commence his lap now. Complete his lap, sorry, a 55.00.
So that's second fastest.
Yep.
At the moment, second fastest. Okay.
So it's Bargwanna, Suter, O'Keefe, and Hudson. 2 cars still to go.
So last weekend, Zach Suter, in fact, didn't score any points in the third race and was well back. He finished second last in the 18 cars last weekend. So he's showing quite reasonable pace here this weekend.
Yeah, he is. Absolutely, yeah.
Down the bottom of the circuit now.
Aaron Cameron. Peugeot 308.
Now, I'm pretty sure that's a new car as well.
Okay.
I spoke with his mum and dad at the end of the meeting last.
Only driven at weekends?
Only driven at weekends. On Tuesday when I was leaving at the circuit, and they were certainly looking forward to this weekend. This young guy's got a lot of talent. So let's see how he goes now. This is the 5th of the 6 cars to complete their lap to establish the grid positions, of course, for race number 1 for TCR. Down through the left-hander now, so again it's been a nice neat lap. The Valvoline supported car, and across the line he goes and goes to the top. Wow, a 53.5.
9.
Yeah, so he's actually 9/10 of a second faster than Ben Bargwana.
Oh, he's given him a slap, hasn't he, with that?
Cop that. So what does it mean now that we've got Peugeots 1 and 2, Aaron Cameron, Ben Bargwana, but the big thing for me is 9/10 of a second difference.
Yeah, huge difference.
Okay, well, he's got a front row start. Let's put it that way.
He does.
He's on the front row. It's all down to Jordan Cox now, a great young talent.
Oh, I'm very impressed with this young man. I really am.
In the Alfa Romeo Giulietta Veloce. You can't miss it. White with that Dago colours. Picture partners on the side of the car. Into turn 1. Notice that the right rear wheel just locking up as it turned into the right-hander. Down through the S's. Kept it nice and smooth. Didn't go up on the curbs. Heads up the hill now. About 350 horsepower from this, I think it's an 1800cc engine. And down the hill now into what we used to call Calvin's. Do we still call it Calvin's?
I do.
Yeah.
Calvin's turn 6, whatever you want to call it.
Yep. So, can Jordan Cox take pole position? That's the big question at the moment. He's down into the braking area for the left-hander. Accelerating now through the sweeper. The time to beat, a 53.59.
Can't do it.
He hasn't done it. A 53.90 now. Second fastest. So the front row of the grid will be Aaron Cameron in the Peugeot, Jordan Cox in the Giulietta, then the Peugeot of Ben Bargwana. Zach Sutar will be next in the only Honda in the field. Then the Renault Megane of Dylan O'Keefe, and finally Zach Hudson in the Alfa Giulietta.
So, Baz, I used to own a Honda Civic. It didn't go like that. And I've driven a lot of Renault Meganes, and they don't go like that.
No, they don't. But such has been the leap in technology over the years that it's quite incredible the horsepower that can be, or the kilowatts, I should say, that can be generated from small capacity engines once you put that hairdryer on the side, and it's just amazing. I drive a Golf GDI, a standard Golf GDI, 2 litre turbo, 169 kilowatts straight off the showroom floor.
That's plenty.
Now, you go back a few years ago, if you had 169 kilowatts from a 2 litre car, you'd think you had a race car.
You had a lot.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, that's qualifying. That's the shootout for TCR cars. Remembering, it's not part of their series. It's very much an invitational event, but I think it's fantastic that we've had these cars here. The times, I think, are spectacular.
Yeah, Baz, and it can only mean good things. Obviously, the 6 guys that are here racing this weekend in TCR, and similarly the numbers that are racing in Trans Am and so on, they're going to talk to the guys that raced at Simmons and didn't come here, and we've already heard that it looks like it's on again next year. So they're only going to say, look, don't miss out on Baskerville, because that was a hoot down there. It's a terrific little track and the like. So I think it can only grow. It can only get bigger and better. This is the first time, and it's not an ideal time to be trying to bring new events to life when you consider we've got COVID, we've got a limited number of people allowed in the pits, we've got a limited number of people allowed on the hill, we've got social distancing, all the stuff that we have to adhere to make it happen. We've basically built a brand new event in very difficult times. Last week was an overwhelming success, in my opinion, and I think it can only grow.
Absolutely. All right, well, I'm going to have a short break.
Right.
And I'll join you gentlemen in a little while.
Gentlemen.
Yes.
Must be Rosie and someone else, is it? So, folks, if you're wondering what's going on at the moment, we've got a ute sitting down here on the grid. We're organising to have some lunch taken out to our officials. And we have a guest coming to join us. A couple of them, actually. 5 times Tasmanian HQ champion Phil Ashland. We'll have a little chat to him first. Phil, g'day, mate. How are you?
Good, mate. How are you?
Oh, can't complain for an old fella on a sunny Saturday after. Is it Saturday? It is, isn't it? Yeah.
It's not that sunny now.
Oh well, no, but it's okay. You don't want it to be too sunny.
Yeah.
How's things going, mate? Did you have a run yesterday?
Yeah, we had a run yesterday and qualifying this morning.
So the question is, right? During the week, you were dominant at Simmons Plains. We all know that. And during the week, you got all these mainland cars into Howell Automotive, gave them all a tweak up and a tune up. Why?
I think
They might give you a touch up.
No, I think the closer the better, mate. More competition, more interesting for the crowd, and just for me as well.
And Tothy's got you covered at the moment in quali.
Yeah, he does. It's very close, but
he's good down here, isn't he?
Yeah, it's quick at Simmons Plains. Times were pretty close. I just think I got a good start and got away, and he got held up in a bit of traffic. So
yeah, so it's good to have these Queenslanders down here. We don't get interstate visitors down here that often. It's fantastic they've come down. 8 of them, was it?
Yeah, there's 8, and they're a bit off pace in qualifying, but they're good races. So I think we've got to watch out for them when they come through in the pack.
I'm certainly going to be keeping an eye on Brandon Madden. He's obviously run down here before in your car, and he kindly blew your engine for you.
Yeah, at least he was winning when he did it.
That makes all the difference, doesn't it? And mate, that gives him experience at this venue.
Yeah, that's right. He knows his way around here. He's been around a few times, and his car's pretty quick. He's number 1 in Queensland, so he knows what he's doing. That's for sure.
Has he won 5 championships?
Nah, 2.
But you got bragging rights there, mate. You got him covered. Now you've brought a guest up for us.
I have.
Who have you brought up?
Dave Amor. Where are you from, Dave? He's from Victoria somewhere.
Near Phillip Island.
Yeah. He knows a bit about HQs. That's
Does
for sure.
he?
Yeah. Probably as much as you.
Probably more than me.
Yeah.
I've only been around him since 1988. I haven't been around long. I'm 200 years old, you know that.
Yeah.
Well, let's have a chat with Dave. Give him that headset. We'll get him on and have a chat with Dave. Does a bit of commentary around the country in the world of QEs. Dave, welcome to Baskerville.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Nice little track, mate. Have you been here before?
I certainly have. This is my 4th time
Only
to
4?
Tassie. Yep. Yeah. I'm not allowed out all the time. And no, I've come down here with a few of the nationals and things like that. The nationals there for the HQ Holdens, and I'm sort of a person like you. Since '89, I started HQ racing.
I'm way more experienced than you.
But I've probably won more championships. So,
you've won way more. How many you won?
15 in
You
Victoria.
won 15? Well, you've won 15 more than me then.
Yeah, well, that's it. But, mate, the idea was I wanted to go racing.
Yep.
I didn't have a lot of money.
Yep.
And back then I didn't have a lot of know-how either.
That sounds very familiar.
Yeah, it is. And I started off with HQ Holden.
Yep.
So I got my CAMS license and things like that. And a gentleman called Bob Jane opened up the Thunderdome. So I started a 1-car team, then it ended up 2, then it ended up with 3.
Yep.
So I did that for 10 years, and then back onto the flat tracks and going all around Australia. In the last 8 years, I've got a truck that I buff all the tyres, make all the parts and supply everyone throughout Australia.
Yeah,
So
righto.
it's the backbone that's keeping all the HQs going. And, mate, just fantastic to come down here, especially to Baskerville.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful little track.
It is, and I remember back in the day, probably one of the first group of interlopers we saw come here from Victoria had a gentleman by the name of Neville Haley involved, and wow, didn't he spank some people in the time that he was in HQ Holdens? He was a bit of a revelation in the world of Kiwis.
Yes, a mate of mine and fantastic bloke. And what Neville actually did is he went right around Australia, but what he did with every state is he brought the competition to a next level. And that next level, it's just like here today with Toffee and Cordwell, the Viking, or whatever you want to call him, and also Ashland here as well.
You used to call him the Viking, mate, when he was a big man, but I don't know what we call him now.
He's only a toy boy now, by the looks of it. Yeah, that's for sure. He's lost a little bit of weight, but
he's smaller than Phil now. Phil looks scarier.
Yeah, that's for sure. But the idea is with these HQ competitors and all the rest, we'll help each other get on the track, because the only place we want to beat them is on the track.
Yep.
And like he just said, he had 5 of the opposition on his dyno during the week to try and help him out.
Yep.
Because, mate, that's what it's all about. Close, good, clean racing, bumper to bumper, door handle to door handle. That's what HQ excitement, HQ affordable is and has been for 32 years.
Well, when it first started, and as I said, I've been around since it first started. It started right here in October 1988. The whole idea was blokes like yourself, and you categorised it. You wanted to go racing. You didn't have much of a budget, but you wanted to race something that was close, fun, and affordable. And that's what they started. That's what they built. And when you look at the rules from 1988 to today, there's a few small differences, but they're very, very similar. The rules are still very, very similar to when the category first started way back then. The times have increased or improved immensely, but the cars are still quite affordable.
Yeah, and they certainly are. And what everyone's got to realise is they're 50 years old this year. The HQ Holden, when they started making them in 1971, 457,000 of them, 13 different types.
Don't know how many of those 457,000 are left. Wouldn't be many.
We've certainly killed a few off over the years, that is for sure.
I think the Dome killed a number of them.
Yeah, we had our issues and our problems with it, but it's a family orientated sport.
Yep.
It really is. And this weekend, what Gary Rogers and Boost Mobile's been able to do is absolutely fantastic. We've been able to get onto Simmons Plains and Baskerville here,
yep.
And there'll be a lot more mainlanders come over next year if we're invited. And I really hope so, because I think this is the new platform, the new divide in motorsport throughout Australia, that spectators want to come here and look at race cars, smell race cars, but also go racing and actually physically be able to catch up with the drivers and the crews.
They want to see good close racing, and
yes.
They want to see lots of different categories and lots of good close racing. Kiwis are always going to deliver that, and Phil spoke to me at the very infancy of this, and he said, how do we get on that program? I said, what you need to do is you need to be organised. You need to talk to Donald Potter from Motorsports Tasmania, and you need to hound him and hound him and hound him and tell him you've got 20 plus cars and you've got a category manager and you've got all this stuff and you'll be on the bill. And sure enough, that's what's happened. And I'm not going to speak for Don, but what I would say is going forward, based on what we saw last weekend, and I'm sure what we're going to see over today and tomorrow, putting on a great show. If you go to him and say, look, we want to be back on next year and we've got 30 cars, 25 cars, whatever the number is, I don't think it's that much of a deal to be done. I think it'd be pretty simple to do that deal.
It certainly will, and Tasmania's got a family and a few people right beside them that give 110% to the HQs to promote and all the rest. And Sue Ashland, I know she doesn't like to be spoken about very often.
Well, let's do it some more.
She is the backbone of this, right? If you've got an issue or a problem, I ring up Sue. I'm coming across. What can we do for you, David?
Yep.
Blah, 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 and all the rest. And that's what it's all about, because we've got to promote ourselves. If we don't promote, we don't get anywhere. And Tasmania's done a fantastic job once again in 2021.
Well, it's only the start, isn't it? I mean, I think you've made the point. I mean, this the Boost Mobile Race Tasmania, I think this concept with ARG and all the categories that are coming in underneath that umbrella, and I'm sure around the country at different stages, HQ Holdens will get the opportunity to be on the support card at different places around the country. I hope it happens, because it always turns on a good show.
Yeah, it certainly does, and I'm pretty sure we'll be able to get onto Winton I'm really hoping for that. Daryl McHugh's here this weekend, so I'll have a bit of a chat to him also and tell him how good we are, which he already knows. But mate,
just remind him.
Yeah, of course I will. and that's part of what I've been doing for 15 or so years is getting up on the commentary box, explaining, sort of just telling the people the specs of the HQ Holden. We've taken out the back seat, we put a race seat in it. We put a roll cage in it to make it safe for the drivers. Well, I call them a spacer. That's the thing between the seat and the steering wheel.
Yeah.
All right. We've got Kenda tyres. We've got Pettis suspension. It's a 3-speed manual, right? 355 diff ratio. Most of them are Salisbury's. And around here, they're pulling around about 5,800 revs. Okay.
First HQI race still had the automatic gearbox.
Yeah, for you, it probably suited you.
It did. She'd done 257,000 Ks, mate. She was a traumatic. Don't you worry about that. But anyway, it was a good thing, and I went 2 seconds a lap quicker as soon as we put a manual in it, but that was all right. It's a very affordable category. The engines are all sealed. Everyone's got the same camshaft, the same pistons. Headwork and all that sort of stuff's all very limited. You can only bore them to a certain size. What I'm saying is it's well monitored in terms of what you're allowed to do to your car. So you're not going to have someone who's got $1 million come and build a car that you can't compete with.
Well, see, that's what's so good about HQ Holdens, and that's the reason why I got into it, because it didn't matter whether you had $10,000 to build a car or whether you had 200,000 or 300,000. Some of those people are coming to HQ Holdens, right? You can only do X, Y, and Z.
Correct.
And that's what people have got to realise. Everything is checked, everything is scrutineered, the engines get put together, they get sealed, and everything else like that.
Gearboxes and diffs are sealed too now, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
They weren't in the early days, but they are now.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Weight, got to have all the same weight?
Yeah,
same diff ratio?
It all depends the size of the driver. All right, so we've got a minimum weight 1365 as they come off the track.
Yep.
Okay.
That includes the driver.
That includes the driver, fuel, and everything else like that. So you have to be a minimum of 1365. Most of these cars are around about the 1380, 1385. But it's absolutely fantastic. What you got to realise, ladies and gentlemen, is back in the early days, and we call it the early days, 93, 94, 95, we had Dick Johnson, Peter Brock, Jim Richards drive these cars up in Darwin.
David Parsons drove on here every meeting. He loved it.
David Parsons is a close mate of mine and all the rest. We organised the car with John Wise Motorsport up at Bathurst there a few years ago, and he done extremely well also. So hopefully Dave might be here this weekend. But, we've just got to look at it. What I say about family and about HQs, it's a motorsport that I told my mum and dad I was getting into 32 years ago, and they were scared, they were worried because they were rev heads, right?
Yep.
They come off the dairy farm. So did I. I didn't know a lot. All right, I know a little bit more. And by the second race meeting, my dad said to me, when's the next race meeting, David? When's the next race meeting? And we done 10 years at the Thunderdome. I've supported and helped and maintained and looked after cars for 32 years. So I'm the oldest competitor of H Goldens throughout the world and absolutely love it. And there's some people here that have been racing as of the first race that are back here racing there with scrutineers and helping with the class and all the rest. And that's one thing we really want for HQ Holdens. Yeah, we're 50 years old and everything else like that. We've still got another 10 or 20 years, if CAMS keeps on allowing us to do what we want to do. And that's to change very, very little. We have to change a fraction for safety, OH&S, as you know, and everything else like that.
But when things become unavailable.
Yeah, because when there's a change, it costs money.
Correct.
All right, and this is a class that if you can't fit into a Formula V, you go for a tin top HQ.
So one thing they found with Formula V, and it's going to be the same with HQs, probably already is, some of the parts are starting to get hard to find. So it might be the 202 block. It might be, I know that nose cones are becoming a bit of a premium in the world of HQs, front guards, all those things that are consumables that we've seen get smashed up often, become hard to find. So at times, those people that make the rules have to say, righto, well, we're going to allow fiberglass nose cones or whatever it may be. I'm not saying that they have, but that at times you will have to make little changes because those parts are no longer easily available.
You're right on the ball. You hit the nail on the head. What we've had to do is we've had to manipulate, change, massage a little bit to keep this category going, okay? Because when it first started in 1993, there's 685 HQs racing throughout Australia, including Tassie.
Yes.
All right, tongue in cheek. right? So then we started looking at it and everything else like that. And yes, they've cut down to about 215 cars. Last year is a year that motorsport wants to forget about. Okay, let's concentrate on this year. We're all back racing again. The COVID's been pushed into the corner. We can continue on and start going motor racing and enjoy the passion of motorsport, the passion that we love, because it's a sport for crews, families, and getting someone that might want to have an opportunity to try out motorsport.
So I've got a
won't
question
lose a
for
lot
you.
of money.
Got a question for you.
Yep.
Someone may be sitting up on the hill thinking, yeah, that sounds like something I'd like to get into.
Yep.
Ballpark, what would you think would be a fair number to pay for a reasonably competitive race car?
All right. You probably spend around about the $12,000 mark, maybe 15 if you want to get up near, to the front. With it, you got to get your CAMS license and everything else like that to do it.
Yeah, but
that's practice days.
All those are expenses that you would have no matter what category you went into.
Correct.
So I'm more asking about the actual car itself.
Yep.
Because no matter what people want to race, they're going to have the CAMS license and the suit and the helmet and all gear.
12 grand. 12 grand.
12 to 15,000.
Yeah, we'll give you car, spares, and everything you need.
So that's very affordable to go racing. I mean, you can't. Motor racing is an expensive sport. We all know that. That's just the nature of the beast.
Yep.
But 12 to 15 grand is very affordable.
It certainly is, and that was the only way that I could physically kick the door open and start when I started. The interesting thing is when I started, I built my transit van, put a 350 Chev in it, and got all that done. I then built the trailer. That was the next year, right? And then I built the car myself because didn't have that money to buy it. Where now it's a little bit more affordable. You can find cars out there in the sheds that have been there for a while. You can pick them up a little bit cheaper. You've got to spend money on them and do them. But, mate, it's something that I wouldn't change a day for motorsport since I've been in it because, mate, the family and the people you meet, it doesn't matter whether it's your Glenn Sleaton you got down there, your John Talbot, or anyone else like that. They'll talk to you, they'll speak to you, and you give them the same courtesy as what they give you, and that's what motorsport's all about. The fans up there on the hill and everything else like that, absolutely fantastic. It's beautiful. It's a fantastic little track. There's been a lot of work's been going on this track in the last 10 years, and we'll continue on to make it better.
Well, in the last 5 or so years, they've spent, I think it's about $1.4 million, raised and spent about $1.4 million on this venue. They've resurfaced it. There's new drainage. Tower's been redone. The road end's been done. There's all sorts of stuff happening.
Yep.
And it's all been done by our foundation. And they're still working very, very hard today to do upgrades and obviously maintenance along the way. So, look, we can only look forward and hope that things keep improving and a little resurgence in HQs. I'd love to see it get up to 300 or 400 again because those days were unbelievable. Here in Tassie at one stage, and you've got to remember, we've got a small population here. One stage we had to have 2 divisions of HQ Holdens because we couldn't get them all in one grid. We had 40, 45 cars turn up for a race meeting. If you didn't enter early enough, you didn't get a start. And it was super, super cool. Man, we tore some cars up.
Yeah, it certainly has. But you've got to remember there was 3 gentlemen around a round table in a pub that thought of HQs and actually made them go together.
I know those blokes. You obviously use the term gentleman loosely.
That is for sure. But they sat down and they looked at what car could they get, what car was available, what car had plenty of spares, what was something that we could massage into affordable excitement, and that pub and that table has certainly come a long way.
It has, and I'm pretty sure from memory that was at Ross, and wasn't too much longer after that. Spider Johnson's car turned up at a touring car meeting at Symmons Plains in March 1988 and did some display laps, and everyone thought, oh, yeah, HQ Holdens, they're not much of a thing. That probably won't last. Later on that year, the category started, and it's just gone from there. It's Mike Raymond saw them at the Supercar touring car meeting in Symmons Plains in 1989, and he said, I want those on the telecast. And everyone's going, what? No, you don't. He said, there's 30 of them. They're all the same. They're cool. I want them on the telecast. What Mike Raymond wanted, Mike Raymond got. They're on television, and the rest is history. It just went from there. Everyone around Australia watched the telecast, saw these things. How cool are that? That's fantastic. And away it went.
Yeah, Mike Raymond, I'll take my hat off to him because, he was the guy that said, no, this is what you got to do. This is what's got to happen. And I have to thank him very, very much because from there, like you said, it's just snowball effect, and we've been very, very lucky. So 32, almost 33 years of HQ's actually racing.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
and there's
brilliant.
been some pretty talented guys come into HQ Holden Racing or come out and then go to other places in motorsport. I mean, we've touched on a few of them. David Parsons, Peter Brock drove one, Jim Richards has driven. They've all driven them.
Yep.
Some
Even Split Pin has, like he's done it.
Some of them didn't like them very much, but
mate, like
Greg Crick was the first man to roll one. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
There you go. As you come off turn 6 and onto the back straight there,
yeah,
G Crick got all out of shape and tipped it upside down.
Oh, all right, that's fair enough. But when you have a look at it, you got Barry Cassidy, which done the schooling for the HQs at Simmons Plains right there at the start, where you actually went in, you actually paid some money, you went there and you tested. There was a group of guys. And
Tascar driver search.
Yep, and if you were number one, you owned that car at the end of the session.
Tim Shaw won that.
Yeah, Tim Shaw. Well, he's down here, still mucking around playing with with race cars, which is absolutely fantastic.
Tell you another guy that was actually involved in that Tascar driver search and actually didn't win was one Marcus Ambrose.
Exactly, you're correct.
I know. I was there.
I think he finished second.
He did.
He finished second. I'm sure Marcus is here this week. I want to catch up with him.
Yeah, Mark Lucas won that particular year.
Yeah, that's right. Mark Lucas. That's right.
Lucas.
Not the other one. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So that was very, very close. But just goes to show you, we all have to start somewhere. We can't just turn up with a V8 supercar and a few million behind you. You've got to start somewhere. You've got to go to the grassroots. Bugwana, like you said with him, his son started off in the Hyundais. Well, and have a look at the Hyundais.
Jason Bugwana himself, he started in Formula V. John Bowe started in Formula V.
Well, he's short enough to, isn't he?
Well, he is.
Yep.
But back then, when they started racing, there weren't HQs. But John Bowe, he started in Formula V.
Yep.
My first meeting might have been here, actually. I can't remember. He'd be able to tell you. But it just goes to show that those feeder categories, the very much budget racer type categories, is a great way for people to get in. HQs is one of them. Formula V is another one. Depends whether you want a roof or not. Some people love open wheel racing. Some people love roofs. If you love a roof, hard to beat a QE.
It certainly is. And with my shape, I don't quite fit into a Formula V. So that's the reason why I had the QE, just like you would.
Well, I'm not going to say anything about shapes, but Dave, thanks for coming and having a chat with us, mate.
Thank you very much.
Were you at Simmons last week?
No, I wasn't. I was unable to get on the boat. The boat was a bit full and a bit busy, and I was too. So I came here 2 days ago.
Don't have planes out of where you live, mate?
Well, they do, but I still wanted to bring some HQ stuff over.
Right.
The plane won't let me. So
no, they won't.
Yeah, if it's okay, I might come up here later on and talk to you while they're racing the HQs, if I'm allowed.
Well, in Tasmania, we're pretty relaxed in Tasmania. We don't have problems with people doing that.
Perfect. And I can't wait. And thank you all for having a bit of a listen to me. And everyone, just enjoy the weekend. This is Baskerville, and Gary Rogers and everyone else has put this on. Thank you very, very much.
Thanks, Dave. And a very, very, very experienced man in the world of HQ Holden Racing. You'll hear from him later in the day. We've just been having a bit of a lunch break, giving our officials some lunch, and we've had some display laps from the fabulous Monaro as campaigned at Bathurst in the 24-hour race back in the day. There was a couple of them. Gary Rogers built a red one, which sits in the museum up at Bathurst, I believe, driven by the great Peter Brock. And it lived in Tasmania for a little while, that car. It was owned by Rob Sherrard. And, as I say, it lived here for a while. But, we just have to give our officials some lunch, so we've just been doing that. So shortly we're going to have a demonstration from the S5000s. Now, they can't race at Baskerville. The reason for that, folks, is that the track licence as issued by Motorsport Australia isn't of a high enough level for S5000. Doesn't quite reach the FIA standards required for S5000. So they're allowed to do display laps, but they can't actually race. So you still will get some excitement, though. I guarantee you that if you weren't at Simmons Plains last week or a couple of days ago, where were you? But they were fantastic up there. We had 10 or a dozen of them up there, and they broke the outright lap record that had been standing for 41 years, as set by Alfie Costanzo back in 1980 at a 50.16. It now sits in the 49s, and they were simply fantastic. They're longer than you first expect. They make all the right noises, and they're certainly a very fast car. We've got Nathan Hearn and James Golding on track at the moment in the 2S5000s. For people that have been around the sport for a little while, just turned on.
Well, folks, we don't actually have an official Dorian timer aboard these cars because they're only demonstrations, so there's no need, so they say. So it's up to you guys and girls up there in Spectator Land to get out your iPhones, your Galaxies, your whatever. I mean, maybe you even have one of those old-fashioned wind-up stopwatches, don't know why, but you might. And this is your chance to do your own little bit of amateur timekeeping, if you like, to see what sort of times these guys are going to do. They're probably getting close to the zone where the cars are in the zone, with the tyres at the right temperature and all the gauges hanging in the right place, as the late great Frank Gardner used to say, and just getting into optimum zone to get some serious speed out of his little S5, well, not so little S5000 race cars here around the rather tight confines of Baskerville Raceway, 2.1 kilometres. So we're seeing 49-second laps yesterday. Have you got it?
I just started.
Starters on the job, and you
don't know how good I am as a timekeeper. We'll find out.
That's all right. There's people up there in Spectator Land. You can just find your little landmark in front of your spectator point and do your own little timekeeping. So it's all a bit moot.
So I'm on Nathan Hearn. He's just going up over JMC Skyline. Jimmy Golding just coming across the line. Bieber, they call him. If you see him out of the car and you see his haircut, you'll understand why they call him Bieber.
As in Justin Bieber.
He's got it all going on in the hairstyle stakes.
He has.
These cars, super impressive at Simmons Plains, Rosie.
Yes, brainchild. Well, it's a bit of a joint effort, really, between a couple of entities, but pretty much started by the founding editor of Australian Motorsport News, an excellent journalist and former supercar driver and touring car driver, I should say, and former international kart racer, and that is Chris Lambden. He was had this vision to revive, if you like, the Formula 5000s of the 80s and 90s, for the halcyon days of those, and bring back a top-end, fast, angry, growling, if you like, super category as far as Formula cars are concerned. We've had Formula 3s and 4s and Formula 4s, and they're all great and great feeder categories, but a fast, angry, high-end Formula car is what he was aiming to get, and that's what he's got. So we have a very high-tech car, a high-tech chassis, super safe. You might see it's got the halo in there. We've got a 50.12 according to Tony Whitlock, who's joined us in the commentary tower. So you guys and girls out there in Spectator Land, you might be getting your 49s and your 50s or something like that. But anyway, these are absolutely state-of-the-art in terms of build anyway. It's very, very strong composite material. It's very light. And of course, paddle sits in the gearbox. The guys aren't reaching down to crank the old H pattern with the big lever going to the gearbox at the back. They're all quite sophisticated now. They've got data logging and as I say, state-of-the-art in terms of electronics and brake material and so on and so forth, and much, much stronger and much, much safer, including, of course, the halo, which is now pretty much mandatory in all Formula cars of note.
Well, Rosie, we saw in that horrific, no other word for it, horrific Formula 1 crash just towards the end of 2020, just the value of the Halo. And going back a little bit further, our own Alex Peroni, we saw the value of the Halo then. I was, when I first saw it, I thought, not sure. I'm a big fan of it now.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Romain Grosjean in the F1 race at a second but last F1 race for 2020, and that horrific crash where he went through the guardrail and the car split in two, but the halo and the drivers all protected him long enough to survive that impact. And of course, he received some burns on his hand when he's trying to escape the subsequent inferno, but that was a very, very lucky escape. Anyway, that was then. So now this is about the cars that are beautifully built out of the Gary Rogers Motorsport workshops in Melbourne. They're certainly very prolific in Australian motorsport. Look, they might not be in supercars GRM, but they're building all the S5000 cars. They've got a swag of TCM cars. They've got fingers and all sorts of pies. Not yes. TCM, TCR, I should say, cars. Building and running those. And got some interest in some Trans Am cars as well, which they're leasing out to many and various.
I just got Jimmy Golding at a 49.08.
Okay, and Tony just had one of the two at a 40.17. Don't know if it was Golding or Hearn. Golding is the dark blue car, but it's just a demonstration. But long story short is, folks, that these two cars are running around at about the lap record pace, more or less. Let's take a couple of tenths, as set by Josh Keane in the Benetton B186 at the Historics meeting a couple of years ago.
It still does my head in that we had that happen here, you know.
Oh, no, as soon as I mentioned that, I know you burst into a big smile and shook your head about that. That was a race for the ages. I was telling some of the young guys, young visitors, about it the other day, about what a race for the ages that was, that race between the B186 Benetton of Josh Keane and, of course, the Metax, the McLaren NPNB of Jason White. That was a phenomenal piece of motor racing. You can't really say it's a piece of motor. It was a phenomenal event in motor racing lore here at Basketball. Those that were here remember it fondly and clearly. What an epic race that was. So these are just demos, and to a degree, Strider, they're not as specky as you might expect because they're so good.
That's the thing.
So well put together, so well driven. They do everything as they were designed to do. They're doing a 49-second lap around here, lap record pace. They think, oh yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, well, what people have to understand, the lap record's held by a Formula One car
from 1986.
Yeah,
but it's still a Formula One car, and these are locally built cars driven by lucky young fellows, and they're hovering around that just in demonstration mode.
And I have no doubt that with some track time and with a bit of development, and I'm sure, as we alluded to earlier, they'll be running around on the tyres they raced on last weekend at Simmons Plains.
Yep.
I'm sure with good rubber and the like, they'd be significantly quicker.
Oh, yes, with rubber and tyre pressures and playing with angles and dangles and wings and gear ratios and all sorts of things.
I have absolutely no doubt that both boys have been told, do not bin this car.
That's right, do not bin. Yeah, if you bin it, you might as well get out and start walking in the direction of the airport because don't come back.
And hopefully you've got your money to buy your own ticket.
That's right, yeah. So under strict instructions. So that's still very, very cool to see Australia's newest premier category. And the great part about it is, for me as a purist, Strider, is that the Gold Star has returned. Of course, the Australian Drivers' Championship, they call it the Gold Star. You get the Gold Star it's the ultimate race driver's accolade in Australia. And it's been awarded for that category for many years. It went to the F3 category, then it languished for a bit. But now Motorsport Australia, formerly CAMS, has decreed that the Gold Star returns.
I think it's fantastic. I really do. It's great to have it back, and it's great to have a very fast, loud, crowd-pleasing formula of motorsport, which is open wheels. I mean, obviously everyone loves their V8s and they love their touring cars and the Trans Ams and whatever it is that they do love. But to see a V8 engined open wheel race car is just very cool. As you do, I remember the original Formula 5000s. They were unbelievable. John Bowe, I remember him chasing Alfie Costanzo when that lap record was set in 1980. That was one of the coolest days I can remember. Chas Talbot had a massive crash just down the top straight there, and it was a big weekend, and I'll never forget that.
It was, and of course, it was a momentous occasion last Tuesday? Yeah, no, just several days ago. A couple of days ago, when the 41-year-old lap record, almost 41-year-old lap record, March the 10th, I think it was, that was set almost 41 years ago by Alfredo Costanzo. Well, that was eclipsed finally by Joey Mawson in the S5000.
Took a long time, didn't it?
Yeah,
Not too many lap records last 40 odd years.
No, that's for sure. So that's in Joey Mawson's a pocket now.
Just shows you how fast that Alfie was going in 1980.
That's right, 41 years ago. That's
You
right.
know,
And yes, and they only got into the 49s officially. It was a high 48, right? On the first day they did a high 48, and then the 49s was the best they could manage. On the second day the track wasn't quite the same, so beat it by about a second and a half, but only a second and a half quicker in a state-of-the-art 2020 built machine. So 40 years later, but just as you say, it goes to show just how hard. And that day, they were sort of swapping fastest laps and therefore lap records, if you like. That they being John Bower and Fredo Costanzo. And
he was driving the Ansett Elfin.
Yep.
Because he was driving for Gary Cooper in those days.
Yep.
And Alfie was in the stock 84 Lola.
That's right. And rip a photo on the back page of the Examiner earlier in the week, depicting the start of that very race. And it was pretty fitting that I think the guys were pretty stoked who ended up on the podium for that final race. But the fact that John Bower was one of the givers, if you like, one of the people involved in actually handing over the trophy 40 years later. And John McCormick, the great John McCormick, triple gold star winner, was handed over the J Mac trophy.
If my memory serves me correctly, fortunately most of the time it's not too bad. Half that race, John Bower had a piece of wood stuck out the nose cone of the car, which had come off the fence that Chaz Talbot had cleaned up when he had his crash, and the piece of the wooden fence was stuck out of the front of the Elfin. I'm sure it was that race. Yeah, so that's a long time ago, 1980.
It was, but it was certainly a race for the ages, and we've seen Formula 5000s here at basketball as well back in the 80s. That ridiculous race was like what Dick Johnson used to say, like having a Grand Prix around your clothesline. So to get those big mothers, and they weren't as, fair to say, they weren't quite as finessed as the current S5000 cars are. A bit sort of a bit harder, a bit uglier, and a bit more of a handful. And from memory, John Davison was the winner of that race on race day Sunday. But that was a very cool race weekend as well.
Now, Rosie, this weekend and during the week, that's really awkward, isn't it?
It is.
It's
it
really awkward.
is.
A lot of people have helped us out with this. Obviously, big thank you to Boost Mobile, and because they've come on at the last minute to support the whole of Race Tasmania. But in the north of the state, we had a whole bunch of help from LAFM and the like. But down here, Greg, Vanessa, and the team at HOFM, they've been absolutely fantastic with their support of this particular show. And I know HOFM are big supporters of motorsport, so big thank you to them. Channel 7 in Tasmania, Win in Tasmania, and ABC, they've also been very, very supportive of what we're trying to do here, and we do thank all those people. But I do know, because I was down here last Tuesday for a fairly solemn occasion, but listen to HOFM and the support that they've been giving this particular event, second to none. So a big thank you to the team from HOFM. We do thank them. Can't do it without the media support, mate. We just need the media support.
Yeah, Vanessa's a legend of the local media scene. She's been involved in Hobart Radio for a long time. For a young woman, she's been around for decades, but she's been involved as a young woman.
Are you digging a hole and trying to get out of it at the same time?
Yeah, pretty much. I just fell into the hole and thought, oh, Rosie, which way are you going to go with this? Like I'm saying that she's just, she was a child prodigy for starters, and she's an absolute fixture in Hobart Radio. She's an absolute character, lovely bird. Indeed, great to see her out here with the boss and some of the other crew from 7HOFM.
Oh, the boss is here, is he?
Yeah, the boss is here.
No, good.
Yes, that's important as well.
Well, it's
so
good.
Greg Seeley, I think it's Greg Seeley. I probably got that wrong, but I'll just dig a bit further.
Yeah.
Anyway, the 7H.
You are, over years, mate, you've proved that you're very good at digging holes.
I am going well, aren't I?
Should have driven an excavator in another life.
You should go and work for Greg Garwood. So the officials have been fed and watered, and we do thank them yet again. Lots of officials. We've got the people out here in our starting box hanging out the signs. We've got ladies and gentlemen working in the office. We've got scrutineers. We've got crowd controllers, but especially we've got the flaggies. They're doing an absolutely fabulous job. They just get out there early in the morning and they pretty much ensconced in their little flag points all of the day. Come rain, hail, or shine, and they just cop it. They get windburn, they get sunburn, they get cold, they get hot, they get all of that. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You see these little figures huddled in the flag points around the circuit, playing a vitally important role in holding out the right flags at the right time to let the drivers know what's going on around them. And I notice this morning as well, which is pretty cool, is the former Chief Flag Marshal of Harbour Sporting Car Club, and I think also of Simmons Plains back in the day. And the guy was so experienced that he actually went to be part of the flag marshalling team at Australian Grands Prix and other leading events. And of course, there's Dennis Herbie Burgess, also a stalwart of the MD Car Club. He's involved in the Historic Racing Car Club of Tasmania. I think he's on the board of the Tasmania Motorsport Hall of Fame. He should be enjoying his retirement. And as I walked in this morning, there he was sitting in the flag point at turn 1, just past the Tilpwater Group Bridge. So Herbie Burgess
oh, there's a name I haven't heard for a little while.
Well, he's in the flag point, turn 1, just to make up some of the numbers. He's back on the tools, as it were. So the young fellow up there, whose name I don't know, unfortunately, but he's being taught by the best, that is for sure. And by the way, folks, that is the best way. If you want the best seat in the house, we look at flag point 1. They're, 3 metres from the track?
Yep.
And that's an excellent way to get involved in motorsport. Yeah, so if you want to involved as a volunteer in a flaggy or whatever, just go to the Facebook page or the website, Harbour Sporting Car Club or Motorsports Tasmania, and away you go. But it's all going on. You can hit your mouth, follow me, Strider. It's all happening. It is race time, and away they go. Up to 2-1 for the first time, and it's all V8 power, as you might imagine. The 2 V8 200 side by side. Oh, racing room if you don't mind. And Adam Williams in the white and blue Tirana. Oh, look, he's had to get out of the throttle so he wouldn't crash into the black car, and he's almost gazumped there by the 41, the gold BMW of Kennedy from Victoria. So Adam playing very, very circumspect there, but he'll gather his skirts now, and he'll thunder up the hill as he does. I tell you what, I wouldn't know Adam thunders up the hill, Strider. That little gold BMW has got plenty of grunt.
Yeah, look, it's a good car. He did a lot of laps at Simmons Plains learning the venue. I wasn't here yesterday. I'm going to suggest he did as many laps here as he could as well, and he certainly found some speed up there. And he's showing it now. Adam Williams, too much horsepower.
Oh, look at that. It absolutely thunders down the back straight as Adam Williams. So he had a bit of a tardy start. Very careful not to make contact with Jared House in Black Beauty out front, and also giving Racing Rooms the little gold. Very rapid BMW Victorian visitor. But now he's back where he thinks he should be. But not the ideal start for Adam Williams, but came off a stellar weekend. Well, after he had that 230 km/h multiple spin down the back straight, you can call that stellar. But he got it all together at Simmons Plains and ended up with a strong victory on day 2. And here he is backing up his strong performances at Simmons just a handful of days later with another run here at one of his familiar racetracks, of course, Baskerville Raceway. Same deal for Jared House, a youngster out front who's really hit his straps the last couple of seasons, got the car going well, the car going strongly, reliably, and Jared's just driving it beautifully.
He most certainly is. 10 laps the journey, so significantly shorter than the races we saw at Simmons Plains a few days ago as they worked down into the braking area for turn number 7. And coming in from probably about 220k, 230k. It's a long left-hander loaded up all the way around there across the start-finish line. It certainly narrows up there. Jared House Williams now does the fastest lap of the race. A 58.34 chasing the black Tirana. Kennedy doing a nice job in the BMW ahead of Phil Houseright Dunsmuir, who had a really good returning weekend at Simmons Plains a few days ago. And his ex-Speedway background did him no harm at all, I've got to say. Behind him, you got Gangel, Richardson, Rushworth, Duggan, and Thomas in the number 90 look-alike green-eyed monster.
Yeah, it is. It's great to see the car out here as well. It's a Basketball 1000 car. B1000 car cost less than $1,000 to put on the track. From the Thomas family, decided, well, they threw a cage in it and let's go racing instead of regularity racing as they do in the B1000. And nice to see the green-eyed monster out here with Callan Thomas at the wheel, bringing up the rear and the almost bog standard. It's basically a bog standard Falcon with a cage. So he's doing a great job. Not bog standard at all are these two guys at the front duking it out, and Adam Williams looking very, very menacing. The car looks like it's really hunkered down, because it is hunkered down. So Adam probably ruining it a little bit his start. He just got a little bit 6s and 7s and trying to keep out of trouble pretty much in the first 2 or 3 corners, but now he's clear of that little gold BMW, and he's out hunting black beauties, we might call it. Plenty of grunt coming up the JMC Hill, if you don't mind, through the left-handed, the blind left-handed Suckers Corner, as dubbed by Alan Moffat all those years ago. So he's really on a mission. He might be on a mission, Strider, but Jared House is not having any of it. He's holding steady.
Well, it's one thing to catch and another thing to pass. Someone famous once said that over the rise, and it is a real rise down into the braking area once again. They're coming round to complete lap number 4, so still 6 laps to go in this one as they come around through turn 7 onto the front straight. Certainly Williams has closed up. He's done a faster lap time on the 2 preceding laps, and again on that one, he's right with the black Tirana now. Gap back to Kennedy, and in fact the 3 BMWs are almost together on the track now. So if you like your 6-cylinder screamers from Germany, that's probably not a bad little battle to watch, those 3. As Ryan Dunsmuir had a big look then at House on the run up into turn number 2. So keep your eye on that battle of 3. They're going down through turn 3 now. It's turn 4, bottom of the hill, and up they'll go. The gold one, the white one, and the white, blue, and red one.
That is a very cool drive. So it's the BMW Cup here at Pepsi Max Basketball Raceway, doing their own little thing, which is what we love. But we often say about these fields will not necessarily be huge, but you just got to find a dice of only need 2 cars to make a race, or 2 or 3, and you can just check out your own little private dices happening right throughout the field. And that's exactly what's happening. The BMW is having a little scrap for the miners, having their own little private race. Meantime, back at the ranch, tension mounted and rode off. And we've got the 2 Tiranas. Think about it, Strider. 2 Tiranas still jigging out at the front. I'd have to say that Jared House's car just looks like a little more balanced in a lot of places. It gets the power down better, seemingly coming out of 7 at the back end of the circuit as they come down to the end of the straight and around to the chute. Whereas I noticed at the last couple of laps that Adam in the blue and white hatchback behind him is really struggling. He gets into semi-drift mode.
And look at the BMWs.
Yeah, that's all going on there. So you can choose up there in spectator land the best spectator view in the nation. There's no doubt about that. Sitting in your car or alongside your car, watching the whole of the track, and it's all going on for the miners in terms of the BMWs as well as the House versus Dunsmuir. Has he got past? No, he hasn't. No. So Dunsmuir, but it's certainly a close run thing, as you say, heading into Suckers Corner, had a look, took his nose in there, and then to give House something to think about, oh, he's having a crack at me, I might have to make it the world's widest BMW. But House just, last time round the gap was 0.33, and this time round is 0.76. It's gone out just a little bit, so has Adam just shot his bolt a bit? Has his tyres gone past their best? Will he have to just back it off a bit?
Jared House has done, the last 2 laps, he's done his best lap of the race, so he's going faster. Adam Williams is going the other way. He's actually slowed down a little bit, so that's why the gap has opened up. But I'm enthralled by this BMW battle at turn 2. Kennedy from Victoria leads House from the Northwest Coast, and Dunsmuir, pretty sure he's from the Northwest Coast as well. But they're having a fantastic scrap, these 3 BMWs. Very similar cars. So, mate, at the end of the day, those 3 guys are going to get out there the biggest smiles, because no one enjoys racing more than an actual racer. Like, what I'm saying is anyone can drive around a racetrack fast, but everyone really enjoys a good hard race.
Absolutely, and we keep saying it, and we mean it, because this is why the guys keep doing it. They're not always going to, or probably never going to be outright winners, but they just find someone that has a similar car or similar pace, pick that, and all of a sudden it's game on. That's exactly what's going on
Jared House
at
just
the moment.
Did the fastest lap of the race at 58.31 on lap 7.
Well, there you go. So did that. He's got it beautifully set up, and I noticed the Adam Williams Mitre 10 New Norfolk car was struggling in all the corners, so all the way down through the S's, and it's just getting, what was that? Something was weird. It looked like something fell off the Tirana. Something, all this
trouble.
Like black debris.
Trouble.
Yeah.
I saw some smoke come out of the Williams car.
I saw all these black things falling out of the Williams car, looked like rubber or something. There's black. I can still see it on the track. About halfway up the hill, there's debris on the circuit, came out of the Williams car. And we got trouble for the BMWs as well. Looks like our mainland visitor, looks like Kennedy in the gold BMW had some drama as well. Or did he just put a wheel off? No, I think he just put a wheel off. I think he might have made an error coming up over Suckers Corner. It played right into the hands of the House and Dunsmuir behind him. As the gold car was leading, now it's the 3rd one in that pack. Well, Adam's still going, which is interesting.
I can only suggest it's rubber.
Yeah, there's three big chunks. I can still see one halfway up the hill. I can see where it came off. It's on the side of the track. Three big things just bounced along the track on the right-hand side, but it's still going, which is rather weird. Well, he did have a delaminated tyre. We had two delaminated tyres. Oh, that's a big sideways for you. That'll tell you something. Yes, I think it probably. Oh, don't back her off the track there, Adam. That's the way, son. That's the way. Just clutch in and let her go backwards. Right rear, it looks like. I think the right rear is not as inflated as it could be, or not as intact as it could be. What I was going to say was, and I'll continue saying, is that last weekend at Symmons Plains, he had a delaminated tyre on practice, and he had a delaminated tyre the day after as well. And that's the one that delaminated in the middle of the fastest part of the racetrack, 220 kmh, and it looped two big, lurid, high-speed spins. But Adam came back to fight the battles. They've got some new tyres, but they've got a situation with the car that it's too fast for its tyres.
Last lap board is out, and I can tell you as a driver that it would be in the back of your mind. It'd just be there. Is it going to last? I mean, you are putting a lot of load on your tyres, and that would be a concern to me. I'm sure it's a concern to Adam as well. That moment he had through the sweeper at Symmons Plains at about 240 odd Ks is not what any driver wants to have happen to them, and he has really backed right off now. Our race leader, he is on his last lap, and that is Jared House. He's driven beautifully. Adam asked some questions of him early in the race, and Jared answered them in a very emphatic manner.
I'm not really sure why Adam's staying out there. Cause,
points, I'd suggest, be the only reason.
Yeah, it's an invitational race, so I'm not sure how that means. But anyway, it is checker flag time. We've got 200 metres to go. Checker flag being unfurled. It's ready to go to a Black Beauty Tirana driven by Jared House. He just eases it off, as you'd expect, coming across the finishing line, just cruises into victory after his main protagonist, Adam Williams, had dramas a couple of laps from the end, but Kennedy, after his drama at the top end of the circuit, seemingly an unforced error, I could be wrong, but he managed to finish, but not at the best of the BMWs. So Jared House takes the chocolates ahead of Phil House in second, and then Dunsmuir, then Kennedy, which slipped from best BMW to third best BMW out of that little trio.
How quickly it can change.
Yes, that's exactly right. One little error up there in Callum Bishop corner, and it was all over Red Rover as far as his bragging rights for the BMWs anyway. Steve Gangel next in his relatively new Falcon, ahead of Richardson. That's it, Richardson, Rushworth in Little Mirage, and then Adam Williams. He's still trundling around. I don't know what that's about, but
it's just a bit bizarre, isn't it? It's.
I saw three significant bits of debris come out or of around the car and bounce up the track. I still see a bit of. I still can mouth follow me. I can still see one of those bits of debris halfway up the hill on the right hand side. So it suggests rubber. It just could be rubber build up.
I had the binoculars and I saw someone hit one of those bits and it bounced, which made it look like rubber to me. So, yeah, I've just it would really be a concern to me driving that car. What's going on there? I mean, I know it's very powerful, but I just think the tyres.
Well, that's what they said to me at
Symmons. Should
be
more durable than that.
They said that it's just the car just can't keep tyres on it.
So Jared House's car would have similar power.
You think so, but he was getting his power down quite well out of 7 through the chute here.
Ray Hislop would certainly have similar power.
True.
And he doesn't have that happen to him. So there's something weird
going
on there.
Suspension setup, perhaps.
Not sure.
Oh, look at the house car. It's got a dent. It's got a tyre rub, and it's got a bit of panel work, a bit of bright work hanging off the side of it. So maybe there's a bit of a coming together. And look at. Oh, that was beautifully done, I have to say. It was unfortunate, but beautifully done. What I'm talking about was Adam Williams coming through the last corner. He just set it out drift sideways, and then he got level with the pit entry. He just drove in there. It's still on the right angle. He drove it in on throttle rather than steering. It's just odd. We'll go and have a chat with him in a moment if we can and just see what's going on. The tyres are still up.
Yeah,
I just wonder
that right rear looks, if anything, maybe down a little bit, but it's not to the extent that would cause that. I wouldn't have thought.
But I did notice for the last, 2 or 3 laps before he had his major drama, he was sideways everywhere. It was just very, very loose. So when all that was happening, when his wheels spinning, of course, he's shedding rubber. And I'm wondering if he just had this big rubber build up in the inner guard strider, and then all of a sudden he's just gone and it's just spat itself out.
Could well be
going up the hill.
Could well be.
Don't know. We'll go and have a bit of a squeeze in a minute, and we'll go and have a chat to the boys and see what they tell us.
Well, it might be my turn to have a break.
You'd think so. You'd only been on air for 4 or 5 hours. What's your problem?
No problem.
And you got to run away shortly anyway, don't
you? Yeah, 4 o'clock I think we're going.
Okay.
4 o'clock.
All right.
We'll
so
be
you're in great demand. The Boatermouth of Tasmania is going to has to run away to Latrobe Speedway.
Yes.
What's going on there?
Absolutely.
Is your mate AG going to be multi-skilling today?
Absolutely, bolting into the sprint car. I think he's on track about 7 o'clock tonight.
We're talking about Adam Garwood, folks. He's loves his motorsport. He's not driving a touring car, Masters car. He was driving a Formula 500. When he's not driving a Formula 500, he's driving a sprint car. And apparently it's sprint car turn tonight. So he's going from one V8, trying to keep it nice and straight on the black stuff, to another V8, not straight at all. You turn right to go left, as we say, in the big sprint car at Latrobe. So he's certainly getting his money's worth, and so Strider. Very, very, how would you say? Someone might say enthusiastic, loyal, passionate. Others might say stupid. But anyway, running off to Latrobe tonight to call, and then getting in the car and coming back to do it all again at basketball tomorrow. So it's just about Trans Am time. We are, of course, in the afternoon session. As if you didn't know that, because it is the afternoon. Here we are a bit after 1 o'clock on a Saturday, and we've already been playing motorsports for some 4 hours already. We're about to get into our first of the big races of the afternoon. We've had race 1, of course, improved production. We've got Trans Am coming up for you very shortly, over 18 laps, if you don't mind. Then 10 lappers for Hyundais and HQ Holdens, and then an 8 lapper for TCR, reverse grid from the shootout for TCRs, and then another demo from the Superfast S5000, and then race 1 for the TCMs, Touring Car Masters, out on the track this afternoon. But Trans Am are the next on the track. We've got the B Select Moona safety car. That's something very different. Don't think we've had a Ute as a safety car or a pace car for a long, long time, because driven by the perennial and experienced safety car driver in Paul Creed, who's been doing it for many, many years at supercar rounds and major events and what have you. He's the very experienced man in that regard. He said it's quite a nice little bit of kit. It's the Peter Killick owned Jigger. Peter, of course, Peter and Ros being the franchisee and the owners of B Select Moona. He said it's a turbocharged 6. He said he feels like it might have just a bigger turbocharger than you might think, because it's got a fair bit of sniff.
Yes, well, it's quite a transition for Paul when you think about it, because just a few days ago he was driving something quite different.
Yes,
he was driving a new Mercedes-Benz A35 AMG, 4-cylinder turbocharged, ginormous kilowatts, and now he's in this very special Ute. So quite a transition.
Yes, so but he gets to do it. And then just a few months ago at the Basketball 1000 regularity event, he was driving a pseudo police car, an old AU Falcon, which was about $700. It was an oldie but a goodie, and it had a clunky transmission, and it was a character building drive, as he said. Nick Minute, he's in an AMG Benz, and a minute after that he's in something different again. But he was a safety car driver of choice back in the old supercars day. He'll probably be the same role again when they roll back into Simmons in a few months. You might say, well, what's the big deal? Because you just drive around. But it's a bit more to it than that. You have to be really easy on the car. You've got to be very good at obeying instructions. And yeah, it is a bit of an art, as strange as it might sound, to be an efficient safety car driver.
Absolutely, David Rose. And Tim Shenkin, the race director, normally has a fair bit to say about who drives that car. And in the past, he's had no hesitation at all in saying, this is the man I want. I know I can rely on him. I know it'll keep everybody safe and follow instructions, as you say. So that's a pat on the back for Paul.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
And I'm looking to my right again and seeing the weather's changed around a little bit. The winds now seem to be coming from the west or from the southwest. So what you might say, but still we have a cooling breeze, because the flags did go a bit limp there for a while, so the breeze has swapped around. That's quite good. Got a bit cool there about an hour and a half ago, but warming up again this afternoon. Still shooting for 25 degrees. and great to see such a great crowd on the hill, and also wonderful to see the people have brought their shade, lots of little tents and easy ups and marquees and the like. So no doubt there's the odd barbecue going on, all the singers are out, and of course the food van's doing great guns up there. But I'm also reminding you folks that the specialist coffee makers, Tascaf, are in that white marquee at the bottom of the spectator area, just to the entrance to the track proper. In fact, you see a white marquee, and there's the Shanna's marquee, the smaller one next to it. Well, there's absolutely beautifully done barista-made Tascaf coffee and snacks as well available at that facility. And the good folks inside the paddock, inside the pit area, they of course have been enjoying the Tascaf coffee for a couple of days now. So we're very lucky to have these very renowned baristas joining us at Baskerville. So we've got their wonderful coffee on the inside and the outside if you'd like to sample that today or over the next couple of days.
Well, I've had 2 coffees already, David. Beautiful. Beautiful.
I've had more than 2. I'm not saying how many, but probably more than I should. But there you go. But when it's nice, when you get a nice coffee that is good coffee to begin with and it's really well made, well, you just got to get into it, don't you?
Now, David, you were talking about Trans Am, which are about to come out. I've just had a look at the schedule. Now, they're about to come out and do their first race, as you mentioned, which is 18 laps. And then, at around about 4:20, they're going to come out for another 18 laps. So they've got 2 18-lap races today. Then when we go across to Sunday, and they're going to do race 3 over 18 laps, okay? And then they're going to come out for a 4th race, and that's the big finale, and that's 25 laps. So what am I saying? There's a lot of racing to go for these guys on this very tight circuit. And rolling start too, by the way, folks. They don't have a standing start, so it's a rolling start. And I think that first turn underneath the Tilford Auto Group Bridge is going to be very, very interesting indeed. And the way they're going to line up, well, it'll be Aaron Seaton, who in fact will line up on pole position alongside Brett Holdsworth, then Owen Kelly and Nathan Hearn, and then Tim Shaw and Sam Walter, the 2 Tasmanians. So that's the first 3 rows. So they'll be all hoping that they can get through these early races without any damage, because obviously the big one for them will be the final 25 laps late tomorrow afternoon. That's the one that they all want to win, or at least do well in, to pick up some money that they can take back to the mainland.
Very impressive, 10,000 smackaroos for the winner alone, and also impressive, for what it's worth, that 3 Tassies are in the top 6 as well, in Tim Shaw, Sam Walter and Owen Kelly. So they've taken this Trans Am caper quite well and quite capably. And Sam Walter, of course, has been, he's no Johnny-come-lately. He's run in supercars and Super 2, and he's run Bathurst, and I think he even ran a Lotus Cup or whatever it was all those years ago. So he's a quite experienced young man, but it's been a little while since he's been in a race seat. Mustn't forget also that it's, and I didn't know this until the other day, that it's been 5 years since Owen Kelly was in a race car.
Yes,
so
that is correct.
So there's a few guys that have come out of semi-retirement or out of layoffs, if you like, to come out. You don't forget to drive, but you can become just a little bit rusty. It's like being not match fit. You need to go out and have a bit of a steer and see how you go. And of course, just a terrific story. They've all got terrific stories, but I am particularly interested in the Owen Kelly one because he's come from a dynasty. From Chaz Kelly, who's one of the icons of Tasmanian commerce, let alone Tasmanian motorsport. And of course, with Christian running in Speedway, and Owen's been successful in supercars and in American stock car racing as well. He was Marcus Ambrose's super sub for several NASCAR races back in the day. And so what great mates they are. Isn't it wonderful to see back here in Tasmania who is Owen Kelly's crew chief, but Marcus Ambrose.
Yeah.
And he runs a tight ship. Watching him at Simmons Plains last week, he's not afraid to get down and dirty and issue the instructions and get the boys bum up and head down getting into it. And did you also notice, Baz, that he's even got Spike, 75-year-old, I think it's 75, Spike Jones is on his pit crew as well.
Yes.
And he's got him working really hard.
Yeah. And we'll see Spike, of course, in his sports sedan when we start the season for the Tasmanian Championship.
Said to Spike, do you want to crack one of these? He says, no, I'm good. He said, I'm loving it with the team. It's great. It's fantastic. He said, sports sedan is what I'm all about. I'll be happy to get out and have a crack.
Yeah.
So that's good. So it's just really interesting. And there's, I think it looks like Rusty down there as well. He's the Brolly Dolly again, the Greg Rust, one of the preeminent motorsports broadcasters in Australia and New Zealand, with a fantastic pedigree, and the producer and presenter of the Rusty's Garage podcast. He's stayed on for a little break, a mini break in Tassie after his official duties in Symmons Plains several days ago, and he's been hanging out with the Kelly team all week. Well, and now he's a team gopher, come holly holder, come lap record, come timer, come person gopher.
Yes. Well, I told this little story at Symmons, but way back when I was doing the commentary for what was then the Touring Car Championship, I was at Oran Park, and I had a couple of young guys come up into the commentary box just to have a look at how things were done and just to do a little bit of commentary. One of them was Greg Rust, and the other one was Lee Diffie. And we know the end result, don't we?
Yeah. Lee Diffie's now a superstar in the States, and is calling, I think it's CNBC, and then sort of the first Australian ever to call an Indy 500.
Yep.
And so he's very highly regarded a motorsports broadcast and sports broadcaster. He's part of their Olympics broadcast as well, which of course didn't happen last year, but he's set to go again and be a sports broadcaster with that network. So he's done particularly well, and so has Rusty. He's done one from the old Super Tourers through to V8, through to a couple of different television networks. He was 10 and now 7 and now 10, now back with 7 with his TCR involvement, but now living in New Zealand with his lovely wife and 2 daughters.
Yep. Well, by the way, I should stress I'm not claiming any credit for the success that they've enjoyed. They've worked hard themselves to get there. So I just want to clarify that, David.
Well, you don't think it was a pivotal moment in their careers, coming up and calling with you that day?
No.
All right, folks, here we go. It's all about to be unleashed. So if you haven't got your favourite posse on the fence, I'd be going getting it, or just be sitting upright in your chair, be getting organised, getting your drink, getting your snacks, getting ready to rock and roll, because we've had the practice, we've had the qualifying, we've had the shootout, and now it's come down to this, the first of the races. It is the road race, surfacing Tas 10,000 here at Pepsi Max Basketball Race at part of the Beast Mobile Race Tasmania doubleheader. Of course, we're on the second of the doubleheader just a few days ago up north. Here we are at Basketball. It's all going on, this fantastic array of race cars, but fair to say that the main event is these booming Trans Am cars. There's wonderful field. Look at that. The first of the guys cresting the hill, and the back end of the field still coming down through the S's. So a lot of race cars out there, 525 horsepower, Trans Am jiggers, very powerful cars. Fast times in qualifying this morning. These are the goods. There is no doubt about that. And we're about to see them racing for the very first time. And still then, Barry Rogers see what I mean? I said this morning he's like the Energizer Bunny, Barry. This Barry, there he goes in the pink shorts. He's running up the gravel track on the outside of the track. He's always doing something. He's always on the move, doing something, saying something, whatever. He's quite a weapon, the old Bazza. Sort of son of the great Gary Rogers, who's lurking around here, and it's absolutely fair to say that the GRM organisation, their enthusiasm and their vision have made this all happen today.
Now they're going to form up behind the Bridgestone Select Falcon and the safety car, and they will, they've been given the 1 minute board. Now they will do a rolling start. So this is a relatively new experience for Paul Creed, leading the field around. Now what's going to happen is if the starter and the officials of the meeting are satisfied with the way that they're lined up, then they will get the green flag. But Paul will, of course, have to pull into pit lane. So let's see how they go. So at the moment they're sort of lined up a bit higgly-piggly or whatever, and now they get the green flag to head off, and they will form up 2 by 2 by 2 as per Noah and the Ark, and looks like they're all out there. I noticed Paul Freestone down there. I spoke with Paul not a few minutes ago, David, and I said, what do you reckon, mate? He said, well, they're terrific. He said, but I've just got to sneak up on it. He said it's a bit different to the Camaro. The
Yes.
Camaro that he drives in TCM.
Yeah, just a bit.
So
it must be heartbreaking just going from one to the other, one to the other, one to the other, but it's not a bad problem to have, having a choice of race cars on a day, whether it's a TCM or a Trans Am. But yeah, very different jiggers, but wonderful to see him here because he's a fabulous motorsportsman.
Yeah.
With all the things he's involved with, and Targa and historic sports cars and so on and so forth. Great to see the Freestone team here in their maroon colours with the white stripes, very familiar, you can't miss them. So, getting set here, Baz. I'm getting a bit excited. The tension's rising. Heart rates are rising in the pits. You can imagine the heart rates will be rising for the drivers in the Trans Am, the marquee event here. We've got the cars coming around in the to do their rolling start. Is it going to be one lap or two laps? So yes, he's pulling in. So technically speaking, the field is now set to go. They'll probably pass the 5 vehicles first. They'll come onto the front straight. Our race director will be watching. He'll make the call. He'll give the radio call to give the green light and the green flag for a start. We're waiting for it to happen. The reservoirs are getting a bit anxious. And away they go. We are go here at Tasmania Max Basketball Raceway for Race Tasmania, race 1 for the Trans Am, getting a great run out of turn 1 as Adam Seat. He wanted to be there. He wanted to be clear of all the contretemps potentially happening behind him, but he's got it so far. He's ahead of the field quite easily. He leads the red 73 Mustang of Owen Kelly ahead of Holsworth and then Ahern. So a nice clean start so far. All the field successfully through the first 4 turns in the first of 18 laps. So we're halfway through the first lap, 17.5 laps to go, and Seaton's clear of the pack.
He did a great start, David, but I'll tell you what happened is that Owen Kelly, who started behind him from position 3, basically drafted him up under the bridge and managed to squeeze through on Brett Holsworth. So good solid start by Owen Kelly in the red number 73, followed by Holsworth. Then it's Nathan Hearn. And we've had 3 spinners, and one of them is Sam Walter. The green car of Losky Alpo was also involved in that. In fact, he had to drive off the circuit to miss the other 2. And I think it might have been Eden.
I think Sam did it all by himself. I think he might have just been the old cold tyres thing. And very lucky not to get hit. I think the other guys went off in sympathy, went off to miss him. So let's hope he doesn't get this front spoiler stuck there. This is Sam. He's just trying to climb it up out of the way. Looks like he's off the track.
And I don't think he's going to go any further, David. I think he's actually come to a stop on the inside of that corner. Let's go back to the race now and see if we've still got Aaron Seaton leading. And we have. Now, it's still Kelly in second, Holdsworth in third, then a gap back to Nathan Hearn, then Tim Shaw in the all-white Camaro, the Parry property car. Then the next one to come through will be the number 93 car of Aaron Tebb. He would be next, followed by Morrell, then Bradley Chick up to 9th position, McAllister, Scutella, Crutcher, Losky Alpo, Freestone, Thornborough and Sam Walter out at this stage.
Oh, he's going again.
He's got going, David. That's good.
But a pit visitor.
Yes. Now, whether he's got any damage, I think he probably will be coming in to check to see if there's any damage to the car. Now, the pit crew at the ready in pit lane. Okay, now, there's no damage that we can see, but there is damage on the left-hand rear corner. What does that tell you?
So you might have had a bit of a helping hand into that spin down there in turn 7 at the end of the main straight. Anyway, that's be that as it may, that's how it is. Looks like he's going to call it quits. But anyway, back to the race. And a break lock up there from Brett Holdsworth. No, he's not going to call it quits. They just had a bit of a look. And he is going back into the race. It becomes a bit academic, becomes a bit of a test session for him now, but there you go. So back to the front, or back to our leaders, and Aaron Seaton has sort of been the form guy right from the get-go. He was the quick guy on practice yesterday, only smidge ahead of Holdsworth, but he looked very confident. The car looked good, he looked good, and he was pretty comfortable with the whole shebang. And of course, we've seen Kelly just get quicker and quicker as well. So just settling down at the minute because there's a long, long way to go. These Fuji tyres are fabulous tyres. They hang in there for a long time, but the brakes aren't the hugest things going around on purpose. So they just had to be managed. The tyres had to be managed, brakes had to be managed, the whole shebang. We're only 4 laps into the motor race, still 14 laps to go around Basketball Raceway, and no change as far as the leading 4 or 5 are concerned. We'll be looking to see if anybody's going to make any lunges. We look back through the whole field, and it's still pretty much Indian file, more or less, line astern. So I think they're just waiting for tyres to come up to temp, waiting for the car to settle down, and they can get into a bit of a rhythm, and then see if any attacks can happen.
So the first 5 cars, David, have obviously opened a very substantial gap on Teb in the orange car going up the hill at the moment. So they've just skedaddled out of it, and you're quite right about maintaining brakes, tyres, etc. So Seaton, who is the 2019 champion, and the man who in fact cleaned up the one and only round last year in Adelaide, 3 starts, 3 wins, and he's the form man. And this is looking good for him, David, now as he's going into Super 2 this year. You've got to say he's likely to be one of the front runners in Super 2. Who knows what's going to happen after that?
Well, you'd like to think so, Baz, with his talent. He's done some 12-hour races in Porsches, and he's done some 86 racing as well. He's jumped in and out of a few different cars. But since he's got into this category, he's really excelled and just impressed a lot of people, not just with his speed, but with his consistency. This is probably why he's got the one on the door, because he was not only fast, but he was consistent and just showed that it was no flash in the pan by dint of his, as you just mentioned, his clean sweep of the one and only race last year. So he's carrying that form into 2021 as well, no doubt about it. Here he is. The gap last time round was 0.78 and it's 0.67, so only talking about a tenth difference. It's always going to get a bit of plus minus in these sorts of scenarios. So when they start really coming down, that's what they're going to worry or wonder. I don't know what the scenarios are. I don't know what the strategies are for the drivers or their crews. You'd be certain though they'd have one with 18 laps. They know the capabilities of these cars. They know the restrictions. They know some of the shortcomings in terms of the longer races and how they need to do it. Oh, it's getting a bit winning back in the pack. So Tebs will clear of the rest, and even Bradley Chick having a great run for guys having a leased car. He's got a lot of more experienced campaigners behind him. So our own Bradley Chick, the Tasmanian, normally you see him rushing around or rushing up that particular stretch of roadway he's on at the moment, and he's in his green Commodore, his improved production car. Had some engine dramas, had to bail out of the last meeting, did a lease deal to drive this car. Had a fairly fraught couple of days earlier in the week at Cements Plains, but having a solid run today, Baz, is really going very well indeed with a whole bunch of guys behind him.
Absolutely. You're quite right. Now, the other interest, David, is that on that last lap, Owen Kelly made up some ground on Aaron Seaton, but Seaton is very familiar with these cars. In contrast to Owen Kelly, this is only his second meeting in that car. Now, they're starting to open up a gap on Brett Holdsworth, and then there's another gap back to Nathan Hearn, and we can see now that Tim Shaw up the top is now starting to fall back as well. But the real interest for me is after Bradley Chick.
That's McAllister and
Scutella
and friends.
Crutcher.
Yeah.
And we need to keep an eye on Thornborough because I think he may well finish up being the mover. Sam Walter is the other one that's really started to make up ground, remembering that he's been off the circuit and lost a lot of time, but I think you'll find that he's very, very quick at the moment.
He would be ruining that drama on the first lap. He's a couple of laps down as a result of that contretemps in turn 7. Look at this side. It's all going on for the minors. We go back to position number 7 or 6, in fact, for Brad Chick. And then it's Ted McAllister, Skeeter, Crutcher, Thornborough, and Morrill, all having a lovely old time down there. Look at that. Excuse me, coming in really, really tight there. Having a look on the inside was Thornborough, in fact, but Scatella on the number 4, the yellow car with the big 4 on the door, is having none of it. He looked like he opened the door and he shut it rather smartly. So Scatella in his big jigger, the 777 car, he had to back right out of it, and still all going on. They're getting very willing and very brave, the guys, all of them, particularly the guys down the back, and having a good old sniff and a good old look and poking the nose in up there in Sucker's Corner, the top of the hill. You've got to be brave to go through there anywhere but just on the normal line. So they're getting braver by the lap. braver by the minute, and that's what we like to see. And that's back in the midfield. That's fighting for pretty much the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, etc. In fact, the battle pack coming through the chute now, that's the one of creating a lot of interest, because it's fair to say that the guys at the sharp end, the first 4 or 5, are pretty much holding station at the minute.
Okay, so now Thornborough is making a big move but couldn't get through. And also Sam Walter has got through on Losky Alpo, and Teb now.
We're talking about the dice.
On Bradley Chick.
That's right, Bradley Chick. He's the one that leads his pack up the hill this time round, folks. The blue car, the 34 car, the Tasmania, looking pretty good there, but he's falling back into the clutches of the guys behind, led by Teb in the orange car. They're coming onto the back straight now. That's the one we're talking about. And that, in fact, Teb and Chick just ever so slightly ahead of McAllister and Scatella et al. And having a big lunge down there, looks like, he's got it done beautifully. A big, big late break there by Teb in the orange 93, and he got past Chick, and Chick's having none of it. This is great stuff. He might be new to the car, and his second race in this car, completely foreign to him, the local Launceston bull grip man, Bradley Chick, very, very sideways out of there, but he's all fired up now. He's probably all excited and buoyed by the fact that he was leading a lot of fancy guys behind him, and now he's being monstered by Teb. Teb did a brilliant job under brakes, but outbraking himself ever so slightly. Brad Chick's into it now. He's super sideways. He's jumping on that loud pedal big time as they enter the hill. He wants to get on with it. He really wants to get on with it, but he wants the car to come with him. And power down, super important at the beginning of that hill, beginning of any straight, in fact. Now, last time round, we saw the orange car, the second car on this train of Teb. He was super, super good under brakes, but probably just took it in a little bit too deep. He's going to make the same mistake. Is he going to have the same go again? He certainly does. Goes past Chick, in fact. Can he go on with this time around? He'll probably make it the largest, the widest Mustang going around. He certainly does. Hold it sideways, almost drift style. And look at Sam Walter come honking through from the back. I think it's Sam Walter. Yes, the 24 car. It's just come really a big mover and shaker. He's a couple of laps down, unfortunately, but tell you what, he's very, very entertaining to watch, and he's got the fire in the belly. He's got a point to prove. I wonder who served him up. I wonder if he was served up, and it appears that he might have been. I wonder if he catches up to them. That'll be a bit of fireworks going on there. We might just go back to the front just for a moment to see who's doing what, and there's no change. In fact, there's still about a pretty steady half a second, 0.60 officially between Seaton and Kelly. And a bit of a gap now to Brett Holdsworth in the 99 car, and then Nathan Hearn, the last round winner a few days ago at Symmons Plains, is languishing back there in fourth. Long gap. Back to Tim Shaw having the loneliest run. There he is, Timmy Shaw starting the hill run now. And look at the pace of this guy at the front. They're going to be lapping soon. And here comes Teb now. He's clear of Brad Chick, and Brad Chick super sideways. Everybody's super sideways. McAllister's sideways. Thornborough is sideways. I think the tyres are getting just a little bit. How are you going now, Baz?
Yeah, now there may be a problem for Sam Walter because there was smoke coming off the left-hand front tyre going up to the Tilford Auto Group bridge. Now, whether that's just a guard rubbing, but you can...
problems. So
Losky Alpo
wanting to get on with it as well. Losky Alpo, and I think number 4 had a bit of a tread on the soap down there. That's the Mark Crutchy car. That's the yellow car that's gathering up its skirts at the moment and just trying to get back under control again. So I had a bit of a how you going.
Well, look what's happened to first and second. Because they were backed up. Now we've got Kelly right on the tail of Seaton, and at this point in time, they are on lap 14, coming around to complete lap 13 of 18 laps.
Well, this has all come alive, hasn't it? Nothing like a bit of traffic and a bit of distraction just to sort out the men from the boys. That's just the opportunity Owen Kelly needed, but like... With a huge gap back to Brett Holdsworth. He was massively compromised there. And he's under all sorts of pressure now from Hearn. Not just pressure. There's a bit of tap on the bumper bar there. And that's clearly unsettled Brett Holdsworth because he locked a brake going into turn 1 and then slipping down the inside was Hearn. So that's sort of like a very, very extended bump and run. Bumping started happening as they came across the start-finishing line and really unsettled the Holdsworth car. He had to try and hold it all together through 1. And Hearn pounced down the inside into turns 2 and 3. and he's now clear of Holdsworth. But look, he's a long way back off Owen Kelly, so he's picked up probably a third place for this race. But catching Owen Kelly and Aaron Seaton, not with a few laps to go, I would suggest.
Exactly, David, and I've got to wonder whether Brett Holdsworth is struggling with power down, because that car is oversteering quite a bit at the moment. Now, first and second cross the line now, and then we go back to Nathan Hearn in the Valvoline car, number 29, from the TPS group car of Brett Holdsworth. Well, he hasn't lost any real ground on that lap, having been passed. And there was a little bit of smoke coming from the left-hand front tyre of the Brett Holdsworth car as they headed up to the S's. We'll just keep an eye on that. But as you say, a number of cars have already been lapped. And Tim Shaw must be wondering if there's anybody left in this race. He's got a big gap at the front, big gap at the back. Hey, where's everybody gone?
Somebody turned the light out. They've all gone home. He looks up, sees nothing. He looks at his mirror right now, sees nothing. When he was coming through the S's, looked to his right, saw nothing. And so he's seeing nothing. He's certainly getting very, very willing down there in the 116 car. Of course, Thornborough doesn't mind getting a bit sideways, that is for sure. But not much he can do with the motor about getting past Teb in the orange Mustang coming down through the S's right now. Right, still going on. Oh, traffic. It's a traffic situation. And the 73 car of Kelly is right there. He's capitalising on this. He's right there. You can throw a blanket over them. At the moment, they are that close. You can see, oh, contact at the bottom of the hill. And Kelly is through. Both cars are contacted between Kelly and Seaton. Seaton went wide, did a brilliant job to keep it together. He got it back on just the right amount of lock on. But, of course, the green car spun at the back of the field as well. I was wondering about that yellow flag, but I think it's the Loscialpo says the 21 cars had a tread on the soap, but certainly seizing the moment there was Owen Kelly, so he's in the lead. And here comes Aaron Seaton skiving his way back to the field. He'd be as hot on the cot as you'd like to believe after contact between those two guys. Must be on the run down though. We are on the last lap, according to me. I didn't see the last lap sign, but we must be very close to it. And there's our race leader. It was basically they leaned on each other, sprint car style, going down into that left-hander at the bottom of the hill. And he's back into second place, but with a lap to go, no chance at all about retrieving that. Nathan Hearn also in the Valvoline car, scything his way through some of the back markers as he goes into a lapping scenario going up the hill as well. But I do believe I would have thought we're on the run home, but I didn't see the last lap sign. So we'll just see what actually shakes out as they come across the line. 70 laps completed, 80 laps completed. But anyway, we'll see what happens. So we'll leave that in the hands of the officials to see who's who and who's not. And there goes some of the back markers. Here comes our race leader, the 73 car of Owen Kelly. And it is checker flag time. Owen Kelly in Fujitsu Mustang takes the chocolates ahead of the number one of Aaron Seaton. I reckon he's got steam coming out of his ears. Third was Nathan Hearn in the Valvoline Dodge, ahead of Brett Holdsworth in the 99. And then a lonely run will be for Tim Shaw. He's yet to come. Here he comes past us now, in amongst the lap cars. And men in various crossing the line now. Some of them are lap down. Probably only the top 6 guys, I'd say, Baz, are on the lead lap, I think, with the checker flag falls. I know we've got a few more to come. But what a beauty. Well, an unexpected result. I'm really enthralled by some of those dices in the midfield. The guys had the elbows well and truly out, and there was lots of interesting lines and a lot of big pardons are going on. But, yeah, just we've seen it so many times, haven't we, over our journeys, that how lap traffic can completely change the complexion of a motor race. And all of a sudden, Kelly was there, and he just went down the inside. And whether it's legal, whether it's generally, whether it's not, I don't know. I'm just saying this is what happened, and it ended badly for poor old Aaron.
Well, I'm going to differ, David, if I'm allowed to.
Oh, you can do whatever you like.
I had a look at the back of Aaron's car, and I can't see a mark on it, to be honest with you.
It's side by side.
But I have to suggest to you that
got out
Aaron,
in the dirty
in
stuff.
fact, was wide of the apex
Yep.
as they turned in, and that's carried him to the outside. So I'm not convinced in my own mind that there was contact, but we're going to leave that to the officials.
I think that he probably unloaded himself, but he went wide. Because if he didn't do that, there was nowhere for Owen to go. Owen wouldn't have got on the inside unless he'd left a gap by choosing to go wide or just carrying too much speed in there and maybe sliding wide on the marbles and all the rubbish out there off the racing line and doing that because they were right close together. I think and then I think Owen had just used the opportunity to slip on the inside and then there may have been contact. But I'm not suggesting or thinking that it was contact that started it.
No.
I think that Aaron just had a bit of a mistake there, perhaps. Who knows? One, regardless whether it was forced error or unforced error, I think Aaron will be kicking himself because he had it in the bag. He had the pole position. He led from the get-go and just a couple of laps out and it all went pear-shaped for him, which is not good.
Now, David, it does raise the question now. Owen Kelly, as I understand it, is only doing this round and is not committed beyond this, to my knowledge. And you'd have to say, based on his performance over the 2 weekends up to this point, that would be a pity if he's not in a position to do the rest of the series because he's obviously a front runner. There's no question about that.
Well, yes, I think this longer race has shown the experience as well as the skill of the drivers, because some of the drivers back in the field, a lot of them are gentlemen racers or fellows that are new to the sport and they're just feeling their way and getting their experience, which is great. People like Aaron, despite his youth, has been around a while and driven a lot of race cars, and as you say, he's been familiar with this category in particular. And Owen has been there, done that in supercars and NASCAR and so on and so forth. So it was really interesting to me to show the experience really came to the fore then, and even with Brett Holdsworth, even though he's back a Commodore Cup sort of run on that sort of stuff, he's been around a while. He knows how to pedal a race car. So that was interesting for me, and yes, it would be a shame. My understanding was that it was the deal was put together because it was all about Tassie and was the 2 race Tasmanias and a whole lot of links with the Kelly family and the Ambrose family and so on and so forth. But yeah, it's all about. I suppose firstly it's about will. Does he want to do? Does he want to commit to racing again? Does he want to commit in the series and can they get a budget? I suppose that's what it comes down to. Did you get any indication as to whether he might like to go on or not?
No, David, I don't. I would also point out that he has a family. He's based in Melbourne and he runs a major arm of the Chas Kelly business on the mainland. So he's obviously got major business commitment. So I really can't answer the question. I'm hoping that he would be able to do it. Very good drive by Tim Shaw, albeit well back from the pace. I think we've got to give Brad Chick a pat on the back because he's finished up in 8th position, which I think is excellent. Sam Walter, I'm going to suggest, was pretty unlucky because, as I say, there was definitely damage on the left-hand rear corner of that car. So
we only saw the aftermath. We just saw him spinning. Right. We don't know how it came about.
We don't know. And the green car simply had to take avoiding action. That's why it was sort of over off the track.
There will be quite a number of people down there and towards the, if you like, the west, if you like, of the spectator area. We're close to that corner. They know exactly what went on because they would have seen it, and we didn't. But Robin's racing, and often on these opening laps, it's just so cut and thrust and so close that it's the potential for that sort of caper to occur is very large, and that's exactly what happened. That doesn't help Sam Walter much, but anyway, live to fight another day. We've got another race today and another couple tomorrow for the Trans Ams.
Now, the other thing, David, that I'm not aware of, and I should have checked it, so it's very remiss of me, I'm assuming that it's going to be progressive grid for the next 2 races. As to how they form up for the 25-lap final, is that also progressive grid, or is it going to be based on the points that they've accrued from the 3 heats? So we'll need to check that so that we can look forward to what's going to happen at the end of tomorrow.
Well, pretty important, isn't it? It's important at the best of times, but particularly so for this one because there's 10 grand on the line, and so the further you are up towards the pointy end, in other words, the less cars you have to battle, essentially, the easier it's going to be to get to the line first and get that 10k. However, on 18 laps, and we saw some very strong lapping situations with like 13, 14, at least like 12, 13, 14. The leaders were in a lapping scenario. So we got 25 laps tomorrow, another 7 laps. So that could be, the traffic will definitely play a part tomorrow.
No question.
So racecraft will really come into its own. If it weren't for traffic, then Aaron Seaton arguably would have been quite comfortably in front. He would have held that little cushion, little half-second cushion to the end. But because of traffic, Nick Minnett, there's Owen Kelly right on his bumper, and we know what happened.
Yep. And David, isn't it fantastic that the Australian Racing Group, as we call them, ARG, have got this package together? I mean, you've got TCR, you've got S5000, Trans Am, and TCM as part of their package. It's a promoter's dream.
Oh, isn't it? It's to die for. They have just played their cards beautifully. Their strategy just wonderful. They've got some of the most popular categories and the most competitive categories in their suite.
Now, I know it was only a demonstration, but I was actually out of the box and downstairs, and I quite deliberately went to the fence to watch the S5000s, Nathan Hearn and James Golding, and the sound of those cars, and one of them got into 49s, I think.
Yes, 49s.
Yeah.
Independent. We had 3 different amateur stopwatches and 49.017, so
right.
Low 49 easily.
Well, up the hill, I couldn't believe how late, going up to the left-hander at the top of the hill, James Golding was shifting up. I'm not saying down.
Yeah.
So he was actually going to a higher gear for a split second and then changing back to go through what we call Sucker's Corner up there on top.
I suppose with your paddle shift, though, you're more inclined to do that because you're more of a more or less instantaneous response, but you might not have risked that in the old-fashioned push the lever forward, and because you'd find you got in the gear, you'd be time to go back to the gear you just come out of.
Yep.
But with the little paddle shifts, they're ideal. Just bang, bang, bang.
Yep.
Very high tech. I think it's wonderful that we have these super strong, carbon chassis. So they're good for handling, but also from the safety perspective of that with the halo. So they're very safe car. And of course, with the tyre technology, the brake technology, the brake material technology, since the 80s when we used to have the original Formula 5000s, well, these cars are very, very high tech, but safe as well.
But and as I said at Simmons Plains, the thing that impresses me as well with the S5000s is that how much of those cars is actually being designed and built by Australians in Australia.
Yeah.
Now, the gearbox and drive train, Peter Hollinger, has been around forever, right? And he's the one that's designed the transaxle. You've got Roger Higgins, who's built every single engine in the S5000 group. So he's the guy that takes a Ford Coyote engine and does the limited amount of work that they are permitted to do. And once he's done that, those engines are sealed, they go in the car, you don't touch them. And that's Australian ingenuity.
Yeah.
And I mean, the suspension was designed and built here. Mike Borland's had a major impact on that. Gary Rogers' team of people, they put together 14 cars in a matter of months. And they started with a tub, that was it. An on-road Ligier tub, and then put the bits on it.
Yeah, as I was saying before, Baz, I think you might have been in the box. What a force in the Australian motorsport scene GRM is, the GRM organisation. In fact, they've built 14 cars. They own several of them. Still, they own several Trans Am cars which they lease out. They own several TCR cars which they lease out to customers, and they really are not in supercars. Well, with that respect, because they are so prolific in the Australian motorsport scene.
Yep. No, they really deserve a major pat on the back. They really do. So I tell you what I did enjoy is the Monaro out on the track.
Yeah.
Brought back some great memories of that marvellous win in the 24-hour.
A few lucky media people yesterday and lucky corporate guests today got to go around with the Bargs in the 427. So 2 of those made, one for Brock and one for those guys that found it in the 24-hour.
Yeah. I think
McConville, I'm trying to remember, it's McConville.
I'll tell you exactly, David. because I did a bit of research. I can tell you it was Cameron McConville, Nathan Pretty, Stephen Richards, and Garth Tander. And they did 532 laps of Bathurst for a total distance of 3,305.32 kilometres.
There you go.
Now, it was a very, very smart idea that Gary Rogers had. So what he did was he took one of those big 7-litre 427 engines, and my understanding is they limited the revs to something like 6,000 max. And so they just droned around and didn't overstress anything. They had a sequential box in it. I'm sure it had an independent rear end. At the time, people said, well, really, it's a sports now. We're not sure about whether it complies with the regs. Be that as it may, they finished up winning the two 24-hour races.
And they ran, was it the yellow car? They ran in the Nations Cup as well against likes of John Bowe and the Ferrari and and who else? And I think it might have been even Paul Stokell in the Lamborghini. I think was running about that time.
Correct.
So it was quite a weapon. And I understand they're building a new one, apart from the red one's out at the Bathurst Museum. The yellow one's obviously here, and as part of a change of location last year, I understand the GRM boys just found a container full of bits, and they found another body shell from somewhere, and they have done or just very close to finishing a build of another 427.
Right.
Just as like a replica. Well, we've got all the bits, we might as well make a car out of it, sort of thing, for posterity.
Yep. Well, that was in 2002, that team won. In 2003, it was Jason Bright, Peter Brock, Todd Kelly, and Greg Murphy. So similar deal, but they didn't do as many laps. They were 5 laps short of what they did in 2002. So the mileage was down a little bit as well. So again, the car just droned around, but if memory serves me correctly, I'm not sure which year it was, might have been that first year, they had a diff problem, but they had such a lead that they were actually able to come into the pits and effect repairs and still go on to win. So just a little bit of history, folks, about that yellow Monaro that was buzzing around before as part of the demonstration. So a bit of history there.
And quite appropriate, some might say, that's driven by Jason Bargwanna, the guy who won Bathurst in 2000 and was a GRM employee at the time. Of course, went on to become quite a long-standing driving standards observer, or the DSO, the category policeman for V8 supercars for many years, and he's also had some success in touring car racing in New Zealand.
Yes.
In their category there.
He won a title.
Yes, he did, about 3 years ago, yes. So no stranger to V8s, no stranger to working with the Gary Rogers organisation. So here we go. Here we go.
Well, David,
here we go.
This is and I'm not being disrespectful in any way, but we're going from the sublime to the ridiculous now. We've had these 6.2 litre V8s developing about, 540 horsepower. All of a sudden, we've gone down to, 1.8 litre front-wheel drive, 1.6 litre front-wheel drive Hyundais, naturally aspirated, no turbos, standard 5-speed gearbox. Basically, you've got to run these cars stock. That's what it boils down to. So they do have a control tyre. They have some controls on their suspension setup. They've got to have the normal safety features, of course, and there's bugger all you can do as far as the engines are concerned, apart from a little tweak. So that's what we've got coming up now. It's the first of the Hyundai Excel races, and this will be over 10 laps. 10 laps,
and the duel that emerged and festered, for want of a better term, at Simmons Plains between Ben Grice and Josh Webster continues. Like it's high noon, dun 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 dun, at Basket Raceway.
Gunfight at the OK
That's
Corral.
exactly the one. That's what I was searching for, Baz. That's exactly right. So there's no love lost between these two guys on the track. Because it was very willing. The elbows were well and truly out at Simmons Plains earlier in the week between these two guys. A bit of panel rubbing and so on and so forth. And lack record swapping, as you do, and it's gone right down to the wire in that swapping times and fastest times in qualifying this morning. The fact that Grace had it, and then at the death there was Josh Webster. He got the pole, and there's a lap to go. There was Ben Grice on the pole. So all good fun. So the Allied Power Tools flicked the bean, 66 Hyundai of Ben Grice. I nearly said Alan Grice then, but Ben Grice, son of the inimitable Alan Grice. And Josh Webster, the two-time state champion, who's used to being on the other side of that front row. He's had his own way here for a little while now as a pole man, but he's got some very strong competition, and away they go. The whole field getting up strongly. Pretty even here, but Ben Grice doing what he does is moving over to try and intimidate Josh Webster, but Josh was having none of it, so Josh just had to hang in there, and so did Ben. But Ben, of course, off the pole line. He was just a smidgen faster than Josh this morning, so he's doing that. So this is the first time in a while that Josh has had a chance to actually see where Ben Grice goes and how he does it. So he might do it differently to his own car. Is it a driving style thing? Is it a power thing? Is it a suspension thing? Well, Josh is about to find that out. He's going to get the bird's eye view of the rear end of the Ben Grice machine as they head out of Suckers Corner for the first time. All the field successfully through the first series of corners. This big conga line of Excels going down the Homestead Straight through Calvin's Corner onto the straight for the first time.
Running in third place, David, the black car. Must make mention, Campbell Logan, son of Will Logan, and it's only his second race meeting.
It is too. Yes, quite right, Baz. And look at that, coming out of right 6 there. A bit of a slow run there for Ben Grice. So he runs it pretty wide down there, side by side into one, but he's going to make it very, very wide there. But he does the right thing and doesn't squeeze Josh out too much there. Give each other racing room. Josh Lickman inside run down there. Is Ben giving him? No, he doesn't. He doesn't need to, and he doesn't. So it is on. It is willing between Ben Grice and Josh Webster at the front of the field. Only his second ever race in a very, very good car, a little black XL of Will Logan. This car, allegedly the one driven by Brody Zastecki in recent times in North Queensland. So a very, very well-built car, very, very quick car, but obviously quite well driven there by Will Logan as well.
Charlie Parker parked over there, David, out of the S's. So that's disappointing. He's obviously had a problem. So they'll have to look at that between races. Now, up front, the leaders still battling. And what's happened now is that third and fourth, I thought were going to close up, but they haven't. So at the moment, Campbell Logan in the black car is being monstered by Callum, what am I looking for? Callum Mitchell, I'm sorry. Callum Mitchell in the 14 car, the Finns Bodyworks entry. Followed by Keeling, and then Phillips. Then the next one to come through would be Jeremy Bennett, followed by Peter Kingston. So up front, it's Ben Grice, 30-year-old, would be at least 10, if not more, years older than Josh.
Josh is 18.
Now, Charlie Parker has got going, but he's travelling slowly. I would suggest David is trying to stay out of the way of the fast closing cars. So let's see if he's able to get up to a bit of speed. No, he's staying out wide. So
he's a lap down basically now, so it's sort of a bit of a moot point now. I think he's probably just going to try and get it home to the pits. That's a shame because he's running in strong 5th position. He came off the back of a 3rd place in the last race at Simmons just a few days ago. It's still going on at the front end, so these boys probably have the time of their lives. These boys being the 30-year-old Ben Grice and 18-year-old Josh Webster, the local lad, the 2-time champion, duking it out at the front. Put another lap under their belt. That's 3 down in their journey. 7 to go in this 10-lapper, obviously. So Ben Grice just holding sway ever so slightly. He was a couple of tenths faster in qualifying, and that's just suggests the car's just got a little bit more pace, and he's using that little bit more pace just to stay ahead of the hard-charging Josh Webster, who knows this track, as you'd imagine, like the back of his hand. Despite his youth, he's been around this circuit plenty of times. This leading duo's got a fairly handy gap, as you'd imagine, also on the guys behind them. There's 3.5 seconds ahead of Will Logan, who's still been closely followed by Callum Mitchell. They also had a stellar run at Simmons Plains earlier in the week. And we go back to 100 metres or so to another dice, and that being Keeling and Phillips, and then Bennett, Kingston having a run as well. So lots of little mini dices happening right the way through the field, as we tend to see. But we go feast our eyes on the front end again, and still very, very strong through turn 7 at the end of the straight is Josh Webster. He makes up a lot of time, which of course is good for him.
Now, there's just been a black
flag.
Now, I missed the number, but it's one of the front cars.
Yeah, it would either be Josh or, yes, Josh or Ben. Was that for a jump start perhaps, or some other thing we don't know about?
Well, there was a 6 in the number, so it's certainly not Josh Webster because he's number 1.
Yeah, so okay, so a black flag. Well, this is a bit unfortunate. I hope not, because it's a ripper dice will be robbed of if he has to visit pit side. But basically, a black flag number means you have to visit the pitch to have a chat with an official or a drive-through or something. Not unfamiliar to poor old Ben, because it's exactly what I experienced 4 days ago at Symonds Plains after a drama on the warm-up lap. The official decided it was. He'd done a bit of a naughty thing, so he got a drive-through very early in his race. His race was basically ruined, as you might imagine. So for whatever reason, is he coming into the pits? No, he's not. So we'll see if we get a black flag. We'll see if it gets held out again. No, it doesn't. So that's odd in itself. So maybe they expected him to come pit side and he didn't. So anyway, we'll just watch that one with great interest. As far as third's concerned, still try as he might. Callum Mitchell on the 14 car, Finch Bodywork, just can't get past young Campbell Logan, who's doing a fabulous job for a rookie. A really, really good job. So well done, Campbell. And every lap he does is just a bit more experience for him. And he's certainly finding out all about close racing or close attention. And Callum Mitchell, who throws his little Excel up on the ripple strip coming out of turn 3 down through the S's in a bid to try and close the gap. And all it did, in fact, was lose him time, not actually gain him time. But so Callum showing a bit of frustration there. You can see the order of proceedings, folks, from your vantage point up there in Spectator Hill. You can see who's who in the zoo. I use that term advisedly because they're spread out between basically the middle of the back straight and our last competitor entering the hill at the minute. That's the field from first to second. And again, Ben Grice coming out of turn 7 through the chute. And I don't know what's going on with that black flag situation, but it's not being held out anymore. So it could have just been bad sportsmanship flag, perhaps, rather than the black flag. You know, get the meatball, so you're under warning.
Yep.
So maybe that's what that was about. Who knows what for, though. So anyway, we'll try and suss that out a bit later. That was then. This is now. We're looking at the various dices happening around the place, and well, his old man used to be put under plenty of pressure. Baz did Ben Grice, and of course the great Alan Grice, over many, many years in touring cars in particular, and of course sports sedans. But Josh Webster, yes, he's in second place, but he's certainly losing nothing. He's certainly, every time Ben Grice look in the mirror, there's that pesky orange and white Excel of Webster behind him.
Now, the other dice that's going on, David, although they've stretched a bit of a gap at the moment, and that is Jamie Keeling up on top of the hill, the black and blue car, being followed by the orange car of Ryan Phillips from Victoria. So they're dicing for 5th position at the moment. Now, down the bottom of the circuit, so they've opened up a substantial gap. It's still the same. There's nothing between these two cars, and I'm talking about Ben Grice and Josh Webster. And they head into turn number 1, the Tilford Auto Group Bridge, now followed by Campbell Logan, and Callum Mitchell now is starting to apply the blowtorch to the black machine, and that battle for 5th place is still going strong, and that's Jamie Keelan and Ryan Phillips over there at the S's at the moment, and they've completed 7 at this point. So they've only got 3 to go, or 2.5 to go at this point. So we kind of thought this would happen, David, that these two would sort of hold sway when we got here. But you've got to say that Ben Grice has obviously adapted very well to what is a new circuit for him.
Well, he has. He did the same a few days ago at Symonds Plains, where he ended up taking the lap record there. But even though he got into the 4s in qualifying, he's not taken Josh Webster's lap record here yet. But it is only race 1, so another lap under the belt, couple to go according to our timing screen, and pretty much the same gap. It's been officially 0.35 or 0.3 something or other, the lap after lap after lap. But you don't really need a timing monitor to tell tell us or tell you up there in spectator land that there's just nothing between these two hidden age at the front. But we're very lucky in a lot of ways, Baz, that Ben Grice has come down here, because if Josh Webster were to run his normal pace, which is right now, he'd have no one to play with, because he's lit out from the rest of the Tasmanian competitors. So he's been dragged along beautifully by Ben Grice at the moment, and this quite entertaining dice at the front. So Ben Grice, I noticed running on the bonnet of his car has Les Small Racing Engines. Of course, Les Small was long time employee of the late Ian Harrington back in the Roadways racing days. A very noted engine builder back in the day, and obviously still is.
I think from memory that Les Small would have built the engine for the Commodore that won Bathurst with the Chicken Man.
Chickadee, and also he would have built the engine for the 100-mile-an-hour car, as they call it, which is the first car ever to average 100 miles per hour, 160 kilometres per hour, around the Bathurst circuit up at Mount Panorama. So Les Small, very renowned engine builder of the time. He'd be a reasonable age now, but he's still dabbling in engines clearly, and obviously built the engine for his old mate Gricey, for his young bloke Ben, and he was a bit of a V8 specialist, obviously, back in the touring car days, but he can screw together a handy kind of Hyundai Excel four-cylinder jigger as well. Clearly, the fact that it's got some good power coming out of Ben Grice's car. It's a very nice little setup as well. And I say that because I know how well the Webster machine is set up. The Webster Racing Webster Motorsport Excel has just got that set up beautifully, and all I like up there from Josh. So he's trying, he certainly is trying. We've got 300 metres to go. They are on the last lap now. The first Hyundai Excel race of the program of the weekend. Here we go. Check your flag. Chocolates going to Mr. Alan Grice, Ben Grice, and the Allied Transport. I think the Bean Excel, the head of the Signworks Excel, the TKR Welding, yes, machine of Josh Webster. And then in third, quite a way behind, some 10 seconds down the track, in fact. So that's the pace of the leaders. Third was Campbell Logan, a great debut, a basketball debut. He's an absolute rookie. So he's got a good car under him, but he's certainly learned how to drive it very well. So well done, Campbell. Well done also to Callum Mitchell, picking up on his strong form from Simmons a few days ago to coming in fourth. And then next we've got Jamie Kelling in fifth, Phillips in sixth. Jeremy Bennett's having a better run, but still a bit off his usual form, so still struggling to find some speed after their engine change. Kingston was next in eighth, and then Jones, Bird, Midgley, and then we've got Jones, Leighton, Twining, and Axelson. And, of course, Charlie Parker not classified as a finisher after his drama, which is unusual because the car, since it's been run by the Crick family, has been quite reliable, but obviously something not going quite right for Charlie over there at the bottom of the circuit.
You're dead right, David. Now, the other thing I should point out is that the lead two cars, just to put this whole thing in perspective, were 1 second faster than the rest of the field. Now, in Hyundai terms, that is massive.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it
Second lap. I mean, we talk in tenths normally.
Yeah.
But the fastest lap went to Ben Grice, would you believe, on the very last lap, just to sort of rub salt into the wound for Josh, who was holding the fastest lap. And so it's gone to Ben with a 105.36, 2 100ths of a second faster, just 2 100ths faster than Josh Webster. Nobody else got into the 105s.
No. That's how they rolled, isn't it? So it's quite interesting the way that rolled out. But I'm glad that Ben was here to give young Josh some earnest competition. It certainly was that. Josh might take some solace in the fact that even though he didn't pick up the win, his race record, so his lap record is still intact. He lost it to Ben at Simmons Plains a few days ago, but at the moment anyway, and we've still got more races to go today, tomorrow, the his Excel lap record is intact for Josh Webster, but he's got plenty on his mind, plenty to do, plenty to think about to try and take the fight up to Ben Grice. He's met his match here at Basketball Raceway, and I don't reckon he's too unhappy about that. Thanks again, folks, for joining us, and don't go anywhere, though. There's plenty more racing, plenty more action happening this afternoon here at Pepsi Max Basketball Raceway. We've still got HQ Holdens coming up very shortly, 10-lapper for them, followed by an 8-lapper for TCR, another reverse grid race for those guys. More thunderous action from the wonderful S5000s a little later on too, ahead of a race for the Touring Car Masters machines led by John Bow and Adam Garwood et al. Today. And of course tomorrow we get back into it and then later on this afternoon, of course, for more Trans Am, I should say, for 18 lappers. Another improved production race. Hyundai Excel is coming back to do it again for 10 lappers, just like they did, and then HQ Holden finishing up the day. So tomorrow, as I was about to say, starting again 9 o'clock in the morning with improved production, and then going right throughout the day, right through to late afternoon, with, of course, the biggie, the 25-lap grand final, the roadway servicing TAS $10,000 on offer for the race winner for the Trans Ams. So lots going on today and tomorrow. We hope that you guys and girls up there in Spectator Land will come out again tomorrow. A little bit cooler is the suggestion for the weather, but I see that there's been some very inventive contraptions up there, lots of beach umbrellas and lean-tos and gazebos and easy-ups and other bits and pieces. And so it's fantastic to see the people have organised nice shade, a nice little picnic scenario for your good selves to enjoy the motor racing here at Basketball. And if you're out and about, of course, slip-slopping, slapping, and if you're out on the fence or at the food facilities, we ask that you watch for your 1.5 metre distancing. And if you're going past any one of the many sanitation stations around the precinct, that you just grab a bit of a squirt and have a bit of a hand clean while you're at it, just for safety's sake. But we do appreciate all you've done in helping the promoters and the organisers in observing the social distancing and all the COVID-safe practices, so we can enjoy our public events such as the motor racing here at Basketball. We can be the exemplar as far as holding public events safely. HQ races coming up soon here at Pepsi Max Basketball Raceway.
Alrighty, HQ time. The mighty HQs, the rock and roll and out of control at HQ Holdens. They spend most of their time in that state. Andrew Toth, a multiple Tasmanian champion, will start from pole position. Alongside him will be 5 times and current state champion Phil Ashland, the Yellow Peril. And he was a dominant force last week up at Symmons Plains. Really super impressed with his run in the final race where the competitors decided they wanted to be a reverse grid race. And by half race distance, he'd got through the lot of them and was leading the race. He ended up winning by about 5 or 6 seconds. And Dave, that's it's pretty dominant in a Kiwi race. You don't see that very often.
No, that's very, very true. And the car, the driver, the team, the setup is absolutely the Yellow Peril, you could say. It's absolutely spot on. So, but Toffee's got him, right? For now, at this moment, by a 15th, you might as well say.
Well, I've been lucky enough to watch those two go at it at this track. Meeting after meeting after meeting, they're very, very evenly matched down here. And I expect big things from Otis Corbell here too. Andrew Bird, he was showing signs of being back to his best at Symmons Plains. He's sort of had his mind on other things, business, whatever, and he just hasn't quite been on that cutting edge that I normally associate with him. But he was back amongst it last week, so looking forward to seeing what he can offer as well. And of course, Brandon Madden and the team from Queensland, they found some horsepower during the week. What are we going to see?
Well, it's got to be very, very interesting. I know it's got to be very consistent, and the local boys have got the home ground advantage, but the 8 Queenslanders and the 1 Victorian will certainly be giving it all to the Tasmanians, and that's what it's all about. We've got a good field of 17
It's almost
HQs.
state of origin, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's mate against mate, isn't it?
Tasmania versus Queensland, pretty much, with the Victorian thrown in for good measure.
Yeah, well, it's the ham sandwich, isn't it? So
the Tassie guys have locked out the first 2 rows. Toth on pole in 28. Ashland on his outside in 1. The Viking rolls up to P3. 71 on the car. It was 1 last time he raced here. It's now 71. Andrew Bird, the oldest racing HQ on the planet, pulls up alongside him. Car number 34, the Don Towing entry. Raced at the very first race meeting, that car.
Yes, I was talking to Birdie earlier this morning, and he showed me the logbook. And it's not 1, it's not 2, it's not 3, it's 5 logbooks. Yeah. That's correct. So it's done a lot of races.
Oh, it has. 10-second board goes up. Lights are red. When they go out, we go racing. Who will get the jump? Held him a long time. Toth makes a good start, as does the number 1 machine of Ashland under the bridge for the first time up into turn number 1. And it's Andrew Toth who gets the run up the little hill to the top of the S's, turn 2. Ashland behind him. Then it's the Viking. Otis Corbell. Bird's behind him. And it's the first of our Queensland invaders, Brandon Madden. He's a good operator and he knows this track. And we heard from Phil Ashland earlier. He's a very good racer. But look at Phil Ashland. He got a great run off turn 4. They climbed the hill to JMC Skyline for the first time. He's right with Toth as they go over the top. Yellow and green. Well, I'm not sure if they should be seen without a colour in between because it's not a good mix, yellow and green. What does that make if you put them together? Brown?
Well, normally it turns to brown very, very quickly. I can tell you that for sure. But Bennett got an absolute blinder of a start. He went over the start-finish line 3 wide. He was able to carve it up in between Rattray and one of the other Tasmanian guys. I'd say probably Madden is it, and the Godfather, of course. Joe Andrestri is there that brought all the cars down from Queensland. Doing extremely well. That's only lap 1.
1 of 10 longer races for these shows. Normally these guys would race over 5-7 laps in the final. Would be 10 laps. And here comes Ashland. Big move on the inside into turn 2. Now that's not a usual place to see a pass. It's quite unusual for someone to get the pass done there. Good driving from both drivers to avoid contact. None of them want contact anymore. Back in the day, used to be a contact sport, HQ racing.
Yeah, it certainly was. We certainly sort of flexed the pecs and put the elbows out a little bit. But now what the idea is these cars are certainly going up in value, and parts are starting to come a little bit harder to find. You can still find those parts and things like that, but
you pay a premium.
Yeah, but it's mate versus mate now. Yep. They realise that you don't want to take him out. You want to win fair and square.
Used to be the Testosterone Cup.
Yeah, well, that's it. Door handle. Oh, look at Toff trying to go up the inside there, but just failing Ashland there out in front. But have a look at the Viking. He's given a bit of a love tap there on the top car, the 28 car. He's in third position. Birdie, look at first, second, third, fourth. You just throw a blanket over him, a very small blanket.
Fastest man on the track is Andrew Bird. Madden, he's keeping a watching brief on these 4 cars in front of him. Bird has a look. Well, I just said that no one passes here. Bird gets to the inside of Corbel through turn 2. Corbel fights back side by side through turn 3. The run down to 4. The run out of here is really important for the run up the hill. This is where you need every single horsepower you can find. They climb the hill. They're still side by side. Great racing. Andrew Bird been around a long, long time. Very experienced racer. Side by side over the top. Hard to do without contact or some sort of drama. They're losing ground to our lead too, but it's a fascinating battle. And look who's coming into play behind them. First of our Queenslanders, the Queensland current champion, Brandon Madden.
He certainly is. Now he's dived down the inside there. He's making it three wide. Look at that 3 wide. You can see it, ladies and gentlemen. 3 wide down the back chute, and he's got past from 5th up into 3rd. Absolutely magnificent. Geez, Corbel and Bird were fighting, and all of a sudden Madden's just got a little bit of a good air out of that corner there down the back chute. And look at this. He'd be absolutely stoked with that passing move.
Yeah, well, Corbel and Bird were going at it. They didn't see him coming. He just jumped them, didn't he? I did see he was keeping a watching brief on them. Now, the gap from 2nd to 3rd, which is now Madden, was 2.54 seconds. We'll keep an eye on that over the course of this race. They've completed 3. They're working lap number 4. Our lead 2 almost up to JMC Skyline. Gap back to Madden. Now, the 2 behind him, he passed. They're both on his rear bar now. Going to be very interesting to see if they can get a tow onto the back straight. Really important to get a good run through this next turn, turn 6. And it's called Calvin's Corner. Get a really good run out of here and see if you can't get a drag down the back straight.
Yeah, it looks like first and... Oh, look at that. It is so tight. It's half a car length. A door handle almost. But, Ashland around the outside. And look at this. Oh, Brandon's got to go around the outside. The Vikings up the inside. Corbel. Bird's trying to tuck in behind there. Behind the 71 car. As they're coming onto the front straight. Have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. 3-speed Holden. Oh, Kenda tyres is absolutely a fantastic setup. Still got disc brakes on the front. Drums on the rear.
How good's this race? They're almost 3 wide on the run into turn number 2. That won't fit. 3 into 2 does not go. And it's Madden who hangs on. Corbel's there, as is Bird. They've dropped back to 2 to 3 seconds. Bennett goes around. Oh, that'd give you a heart in the moment there. I think Zach Bennett.
It certainly was. Bennett certainly lost it, and the HQs were able to go to left and right and down the middle to pass him. And very, very lucky. Tony Maloney, the Victorian guy, now he's all of a sudden up there into 14th position, I think. So he's doing extremely well.
That's Zach Bennett car. That's an old Barry Cassidy car.
You can almost say it's an old Barry Cassidy car for half.
The old green 13 is what it is.
Lucky 13 and it's green. Oh, have a look at this. Corbel's up the inside again. Oh, this is going to be a race coming onto the front straight. Madden on the outside, Corbel on the inside. Bird's coming along. Oh, mate, turn 1. It's just like a funnel, you could say, up here. Yeah. Oh, here we go. 2.5 wide.
The gap between Madden and Corbel was nothing. They crossed the line together. Cool racing for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Our lead 2, they're having their own scrap, but they are 4 seconds up the road from this battle of 3 for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Now, Todd's still trying everything he knows. He's throwing everything but his helmet at Phil Ashton, trying to find a way by. And Corbel has 2 wheels out in the dirt, gives Madden a run up the hill on the run into JMC. And Corbel saw him there, gave him some racing room. Good driving from those 2. Andrew Bird, now he's the one who's keeping a watching brief. He's right behind them, just waiting for a mistake. He will pounce. He's a very experienced operator, been around a long time and knows exactly what this cape is all about. And they're going at it as they come over the rise down towards the braking area. There will be 4 to go at the end of this next lap.
Certainly, as you can see there, Ashland and Toff there, 1st and 2nd. Car 1 and 28. It's a beautiful looking car, the number 1 car. It's an awesome looking car. Most of them are. Toff, the 28 car, he's got a brand new one sitting at home, which will be out in the racetrack at the next meeting, which will be their proper round 1 for their championship.
Oh, sorry, I was just watching the battle between Madden Bird and Corbel. They are absolutely going at it. Hardly a touch. There might have been a little touch, but it's only just a little rub. There's no banging of panels. It's just good, hard racing. And Joe Rattray in the 10 machine, he's just starting to get onto the back of this. We'll have a quartet here shortly when there'll be about 3 to run by the time they get to the start line next time. Corbel tried to have a look at the top. There's just not enough room.
It certainly is. It'll be the awesome foursome for third, fourth, fifth, and sixth shortly. We've got seventh and eighth together. As you can see, there's fighting right through the whole field, which is absolutely good. And of course, bringing up the rear is Mark Strachan. He was one of the guys that actually drove one of the trucks up here from Queensland. So absolutely brilliant. Have a look at Toffee now, ladies and gentlemen. He's right on the bumper bar of the one car. God, there's some horsepower here, ladies and gentlemen. Originally a 202 Holden had about 73 horsepower. 73, maybe 80 horsepower if you're lucky.
Probably about 200 now.
Yep, 143,
Problems
145.
for Bird.
Oh, is it?
Just dropped off that pack.
Definitely got problems.
Yeah,
Definitely got problems.
34 in trouble. That's a real shame. He was right in that battle. Gap from second to third jumped out to 7.32 seconds.
Yep, a 107.05.
It's not fast. It's not fast racing. The lap record's about a 107, 106 flat, somewhere around that mark. So they're about a second away from lap record pace. But that happens here sometimes. It gets a bit like that. Our leaders are on the back straight. There'll be 2 to go at the end of this one. Phil Ashland's covered his line beautifully so far. Tots had a look. Goes downhill into the braking areas, about 100 metres out. And they'll go back to second gear. Toth had a look to the inside. Ashland had it nicely covered. Round through turn 7, the sweeper onto the front straight. There will be 2 to go this time. And Corbel's got through on Madden now. And Joe Rattray coming into the game.
He certainly is, and you can see that there. The Viking, the 71 car, is in its third position. Gee, Toff is all over the number 1 car, but just can't find a little gap, can't find a little mistake, and there's no mistakes there from the How Power car. It's absolutely fantastic, really good, close racing, as you can see. Gentleman-like, you can almost say. Pity about Birdie, he was going so well in the 34 car. He's come in. So whether he's got shifter issues, can't quite hear the car over my own voice, but he might have done a head gasket.
Yeah, they are prone to head gaskets, these cars.
Yeah, well, they certainly are. You've got to remember we can only use 98 fuel. So we have now got a compression limit, 45 cc's. But
big dive.
Yep, he's got him.
Oh mate, I'm not game to say he's got him.
Oh, mate, they were some big breaks. There were some big breaks in that corner there. Yeah. And, of course, what's happened is he's washed off too much speed. The final lap. This is it. The final countdown.
Ashland's actually opened a gap. It's out to 0.65 of a second. That's a mile in context of this race. And you say the same about Corbel too. He's broken the train. He's just done his fastest lap. In fact, third, fourth and fifth have all just done their fastest lap on that lap. Best we've seen is Toth, a 107.05. And Ashland's just opened up a couple of car lengths there. I reckon that'll be enough. Can't see how Toth can get to him to there. I think our first 3 are sorted. Over the top, JMC Skyline, the run down to Calvin's Corner, turn 6, call it what you want to call it. We just lose sight of them behind the bridge. They pop out underneath the bridge. You'll see them now. And Phil Ashland, he is driving so well at the moment. He's absolutely right on top of his game.
He certainly is, as you can see. That Toff tried to go down the inside of him on the last lap and, of course, just washed off too much speed. And he's on the boot of him again. But have a look at this, the Ashland car, the How Power car, the number 1 car, the state champion, will be greeted by the checkered flag. Yes, he is.
That's why he is number 1. He's very good at what he does. Andrew Toth comes home in second. Third will go to Corbel, Otis Corbel. Madden got home just ahead of Joe Rattray. Next to be the 58 machine of Andriski. Madden behind him. And the second of the Madden cars, Rattray. It's Neville Rattray. It's Joe's dad. Comes home in 9th. Maloney, the 99 machine, rounds out your 10.
Yeah, well, he's moved up 5 positions, so he'd be happy with that. So,
yep.
Absolutely brilliant.
11 was Wayne Nichols. Zach Bennett was there after his spin midway through that one. Just up at turn 2 there. Yeah, that used to be green with yellow stripes, the number 7 Bennett machine.
Okay, yep.
Run by Barry Cassidy many years ago.
Yep, just another car Barry's had touched his fingers with. That is for sure. But from the HQs, yeah, absolutely brilliant. We've got another showstopper right at the end, around about 5:10 this afternoon.
Yeah, I'll be gone by then. I've got to head up north to get to the Speedway. But
man of many talents, are you?
I don't know about that, but I've got to go to the Speedway.
Okay, well, that's fair enough. All right, no worries. Well, I'll certainly help myself out here later on. That won't be an issue and
well,
problem.
you've got the great Barry Oliver there and David Rose, who just left. He's not quite as great as Baz, because Baz is Baz.
Baz has been around for many, many years, I tell you.
He's
certainly done his vocal cords a unbelievable time workout, you could say.
Over the journey.
And with Jim Richards as well, as the navigator. Not many people can tell Jim to go left or right, I tell you. So back in the day, only you. And of course, the number one. Did
he ever listen to either of you?
Well, I think he must have, because he's certainly done extremely well in Tasmania, and he's certainly
76 wins? 76? 78 events. That's not a bad ratio. 78 events for 44 podiums. That's not bad.
With Jim Richards driving, he still walks and talks and can eat. So he's done extremely well over the years.
So Jim worked out that tarmac rally stuff really, really quickly and really, really early. You have a really good car, and you go really fast in a straight line, and then you slow down a bit for the corners and make sure you don't crash. And it took everyone else a lot of years to catch up to that theory. And it was only in the last 5 years or so that they weren't winning as much, because they just didn't feel like they needed to take the risk. They were just having fun, enjoying themselves.
Well,
and some of these other blokes are taking some pretty big risks.
Youth runs out sooner or later, as you can understand. And then all of a sudden, you start becoming very, very wise and go, that can hurt.
Well, yeah. I mean, a lot of people don't necessarily understand just how quickly those tarmac rally cars are going. And I can tell you that at times it's frightening how fast they are.
Yep, they certainly are. Like, you even just have to drive around Bathurst at 60 k's.
Yep.
And you think to yourself, how do these boys and their toys go that fast for that long, lap after lap? You start thinking that we have got some fantastic drivers in Australia, and we've got some world beaters that's come from Australia, Tassie, in the mainland. And we've been very, very lucky and very, very blessed of our motorsport. So where it started here in Baskerville, 60 plus years ago.
Simmons Plains celebrated 60 years last year.
Yeah, Simmons Plains as well. We've got Sandown.
We lost Longford, I'm still disappointed about that. But anyway.
Come on, mate. That's a couple of decades ago.
1968.
Yeah, well, it's a couple of decades ago.
But they let it go, and they shouldn't have done, because it was iconic. We had world champions racing there on a regular basis.
Well, you certainly did. Jack Bratham, and
Jim Clark,
Jim Clark, Bob Jane, and all those.
There was heaps of them.
Yeah, well, there was. I'm sure the man sitting down here can rattle them all off still without a problem.
Well, Baz started going there in 1955. I know that.
55?
Yeah, that's when he started going there.
God, mate, I haven't even made 55 yet.
Really? You look,
I know.
You look way older than that. You've done it tough.
I've weathered hard. But all right, thank you all very much, and I'll catch you all later. And I really appreciate your time.
No worries, mate.
Thanks, guys.
We'll talk to you later. So we're just waiting to get everything sorted, and we'll have the TCR cars coming out. It's a small but quality field, and they're going to have a great championship right around the country this year. Still plenty of action ahead of us this afternoon. The Trans Am race is fantastic. Hyundai's much the same. I wasn't on air, but did watch them. And terrific racing all round. Of course, we're back again tomorrow for day 2 of the Boost Mobile Race Tasmania. Second leg. Of course, the next race meeting in Tasmania after that will be round 1 of the Tasmanian Circuit Racing Championship. That'll be held up at Symmons Plains on the 27th and 28th of February. And then round 2, we'll be back here at Baskerville the 28th of March. So a bit over a month before we come back here. 28th of March. It should still be nice and warm in March, one would hope anyway. That'll be round 2. Round 3 back to Symmons, 4 down here, 5 at Symmons, and the final will be at Baskerville the 20th and 21st of November. And don't forget, the Baskerville Historics, a 3-day event as always, 17, 18 and 19 of September. And great news for the motorcycle fans, and I know there's plenty of you out there. As of November, we have superbikes coming back to Tasmania. I know a lot of people love the superbikes. They'll be at Symmons Plains in November. Keep an eye on your social media or your mainstream media, and they will certainly bring you up to speed with what's going on with the superbikes announced a couple of weeks ago now. It kind of got swallowed up by Race Tasmania. But anyway, that is happening in November. Very good afternoon to Phil Maney. Good to see Phil out and about. Haven't seen him at a race meeting in a long time. Used to be a national kart champion, Class Australia, back in the day when he was young enough and slim enough to fit in one. Not quite as young and fit as he used to be. And good to see him here. These events do bring out a lot of people that don't necessarily go to all our race meetings. Fantastic to see it. Lots of people out and about. They're getting organised. The Super Cheap Auto TCR Australia race number 1. It's not a championship race. It's just a fun weekend for these guys. 6 cars on the grid. Cameron is going to start from pole. Cox alongside him. Out of 3, Ben Barguana. Zach Suter out of 4. Found a little bit out about Zach Suter. Had some time in Formula Ford and karting. Out of 5 will be Dylan O'Keefe and Zach Hudson, having his first run in one of these cars in an Alfa Romeo. He'll start out of position number 6. He has experience at this track. He ran here in November 2019 in the Improved Production Nationals. Finished second to Ray Hislop that weekend in his RX-7. No mean feat finishing second to Ray Hislop. Many have done it. So Aaron Cameron rolls up on the pole position. Car number 18, the Valvoline entry. Car number 5, Jordan Cox. As we've said a few times, the Picture Partners machine. He became a bit of a YouTube sensation in a red front-wheel drive Honda at Bathurst, trying to chase down Lee Forrest in the turbocharged Celica a few years ago. Out of position 3, the Burson Garage machine of Ben Barguana, son of Jason Barguana. He's here somewhere. Bargs, haven't seen him, but he's here. He would have been racing, but his car got pretty badly damaged in a crash towards the end of the final race at Symmons Plains on Tuesday. Not sure what's going on there. The safety car is doing another lap. Everybody's on the grid, so I reckon we'll get another formation lap by the look of that. B-Select Moona Ute. Big thank you to Peter and Ros Killick from in there at B-Select Moona. Very good afternoon to Sean Kelly too, another well-known local identity in the world of racing. HQ's in more recent times been racing Speedway. Drives a late model these days. The man behind Indian Motorcycles down here in Hobart.
There's a little short fella down there. His name is Jason Barguana. And the reason he's down there, folks, is because his son is sitting on grid position 3.
He is, absolutely.
In the Burson Garage Peugeot.
Now, Jason should be sitting on grid 4 or 3 or 2 or 1. Or
yep.
whatever.
Oh, lots of wheel spin for Aaron Cameron, but he's got it working.
I think it's just a warm-up, lad.
Oh, sorry, mate.
That's all right. But good practice. Good practice.
I was at a sort of brief meeting down the deck, and
A meeting?
Yes. Well, these things have got to happen, you know.
You organising another contract?
No. Getting some things organised for the Hall of Fame inductions in a fortnight's time.
Yes, we've spoken about that.
Yeah. So anyway, we know who the first one is.
Yeah, we do. That was announced here Tuesday a week ago, and pretty solemn occasion. But I think it's very, very fitting, and I guess I can say public because it's already been made public that Michelle Fish will be inducted. So
Yeah.
That's fantastic for people in Tasmania who knew Michelle.
Yes, the board made the decision back in November. It was unanimous. It happened in a matter of seconds. Where we looked at the nomination and said there's absolutely no question that she should be in there. We held our breath, we crossed our fingers, we prayed hard and hoped that she'd be with us in 2 weeks' time, but sadly she departed, and which is very, very sad, but we gave her a wonderful send-off from here.
Yeah, we did. Yep.
And I've got to tell you, just as they're on this warm-up lap, at the end of the actual service itself, or the memorial, the hearse actually did some laps, and I was over at the pit exit gate waiting for the hearse to appear, and it did. And we all stood back and went, wow,
that was funny.
We've never seen a hearse go that fast. You were there.
I was there. You know who the passenger was?
No.
Paul Bottomley.
Oh, well, that's fitting. Yeah, her beloved brother.
Absolutely.
Right.
Here we go.
I'll get it right this time, mate. We've got a Peugeot on pole position.
Yep.
Aaron Cameron. Jordan Cox in the Alfa Romeo in position 2. We go back to Ben Barguana in the Burson Garage Peugeot alongside the Honda Type R of Zach Sutar. And they get off pretty well. Looks to me as though Jordan Cox has got the jump, but he may not get the corner. And a very slow starting Zach Hudson. First time out for him. And the battle up the front is very interesting. So it's Aaron Cameron at the moment. Ooh, and almost out of control, Jordan Cox. Now, they're not supposed to oversteer these cars. They're front-wheel drive. They're supposed to understeer.
Well, that's exactly right. Barguanas sits himself in position number 3. So you go over James C. Skyline, head down the hill towards the turn 6. Now, it's an off-camber corner. You can run out of road very quickly here. If you get off the track on driver's right, it can take you a long time to get back on. You quite often see go half the length of the back straight in the grass before they gather it up enough to get it back onto the bitumen. They head down into turn number 6 and 7, which is where they are now. Our leader is Cameron. He's got Cox in hot pursuit. Then we go back to Barguana. Behind him, it's Sute, O'Keefe, and Zach Hudson in a learning curve in these cars. Done a few laps around here, Baz, but not in one of these. Very, very different car.
Well, the last time we saw him down here was in a very, very quick, improved production RX-7 Mazda.
Absolutely.
Fighting with
Ray Hislop.
Yes, exactly. Hislop won, but he worked for it. He had to work for it.
Oh, my word, he did.
And we were super impressed with Zach Hudson. So he's very much in a learning curve at the moment. But the first 3 cars, there's nothing much between them. Now, what's going to happen after this 10 laps is that they'll have a short break. And then they will have a second 10-lap race. But the difference is they're going to be a reverse grid from their shootout positions.
Okay.
So in other words, their original grid positions for race number 1 will be reversed. So that could be quite interesting. So Dylan O'Keefe back there in 4th position at the moment.
He's the fastest man on the track, and here comes the challenge. Cox has got through. Good move up in turn 2. I just finished saying a little while ago, not too many people pass on the run into 2, but they've made a liar of me the last couple of races. We've had a couple of passes there as they climb the hill to JMC Skyline once again. Turn 5, Cox, Cameron, Barguana sitting in 3rd. If anything, he's closing in on this battle for the lead of the race, which is good stuff because it makes it 3 instead of 2, and we love a good battle. Through turns 5, 6, onto the back straight they come, and over the rise, down into the braking area. And it comes up very quickly, that braking area.
Cameron looking for an inside run, but Cox is not going to let him in. He gave him racing room. That's the important thing. Cameron looks for an inside run, but the gap closes, and so we've got three very close together at the moment. Jordan Cox leading the car of Aaron Cameron, the Peugeot, and back to the next Peugeot of Ben Bargwana. And both those Peugeots, I believe, brand new motor cars for last weekend at Symonds Plains. The fourth place car is Zach Suter doing a good job. Then Dylan O'Keefe back a little way, not that much. And then down the back is Zach Hudson.
Well, O'Keefe just did the fastest lap of the race. He's the only, no, he's not the, yes, he is. He's the only driver in the 54s, a 54.8069 on lap 3. So he's certainly carrying some pace back in the pack there, Baz.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, got to remember these cars are all very much the same now. Cameron inside the car of Jordan Cox and gets through, but does he run wide? No. He kept a nice tight
Gee,
line.
He pulled that tight, didn't he?
Ah, beautiful.
Good move.
So Jordan Cox has got nowhere to go at the moment because Aaron Cameron driving very defensively but very, very fairly. He's been to the John Bower School of preventing people from going past.
Just did the 54.54, fastest lap of the race, and that got him back into the lead of the race. They've completed 4, working lap 5. So the end of this one will be half race distance. They climb the hill up towards JMC Skyline once again. Cox now the pursuer, trying to put the heat on the back of the Valvoline machine of Cameron. They work down the hill once again, down to turn number 6. And it is Cameron leading the way. He's got all the pressure on him, because he's got Cox and also Bargwana to worry about because they're close enough.
Well, I've got to say that I've been very impressed with Ben Bargwana both last weekend and this weekend. I mean, Cox particularly is very experienced, and to a certain extent so is Aaron Cameron. But Ben Bargwana holding on. Now, he's in the perfect position if these two at the front have a little contretemps or something goes wrong, if you know what I mean. And Aaron Cameron running a bit wide there. He's got to try and hold it in tight for the left-hander to go up the hill. And what's happened is because those guys are dicing so fiercely, Zach Sutar in the white and black car, fourth at the moment, is closed up, and he's taking Dylan O'Keefe with him. And I would suggest to you that Zach Hudson is actually getting quicker with every lap as he becomes more experienced with the car.
Well, his quickest lap time is the equal of pretty much all of them now.
Well,
with the exception of our race leader, Cameron. So he's on the money in terms of lap speed.
Now, Jordan Cox has gone back into the lead, but Ben Bargwana has taken advantage of the fact that Cameron was out wide. Almost contact there between Ben Bargwana and Aaron Cameron. Now, they may only...
Oh, look out. We've got well, it's not a lose. It's a lose. It's not a spin. Cost Cox 2 spots. Had that been rear-wheel drive car, it could have been game over at Red Rover. But he managed to hang it together and lose some ground in a couple of spots. But no harm, no foul, Baz.
So was there any contact, or was
Didn't see any contact. It was just super sideways on the run up through turns 1 and leading to turn number 2.
So net result: Ben Bargwana in the lead at the moment in the Peugeot.
What's the little fella like down there on pit road? He'd be wearing a hole in the bitumen, wouldn't he?
I reckon, mate. I reckon. Okay, well, now we go to the back straight and have a look, and we can tell you that at the moment it's Ben Bargwana in the Burson Garage entry, followed very close by Aaron Cameron, who's looking for an inside run. Jordan Cox, after that little issue, has gone back to third position. He's followed by Zach Sutar, then Dylan O'Keefe, and a gap back to Zach Hudson. That's the order, but the first 5, there's nothing in it at the moment, and they've completed 7. They're on their 8th lap at the moment, 8, 9, 10. So 2 3/4 laps to go from here.
And Cox is back in the game.
He's back in the game. I'll tell you what, mighty job to get that car straightened up. Not very easy to do in a front-wheel drive car when it decides to oversteer to that extent.
Very talented in a front-wheel drive car. He cut his teeth in a little Honda Civic, and we've spoken about that at length. He's very, very good at what he does. Currently sitting in P3, looking to get back to the lead of this one. He'd be absolutely furious. He coughed it up. Big challenge on the inside as they run down the end of the back straight. Cameron goes back to the lead. Bargwana back to second. Cox is third, running a brief look behind them. Then Sutar back to O'Keefe. And Hudson, he's just moving along nicely at the back there. He's certainly not disgracing himself by any means.
No, he's not. I've got to agree with you. Now, we're getting down to the business end of this race, and so at the moment, We've got Ben Barguana looking for an inside run. I don't know where he's got the grunt. Now, this is going to be interesting. They're side by side, and Barguana goes into the lead, but I don't know that he'll hold on to it. Now, look at this. Jordan Cox down the inside had to back out of it. There was nowhere to go. They come onto the back straight now, and the first 4 cars locked together. This is a ripper. Forget about quantity. This is about quality. And Aaron Cameron down the inside of Ben Barguana. Jordan Cox sitting there in third. They accelerate onto the sweeper and come around across the line now. And Ben Barguana, what can he do about Aaron Cameron? This is going to be the best drive by Aaron Cameron, I would think, for a while. Oh, the car started to get a bit out of shape, the Peugeot of Aaron Cameron, but he's managed to hold on to it. And now Ben Barguana has just snuck into the lead, but he's going to run wide, and that allows Cameron to get up on the inside. Jordan Cox says, keep fighting. I'm going to take advantage of this. And so we've got all 3 together on top of the hill.
Unbelievable.
Nothing in it.
What is that? Big pass at turn 5.
How do you do that?
Not sure, but he's done it. And got a good run off 6 as well. So keep an eye on Jordan Cox over the rise, down into the braking area, and side by side under brakes into turn number 7. Jordan Cox is back in front. Cameron is second. Barguana is third. Out of turn number 8, it's checkered flag time, and Cox got the lead at exactly the right time, takes the win. Cameron comes home in second, Barguana third, Suter in for fourth, O'Keefe fifth, and Hudson rounds it out. But Baz, you don't need 25 cars to have a good race. That was fantastic.
It was a truly great race, and thank you guys for turning it on. That was terrific. And Jordan Cox was obviously so delighted with the win after that he Speedway style, mate, through turn 1 at the finish.
I guess you can do that.
Yeah.
What do you reckon, Rosie?
Oh, mate.
How good was that?
You're spot on, and we've been saying it all week. So people say, oh, there's only a few TCR cars. I was saying, but hello, look at the guys who were at the sharp end, who were the quick guys at Simmons, including the round winner. And like how good was that? That's like an Excel race, it was like a Formula V race. It was like all of that, but about 10 seconds faster. Yeah. That was very, very good. That was quality.
Well, we've seen some great racing already today. I mean, the weekend's only young.
Yep.
But the Trans Am race was fantastic. The Hyundais, that was awesome. The Kiwis were good. That was good.
Yep.
We've been very lucky so far.
It's been interesting that hearing the transitioning, that you one that was sort of you didn't dislike and you were a fence sitter about TCR.
Me?
Until last weekend, and then
absolutely.
We got you over the line, and a few people I know were still fence sitting, but I bet you a few people up there in Spectator Land, you guys and girls, were going, well, actually, that was pretty good.
Well, as I said at Simmons, I've always been quite opinionated about different things, and I put my hand up and said, I'm just not sure about this TCR. I just don't know. And then I watched them at Simmons Plains. I watched their first session. I said, you got me. They're fantastic.
Now, can I just point out something for you? Aaron Cameron, great drive, second place, fastest lap, 54.54. Who would have thought before this weekend that a 2-litre front-wheel drive car would do 54s around the circuit?
Yeah. Baz, you just set a lap record.
Funny that.
Yeah. Now, if you thought that was good, cop this. Short break, and they're back on the track.
Yes.
But they're going to reverse
the start order.
Well, I was sort of doing that within that race.
Yeah.
Inadvertently.
It was going on, wasn't it? Or going off, whichever way you want to put
That's right.
Yeah.
That's good, Padney. And what we have to remember, we don't have to remember, but pay to remember, is that this is a non-championship race. These are $300,000 cars. These are expensive cars, every bit of them. Like, to be racing that hard, I saw Gary Rogers down there in the corporate section, and he just looked a tad nervous because he's built the cars down there. He owns most of them. And it's a big deal to be going down here and running these cars, still wearing them out, but also putting them in danger of trashing them, of rocking into a ball in a non-championship race.
Absolutely right. Now, Baz pointed out that Cameron did the fastest lap of the race at 54.54, which obviously first race they've had here is the lap record. Second fastest lap time completed in that race was a 54.67 by Zach Hudson.
And this is a rookie.
Oh, absolutely.
First meeting with a TCR car.
Here's the guy who went backwards into the wall in his Excel 4 days ago.
Oh, yeah, but as soon as the thing got in a straight line, he snicked the gear and away he went. He didn't hesitate.
Zach's, I was at Rally Australia, it didn't happen, but didn't he run here in improved production?
Yes, he did.
Last year in the RX7?
2019, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, you for last. Yeah, so he's been here, but like.
He ran second to Ray Hislop.
How good are these young blokes? So they just come out of Excel and he just jumps into that car second quickest time. We saw Jordan Cox yesterday jump into the Trans Am and do the fourth fastest time, never even driven it in his life.
So I've got a theory on this.
They just got so much talent, it's ridiculous.
I've got a theory on this. Back in our day, back when we were young and you used to walk to school, was 10 kilometres uphill all the way and 15 kilometres uphill all the way home. We didn't have the fitness, we didn't have the knowledge and the diet and all those other things behind us. I'll say us, I don't mean me, I mean the young people of that era, the David Parsons, those sorts of people. We didn't have the conditioning and the fitness and all the coaching and training that the youngsters have today. These guys, they're seriously talented. I mean, the young guys back then were seriously talented as well, but they're just not as committed as these guys are now to the whole cause.
Their diet and their training regime and the whole shebang. And,
absolutely. I mean, David Parsons, he'd race and then go and work on the farm.
That's right. And they'd often, him and his dad would turn up late and start off the back of the grid because they've been milking cows right up till that morning.
Correct.
And then get in the car from Smithton and drive on down.
But that was the way it was back then. So young guys, I mean, when Mark Scaife came into the sport, Craig Lowndes, those guys, that was probably the start of a bit of fitness and conditioning and so on, but they wouldn't have been anywhere near as committed to a fitness regime and diet, etc., as these guys. They have coaches to coach their thought process to what they want to do.
Yes, they even have mental coaches like Scotty McLaughlin, who had a sports psychologist, which he openly credits for much of his success.
So it's a very different landscape for a young driver coming into the sport now than it was 30 years ago.
Well, I'm still remembering the words that Jordan Cox told me 4 days ago, the end of his success in Championship TCR. What did he attribute his increase or his better form than 2019 when it's the last time they raced seriously? He said, attitude. I've got a bit fitter. I've just thought more earnestly and more clearly, more focused about my motor racing. So it was all in the head. He always had the latent talent. He just put it together in a different way. I love stories like that. So seeing him come into that Trans Am, I know I'm banging on about it, but it takes pure talent to do that. Into a Trans Am car yesterday afternoon, jumped in and did the fourth quickest time, and that was it, just for giggles because it's his mate's car. And then he goes out today, and you just saw his performance there. And if you were in Simmons 5 days ago, you would have seen how dominant he was there in the TCR. So it's just good, isn't it? We're in safe hands. We know there's so many good young blokes are coming through on the national stage.
It also means that the older generation, David, are now looking over both shoulders.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
not both at the same time.
I reckon the head is going left, right, left, right.
Yes, good stuff.
Yeah. Plenty of little discussions going down between the drivers and crews down in the pit lane. We've got the little blocks behind the rear wheels just to stop them from rolling back because you don't want to be putting handbrakes on, even if they had one, because that would just provoke heat soak. If you've got brake, rotor, disc pad on disc, you don't want to be doing that. So they're just having a think about things. A few people looking under the bonnet, so probably, and just having a think about how it's going to roll out next time. There's the pink shorts man. Certainly it's the Dayglow pink. He's fully in full OH&S mode. Bazza. Barry is lurking there, and his dad, I think the last time I looked, was down there in the corporate area. Talking to some of our wonderful supporters.
Last I saw him, he was down there. There, I can see him down there now.
There he is. Yes, he has moved. He's the Rogers. They get about. So the great Gary Rogers. I actually did called a media ride. I ride with him in his Greater Pacific Finance Orange A9X here at the Big Bangers meeting. No, it wasn't. Yeah, it was at basketball in about 1970 something. It was a long time ago.
It'd have to be early 80s because I remember Steve Masterton being here in an XD Falcon.
That was the meeting, I think. It was promoted by the Roadways by Wendy and Harrington and Ralph Bottomley and Don Elliott owned the circuit. They promoted a couple of big touring car meetings, and that one there I did a ride with Gary, and that wasn't yesterday. So as Barry told us just a few hours ago, that one of the reasons that Gary had the initial idea was because he loves Tasmania. He has a home in Battery Point, which he spends a lot of time in. He spends a lot of time in Tasmania. A lot of people didn't realise that. There's some quite strong business interests here in the south of the state, and a Kettering here and there, and as well as his interest on the mainland. He likes coming what he calls home. And he was originally, I think, a Penguin boy.
Penguin, yep.
So has a great affinity with Tasmania, and we're happy about that because we've had a couple of fantastic days or a week, if you like, of fantastic motor racing.
Well,
Thanks to them.
I think it might have been number 5 who asked him why this, and he said, well, I learned to drive a tractor in Tasmania, I learned to milk a cow in Tasmania, I learned to chase girls in Tasmania, and I just love Tasmania.
Well, we're glad he does, eh?
Absolutely.
By number 5, I should stop some of the crypticness. By number 5, you mean Molly Taylor?
That's the one.
That's the one. Molly Taylor, of course, one of the pit reporters and roving reporters for the 7 Network and ARG last weekend at TCR. And of course, number 5 was her number in the very popular and extremely high rating SAS television series.
How good was she?
Oh, that's ridiculous. Ridiculous how strong and how focused and how
mentally tough.
Wow.
And
I just feel so inadequate when to see what she went through. That was just superb. Absolutely
make
superb.
you sick.
Oh, yeah, it was just superb.
I was very envious of her ability to do that. I really was.
Dropped into ice flows and then dunked for hours.
Especially when those blokes are yelling and screaming at them.
In your face, literally.
I mean, me? Can you imagine?
Oh, imagine that.
Can you imagine what I'd have said?
Yeah, imagine they pointed at you as well. Yeah, and dropped out of helicopters into freezing lakes and then just going down through ice tunnels and they put your foot on your head again, so no more.
Going on 10k runs with 35 or 40 kilos on it. She'd only be 50 kilos.
That's right. That was an amazing feat. And we're talking about Molly Taylor, 2016 Australian Rally Champion.
Not just her, all of them that actually
that's true.
were involved in that, especially those that went right through.
That's true. Well, look at Merrick Watts. He's a comedian and a radio jock, and he got right to the end, and he was selected to be SAS ready. Right? Yep. That's pretty cool.
Yep.
Yeah, that was good. So Molly, we were very proud of her as a motorsports person. A lot of people were going, who? What are you? You're not a celebrity. Well,
2016 Australian Rally Champion.
Well, folks, we just had a little taste. So now we're coming back for more, but doing it slightly differently. We've got a flip. So Zach Hudson, the man we're just talking about, who was the second quickest in that race, he's now lining up there with Dylan O'Keefe, from a Porsche driver. And
it's so good, mate, that they paint these Valvoline cars exactly the same. I love it.
Yeah. They do, yes. It's a GRM. So again,
different cars, but
yeah, it's brilliant. We're very lucky to have some established stars in this category and some absolutely emerging stars, as they've proven today. Very entertaining. Don't want to put the pressure on them because.
Do we know how many of these cars are in existence in Australia?
No, I don't. I think
pretty much 20, 30.
I think what we saw last weekend was about. Bar 2, I think. I think we're too short of the registered number, if you like, of TCRs.
Right.
That we saw last weekend. So I think we're.
There were 18 on the grid last week.
Yeah. So and I think there were 2 that couldn't make it. So I think it's probably 20 odd cars.
Yep.
Which is very close to a not like a supercars grid.
Well, you don't need too many more than that.
We just saw that a minute ago.
You can only have as far as I know, it's still the rule, a maximum of 3 of any one particular brand. Now, whether that's the same here in Australia at the moment, I don't know, but originally it was a maximum of 3. So
we've got Peugeots and we've got Alphas and we've got Hondas.
So there's 6 manufacturers, did you say, Baz?
There were last weekend, yes. But worldwide, there's something like 12, 13, something like that, because you've got to throw in things like Seat.
Were the VWs in there? I think they were at one
stage.
Yeah,
GDI's in there. The Subaru was, but that's no longer there. But you can go through the list. There's quite a few others.
Well, the Audis that were run by Chaz and Co at Simmons last weekend.
Yep.
The VWs are run by Jason Bright.
Didn't he do a good job?
Oh, yeah. Well, hello.
Yeah, I know.
He did, yeah.
He would have had the same thing as Lee Holdsworth.
Yeah.
The last thing he drove was a supercar.
Completely alien. The little narrow power bands, turbochargers, front-wheel drive, left-hand drive, all sorts of weird
nothing
stuff.
The same.
No, nothing the same.
Sitting on the other side of the car. Just.
He did say that at Phillip Island the week before Simmons, the test day, it was really weirded him out. He had to go home and have a big think about what he'd done and learnt that day. But of course, being the pro that he is, he did have to think about what he'd done and learnt that day and converted it to a third place. Simmons in the championship. But I'm so happy for Lee Holdsworth but anyway, we know he's being a lovely fella, and to get flung from the Tickford team in supercars because of funding and license availability and all sorts of things wasn't anything to do with his driving ability.
Well, especially when he was provisional pole sitter at Bathurst a few months previously.
I know. It's cool, isn't it, how it works?
Comes out of left field.
He doesn't have a lot of budget like some of the guys. So,
do you reckon Jason Bargwanna's grown at all?
No.
No, I think it's probably gone the other way. And the thing about it is we're sledging him because he's down below us and there's no speakers pointing that way.
And we can.
And he's got earphones on, so he hasn't got a clue that we're sledging him dreadfully. That's okay.
But he deserves it.
True. He's on the cans for...
a bit early in the day for that.
He's got the headphones on. He's on the radio, I should say, clearly for his boy, young Ben, who's having a very solid start to his TCR career. So not here today as a driver, well, not in the 2CRs anyway, because he's been doing demo laps, but in the championship, as we saw last weekend, the father and son running the Burson Garages in the Full Supercheap Auto Championship.
He took Captain Grumpy's drive.
Yes.
Captain Grumpy was driving the Monaro at Simmons Plains.
Oh, right, okay. I didn't know that.
On the Friday, I think it was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, only on the Friday.
Yeah, okay. So it didn't do any other laps other than Friday.
No, it didn't. No. Maybe he broke it or something.
Of course, Gary Rogers had two of those Monaros, didn't he?
He did.
Fabulous cars.
One's was a red one for Peter Brocks now in the Bathurst Museum. The yellow one's here, and I understand they're building up another one from the bits.
I thought there was a third one, which was a factory-built car, but could be wrong.
Well, there's one being built up from all the bits.
Yeah, a brand new one.
Brand new one, that hasn't raced and won't race.
So Zach Hudson on pole, Dylan O'Keefe next to him. We're set to go. Red light on, red light off. And our pole sitter missed it completely, Zach Hudson. Suter tries to get up alongside. It's given O'Keefe a free kick on the run-up into turn number 1 under the Tilford Auto Group bridge. They head up there, up to turn number 2. And Suter trying to get into position there in third. But O'Keefe got a nice little kickstart. They're starting to get mobile now. I'm just trying to pick who. That might be Cameron who's moved through. This is Cameron's picked up 2 or 3 spots straight away. So good job from Cameron. He started last in this one because it was reverse of their starting order. So he started out at grid number 6. He's already up into third place. So that's been a really good start from him. And Jordan Cox has got it all to do at the back. I guess he's got 10 laps to do it, but he's got a fair bit of distance to make up as.
Yeah, he certainly has. And I think you'll find that Zach Suter didn't have a very good start. I think he's actually back in probably 5th position at the moment in the Honda. We'll just check that, but I think it's 5th position for him. So as they come across the line now, it's O'Keefe followed by Zach Hudson, followed by the Burson car, is it? No, the Valvoline car.
Cameron.
Yes, Cameron. Aaron Cameron gets up on the inside and looks to take 2nd position, which he does. So moves into 2nd place. Now 4th is the Burson Garage car of Ben Bargwanna. Then it is Zach Suter and Jordan Cox will be at the back of the field at the moment. Now they're still pretty closely bunched. So the order was O'Keefe, Hudson, Cameron, Bargwanna, Suter and Cox. 10 laps, the same as what we've just had. And as they come down the straight, and
Cox is just sussing him, Baz. All right, he's just biding his time. 30 laps left.
Well, I've got to tell you that Aaron Cameron, how close was that? Or was it? No, it was Dylan O'Keefe.
Yeah.
I thought there was going to be a coming together then.
So did I. A bit of a whoopsie there. And Dylan O'Keefe looks just a bit at sea there. He got out of shape down there in 6th and just never fully recovered. Just doesn't look all that comfortable. The car doesn't. And of course, he slipped back a couple of places as well. But look at Cox, he's just lurking. I'm just convinced he just looks like he's gone, ha, ha, ha. I'm watching you boys up ahead. I'm just sizing you up. I'm seeing what you're all doing and what you're not doing. And I'm just going to, at the right moment, I'm just going to start picking you off.
Well, Rosie, I think he's given Cameron too much of a start. He's got 4 cars between himself and Cameron. And we saw that it wasn't easy for him to get to Cameron in the last 10 lapper.
Well, he's got laps, so you see. He's got laps.
Hudson going back by Hudson look for a big move under brakes into turn number 7. They're side by side, the 2 Valvoline cars. Gary Rogers, hold your breath. They work their way onto the start-finish straight. And it's Zach Hudson back to the lead of this one. Good job, young Zach.
And Cameron in second place.
Until he gave him the commentator's curse.
So I think that's Hudson.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, Hudson.
Yeah, so, good job, young Zach. And then he got all excited because he was breaking in late, and he had his teammate alongside him, and Aaron. And he just went a bit hot, and he went out on the marbles, and he just slid off the track, and you know the rest.
And I think you'll find it's Ben Bargwana that's gone into second place now. I think it's the Burson car.
Yeah, it is.
So that's the next. And then I think it would be Dylan O'Keefe, followed by Zach Sutar, and then Jordan Cox, I think. Yes, that's the order. So as they come down the back straight now.
Jeez, they break late. My word.
They do, don't they?
They're unreal.
Wow.
Okay, so Zach Hudson's got the work ahead of him now to try and come back up. So the order is Cameron, followed by Bargwana, then O'Keefe, followed by Sutar, then Cox and Hudson trying to make up some ground. And Cox is starting to put pressure on Sutar at the moment. The Alfa Romeo on the back of the Honda Type R. So black and white versus white and day glow. Battling for fourth position at the moment. Meanwhile, up front, Aaron Cameron showing the same sort of form he showed in the previous race, Andrew.
Yeah, he certainly is. And I've just been watching Ben Bargwana, fastest man on the track, and looks very, very racy in the Burson machine. Out of turn number 6, and onto the back straight they come over the rise. And look at Bargwana. He's lurking, has a look to the inside, under brakes. I probably shouldn't say under brakes. I'm not sure they use brakes, actually, as they head through turn 8 and round onto the front straight. And Bargwana now leads away from Cameron. Oh, we lost a wheel. Lost a wheel, and he might have hit the fence just, but gee, I tell you what, that was quite fortunate that ended as lightly as it did.
Absolutely. So Dylan O'Keefe, it is. Dylan O'Keefe, who's lost a wheel.
That'll be a red flag.
Well, we're yellows at the moment, but
we've got a wheel in the middle of the track, though, so I'd say that, it could be a safety car.
It's the right rear that's come off, the right rear. So the loaded wheel as they come through the sweeper, and they're putting the safety car board out, and the Paul Creed has gone out.
So for those people that have never seen this, yellow flags will be displayed at every flag point. A safety car board will be displayed at every flag point. The safety car is on track. It's up at just on the exit of turn number 1. So all the field will slow, and they will climb up behind that safety car. The driver is out of the car and now on pit lane, so he's nice and safe.
Is that a brake rotor down in the middle of the track, just down here?
It's certainly
yes,
or
part thereof.
Yes, I'd say you're right, David Rose.
And the crew chief's probably telling their drivers to keep right or left of it, try and not
red
run
flag.
over it.
Red flag now,
yeah. I can see that because they have to retrieve the car and then you can't flat tow it, and it'd be even difficult to get onto a tow truck because it's without all its wheels. That's a shame.
That part of the racetrack, to lose a wheel and be that side of the car, the potential for a very, very bad accident was high, and he got out of that very lightly, in my opinion. I think he's been quite fortunate in terms of the lack of damage to that car.
Well, the fact that it didn't dig in.
Well, I was about to say, David, the fact that right rear had gone would have been very easy for it to dug into the soil and just roll the car.
Well, especially across the pit access road. You can see where it's dragged across there, that pit access road. Now, if you hit that at the wrong angle, side on, it's going to tip you over. Now, I'm going to suggest he's doing 160, 170 Ks at about that point of the track.
I would agree.
Probably higher. And, he's been quite fortunate there. That had potential to be a very big moment.
Well, luckily, it just slid and didn't dig. It could have been quite ugly. So, yes, I wonder if it's a broken wheel or just a wheel's departed.
That's the thing. We don't know the answer to that. And we saw at Simmons Plains a few days ago, Stevie Johnson in the Touring Car Masters Falcon, it actually broke the centre out of the wheel, and that parted company with the car. So we don't know whether it's pulled the studs out, what it's done, but it's not cool.
Jason Bargwana down here in pit lane, he just shrugged his shoulders and then he put his hand underneath his head and did that. Yeah. So the fact that the rotor was down there, well, we don't know for sure it was a rotor, but if it was, it suggests that it's more than just a wheel coming off. It might have been a hub failure.
Now that's interesting. The safety car has brought the field round to the grid.
Yeah.
Under red flag.
Yeah, because the normal rule is once the red flag comes out, you are required to slow immediately on the basis that you may find the track blocked. If it is not, you must proceed to pit lane.
Now, the only other thing I can think of is obviously all the guys in these cars have got radio contact with the pits. Maybe they've been told by radio comms to go to the start-finish line. That's potentially what's happened. So that's certainly had the potential to be a very, very nasty incident.
Yeah, well, I think one of the reasons why Jason Bargwanna looked a little bit perplexed is we've got to bear in mind that Dylan O'Keefe's car is a Renault Megane RS, okay?
Yep.
Now, last week, I know that was a Peugeot. Jason Bargwanna's Peugeot that had a rotor failure, that was a Peugeot that where it failed. It shattered going into turn number 6. So what's happened now is that the safety car has left, or the pace car, and the 5 remaining cars look like they're heading off around the circuit now.
But there's no flags at all being displayed now.
No.
So what does that mean? David Rose.
Well, down trackside and talking with Jason Bargwanna, well, even though it was a short race, but the way things work out, that means that the young fella is the winner of the race.
Wow, he's a TCR winner in his second race. That's pretty exciting. No, look, it's not a good way to finish a race. It's not good for Dylan. It was a great first race, and it looked like it was going to develop into a great one there. But, yeah, look, at the end of the day, that's probably the right call at the moment. There's a car stricken on the track, so we'll get him off. We'll get him ready for tomorrow.
We're very lucky, us Tasmanian fans, to have just 5 days apart these TCR cars. Championship race a few days ago, and of course a demonstration race here. And for those who wondered about how these little cars would perform and entertain, they've just showed us every the last half an hour. Just fantastic action, and you're part of it yourself in the championship.
When you say demonstration race, it's one of the best races I've seen, and I can tell you from where we were sitting, it was pretty exciting. So, yeah, look, obviously our car last week unfortunately had that brake failure. So, and the worst part about it was it ended up with damage to both Moff's car and my car. It's hard on the team. But look, at the end of the day, we decided that it's worth getting it back to Melbourne. We'll fix it properly for Phillip Island. We would have both been down here and put on a bit of added to the show. So it's just the way it goes. But it's the first time I've been down here at basketball, and it's absolutely amazing. I'm impressed. It's really good.
Well, even though you haven't been running a TCR car, at least you've been running the big Monaro around with media and sponsor rides.
Oh, yes. 7-litre Monaro. Let me at it, baby. So, yeah, I was pretty fortunate when Barry A said, look, do you mind just jumping in that? And then I went and sat an hour early and waited and locked the doors and no one else could get in. So, yeah, to have a bit of a fang around here in that thing's just amazing. That sounds great, looks great, and, how good's that to have a driver Monaro around here?
Absolutely. But back to reality, I guess the next round of TCR, you were at the Burston Garages, not only running TCR, but running with your boy. That must be a bit special.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look, obviously we've got the 2-car team, the 2 Peugeots, Burston White Parts on board. So we've got a few guests here today as well, which is pretty exciting. And, yeah, we're going to be focused really on getting it right for round 2. The cars were fast at the test. But, yeah, to line up there against your son's something very different, I can assure you. You look in the mirror or you look out the front of the windscreen and see how he's doing as well as what I'm doing. So it's pretty exciting. But once we're on the racetrack, it's just another race car. And I think I've said it before, there's no free tickets for him. If he wants them, he's got to earn them. And it's just like he's done one better than me. He's now out of race win.
He has indeed. Good on you, Bugs. Nice to see you. Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Thank you very much. Thanks for inviting us down here.
Okay, good to hear from Jason Bargwanna.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
He's had a good career, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Won Bathurst. He's been the driving standards observer. Now he's racing again, racing with and against his son.
A champion in New Zealand?
In the twilight of his career, without being nasty. Probably, you'd have to say, he's in the twilight of his career. But he's racing with his son, who's at the start of his career. So that's very, very cool.
Yeah.
And he speaks well, and he's just a good bloke.
Fun guy to be around.
Yeah, just a good bloke.
We had him down here as a guest for a CAMS Awards night. and I got to interview him, and it was great fun. I've got to tell you, he's just easy to talk to, and it was terrific. But when we talk about the 2000 Bathurst 1000 and the winning team, I sort of straight away conjure up this sight of the tiny little short Jason Bargwana and the very, very tall Garth Tander. Yeah, so yes, there was a seat insert required.
Yeah, and the ergonomics in that car would have been interesting. Had
Yes.
to be. I mean, even things like, and in those cars, of course, there was a lot of pedal work going on because they weren't quite as sophisticated as they are now, and a lot of heel toe action. So to get the pedals in exactly the right spot for Bargs with feet that big, and Tander with feet that big, probably not that simple. So the ergonomics in that car would have been very interesting in the lead up to Bathurst that year.
Yep, you're quite right. Well, next up, folks, we're going to have some demo laps from a couple of S5000s. Excuse me.
You're right there, Baz?
Yeah, while I try to choke myself. James Golding will be out in the Valvoline GRM car.
Yeah, got him at a 49.09 earlier.
Right. And Nathan Hearn will be in the other car. So that'll be interesting. So it's not a race, folks. It's just some demo laps. And we've talked about the S5000s before, but the man who really deserves a lot of praise for the fact that we've now got S5000 is Chris Lambden, and we've mentioned it before, but for those people who are not familiar with that, Chris Lambden, a successful racer himself, came out of supercarts in England, where he was very successful, came out to Australia. He raced in touring cars, as they were. He raced a Nissan Skyline, and he also raced a Commodore at Bathurst, and his co-driver on more than one occasion was our own Greg Crick, and he was the man behind setting up a publication called Motorsport News, which was a fortnightly. So after quite a long period, that went off the market. But Chris has always been an open wheeler fan. He always felt that there was a place in Australian motorsport for big banger open wheeler cars, and what better way to go than to try and emulate the wonderful era of what we call the Formula 5000 cars, where we had 5-litre Chevy powered cars, very lightweight, massive tyres. They took a bit of a guesswork at the aero back in those days and hoped it worked, and it was an extraordinary period of time. We had a Formula 5000 race at Simmons and also here at Baskerville. So what you're about to see, if you've only joined us lately, is that this is a modern version of those Formula 5000 cars, except that they use a Ford Coyote motor and 5.2 litres. They are built by Roger Higgins here in Australia, and they're not extensively modified, but they do put out over 500 horsepower. They're sealed, they cannot be touched, and they reckon they can do 2 seasons without doing anything to them. They've got a 6-speed paddle shift gearbox designed and built, the transaxle by Peter Hollinger. They've got the same size wheels, the same tyres, and they all use exactly the same carbon fibre chassis, which comes from overseas, and that's about the only thing that does. Pretty much everything else is designed and built here in Australia. So Chris had this idea. He built the first one himself together with a guy called Michael Borland in Melbourne. And Michael Borland is best known for the Spectrum Formula Ford cars.
Yep.
One of the most successful makes ever in the Australian Formula Ford Championship. And Mike Borland was very much involved in getting the first car up and running. And one of the guys who did most of the testing was Tim Macro, who's now one of the guys racing in the series. Then come along a second group who decided that they wanted a slice of the action as well, and that caused a bit of grief along the way. And at the end of the day, we won't go into all of that sort of detail, there's no need to, and the S5000 was the ultimate result. So Chris persevered. It's taken 6 years, and as I said at Simmons Plains, I know that there were times where he was on the bones of his bum for this to actually happen. So it's a fantastic category. Yes, the numbers aren't very high, but Chris Fields, at the moment, they've got 14 cars in Australia ready to go, and I know we've only got 2 here for the demo, but we did see some great racing last weekend. We saw a new lap record at Simmons Plains after 41 years, which is quite amazing. And so we can look forward to a few laps now, 7 laps as a demo between Golding and James Golding and Nathan Hearn.
Yeah, and for those people that weren't at Simmons Plains a few days ago, and so obviously didn't get up close and personal and see it, I think from memory we had 10 or 11 there, and they turned on quite a show. And we've got an open microphone, so David Rose, where are you?
Mate, I am down in the dummy grid area, but very inappropriately called the dummy grid because there's no dummy in the guy I'm looking at the minute, looking at Beebs. Buddy, this is probably your third or your fourth run on the basketball track in this awesome S5000. And the unofficial times we saw earlier, you're hovering around the lap record pace. How's it feel from your perspective?
Oh, yeah, it certainly doesn't feel like I'm going down to get bread and milk, that's for sure. But, yeah, awesome track here. Lots of camber, so you can really use the grip and lots of fun out there. Only got 2 cars to show down here, but, yeah, it's good to be able to show them off to you guys down here, and hopefully you love it and get to see more of it.
Have you done anything special to the car, or was it just basically run what you ran at Simmons Plains?
It's all pretty similar, mate. There's not too much you can change on them anyway, so from our base setup, we usually start there at most tracks, and it's usually pretty good straight off the bat.
Well, 49-second laps, it's all happening quite quickly. You said the camber's quite good. It's a recently resurfaced track last couple of years. With a bit of testing and new rubber and just some more tweaks, what sort of time you reckon you could find one of these cars around here?
I haven't been holding back too much. Maybe we can get a little bit more out of it. But yeah, it's just about getting around the bumps and that sort of thing. It's a bit rougher this circuit than Simmons Plains, so getting used to that, and hopefully we can get a bit quicker. If not, then it still looks good.
Is there one particular part of the circuit that really gets your attention?
Probably coming out of the last corner, there's a few bumps there that unsettle the car. Just trying to keep it stable across them and get onto the start-finish straight. It's probably the most difficult part.
Thanks, Jimmy. Well done, mate. Lovely to have you down here at basketball in your S5000. Fantastic for GRM to bring in you guys down and entertaining us for these subpar light. And a guy that's very, very busy the last few days, and again here at basketball, jumping from his Trans Am in the S5000, Nathan Hearn. G'day and welcome to Hobart and basketball.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, no, it's good to be here. It's a good little track I got down here, and it's not really made for these open wheelers. So I try and Formula Ford or Formula V with 560 horsepower, but no, Trans Am's loving the track. It suits the Trans Am nature of stop and go, and yeah, fingers crossed we can have a good race in the later race on this afternoon.
We were wondering a few days ago at Simmons, and we're wondering again here, what has to go through your thought processes to jump from such different cars from the Trans Am to a S5000. How long does it take you to get your head around the differences?
Not really too long, to be honest. It works in my favour and also against me that they're such different cars. You know, it's easily to cognitively switch between cars and say, well, look, I'm in an open wheeler now. You're nice and cramped up. You haven't got much room to move around. And in a Trans Am, you know, you've got plenty of room around you. So, yeah, I mean, they're 2 complete opposite cars, as you said. These things are such a precise nature to drive, and the Trans Am, you can drive with your right foot. So I think for me, the hardest car is definitely the open wheeler. Just to get the maximum out of it and find a limit, it's real hard to feel a limit in these things, where in Trans Am you can feel them quite easily. But yeah, look, I mean, I'm enjoying it. It's an opportunity I've got to take both hands, and yeah, I just can't wait. I'm just absolutely stoked to have the opportunity to drive both these awesome motor vehicles.
I bet you are, and you do it beautifully, Nathan. It's lovely to have you and your team down here in southern Tasmania. And right on cue, they fire up, go out and do their S5000 demonstration.
Thank you, David Rose. Well, I can tell you that at Simmons Plains in Heat 1, James Golding finished third, and unfortunately Nathan Hearn had an issue on the second lap and didn't finish the race. Race 2 or Heat 2, and I can tell you that Nathan Hearn, fantastic job to finish third, and James Golding finished in 5th place. Then in the third and final race, Nathan Hearn finished third, and James Golding had some issues and finished, well, he didn't finish. He had a DNF after 21 laps. And overall, for the weekend, bearing in mind that that was the first round of their championship, the VHT S5000 Australian Drivers Championship, Thomas Randall was the man that came out on top with 115 points. Marvellous drive indeed. Tim Ruckrow was second on 104. Joey Mawson was third on 93. Now, as far as our two drivers on the track at the moment are concerned, Nathan Hearn finished 5th and James Golding finished in 7th place. Now, this meeting that we had at Symmons Plains, as I said, was round 1 of their championship, and it's going to be a 4-round championship, so quite compact. And then what will happen is towards the end of the year will be the start of their next championship series, and that will be held over the summer period. So it's going to be a summer series, so races before Christmas and after Christmas, and for that one it's going to be over 6 rounds. Now, normally with these cars in the championship, they have a maximum of 4 brand new tyres from qualifying. That's not the case here today because it's purely demonstration, but last weekend they got 4 brand new tyres at the start of the weekend or start of qualifying, and they also could have a second set of previously used tyres as a backup. So I'm assuming that these guys at the moment are running around on a set of tyres from last weekend. Well. I'm going to sort of pop off now because Stridey, you're going to have a special guest you're going to have a chat to.
A man who looks very, very calm considering the situation he was in a few minutes ago. Dylan O'Keefe's joined us up here. He's just shaking Barry's hand. Good. Yeah, keep the hat on, it's a lot easier. So, Dylan O'Keefe, firstly, welcome to Baskerville Raceway, but what happened? That was ugly.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's very cool to be here, but we're just putting on a demo, so we didn't need to be having a moment like that. But
you've broken something in the right rear, obviously.
Yeah, correct. So I was just coming out of the last corner, pretty simple in a TCR car, nice and flat. Changed up a gear, and then suddenly it pirouetted. So I think the right rear hub, I'm not sure what was wrong with it, but obviously fell off, and off it went through the dirt, and thank goodness it didn't hit the wall. So
what I can tell you from experience of coming here is generally when someone comes across that access road sideways, and you did, generally they barrel roll about 8 or 9 times and finish up down there somewhere. You're very fortunate to have stayed on your wheels. That was a wild ride, mate.
Yeah, no, thank goodness we didn't hit anything. So we didn't need to give the guys any more work.
Did you contact the wall?
I think we just brushed it. The right rear tail light's got some damage, but nothing major considering what could have been.
So what? Just for the people up there on the hill, I estimated you're probably 160, 170 k's about there.
Yeah, probably something like that. You're changing up to 4th gear, so you're moving along a fair bit.
Yeah, bit ugly, and you obviously knew straight away and thought, I'm just a passenger.
Yeah, I thought I was going straight into that fence backwards, but I must have corrected and ended up straight and brushed against the wall. So, it definitely caught my attention. We're not pushing 100% in this race because it's not for championship, so we're just having some fun.
So I'm going to call you out there. I reckon that's an official lie because I watched the 10 laps just before that. That was absolutely fantastic. You 6 out there looked like you're having an absolute ball.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. We there's no doubt once we're racers, what we talk about in the garage, and we strap the helmet on and it all goes out the window really. So we're having a ball, and this little track would be great, especially if there's 20 cars. It's pretty amazing.
Well, our hope is that next year we have this as an actual round of your championship, so that whoever's here for round 1 we'll stay for round 2 and we will have 18, 20 of your cars here. And I honestly believe this track was built 60 odd years ago for your cars. It's just perfect for those little cars.
Exactly. Yeah, it creates some fantastic racing, and cars are stronger in some different areas, and it's just a great little track. I absolutely love it.
Have you driven here before?
No, I've never been here, so first time for me.
Nice little secret, isn't it?
Definitely. It's very cool. I actually want to go on the hill and have a look a bit later.
Well, you got time. They'll get you fixed, yeah?
Yeah, they'll get us fixed, I imagine, for tomorrow. So I'll go get changed and then go speak to the guys and see what the plan is from here now.
Well, we've got TCM coming up after the S5000s, then Trans Am, so it might be a good spot to watch Trans Ams from up on the hill. Best viewing spot of any track in Australia.
So I've heard.
It's a treat up there.
Very
Mate,
cool.
You're enjoying the track, and what's your favourite part of the track, or which track do you reckon's which part of the track's most technical for you?
Most technical is definitely this first, second, third corner sequence. It's easy to get hung out wide. And, obviously the corner up the top's quite fun because you can't see it. And especially in my TCR car, you're sitting extremely lower than some of the other cars. And you struggle to see some of the apexes.
And there's not much runoff on the outside, driver's right.
No, not at all.
Exit the corner. So, it
catches your attention. You're like, oh, shit, could have carried, 5, 10 Ks faster through there, especially your first few laps. But you soon get on it and figure out what you've got to do.
Well, hopefully we get 20 of you down here next time. And you're doing the whole championship?
Yeah, I'm doing the championship with Gary Rogers. So previously in TCR, I was in Alfa Romeo, and now in the Renault Megane. So we've got our work cut out for us at the moment. Simmons wasn't excellent, so hopefully the next round at Phillip Island will be up there.
He's a good guy, that Gary Rogers, isn't he?
Yeah.
He goes all right.
He's a great guy. He's helped a lot of us out, especially in TCR. So we're having great fun, and hopefully, we have a great year and get some good result for him.
Well, with a bit of luck, the boys are down there fixing your car, and we see you out for your first race tomorrow. Again, thank you for coming down to Tassie. You really entertained us last week, you guys. The other day at Simmons Plain.
Mm-hmm.
Not used to this racing on a Tuesday, Kate, but that's just absolutely throwing me. Really enjoyed your racing. I was a bit of a fence sitter with TCR, I'll admit it, but I was wrong because I watched your first session at Simmons and thought, they are fantastic.
No, they're great cars, and they move around a bit, and I think they're a lot faster than what people once thought.
Yeah, just having a look at the lap times of these things are doing. And,
yeah, he's quick, isn't he?
When do you get to go in one of them?
Oh, no, I need to go see Gary. Maybe tomorrow I'll jump in for the demo.
Why not?
After that scare.
Nothing can scare you after that.
No.
Mate, thank you for coming up to see us. Good luck tomorrow. Hopefully we get you back out there and then you can put on another show because we were really enjoying those TCR races. They were cool.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry to cut it short. So hopefully we'll be back out there tomorrow.
Good job. Thank you, Dylan O'Keefe. And we'll look forward to seeing you race tomorrow. He's a very, very talented young man. He's young Dylan. I can call him young Dylan because everyone's young compared to us,
This
mate.
is true, yeah. And I think he's also very cool, calm and collected.
How old are you, Dylan?
22.
Stop it.
So
He'd be calling you granddad.
yes, I know. Yeah. And sort of John Bow's only 3 times older than you, mate. But anyway, no need to, so what a gentleman. No need to pick on anyone. Yes, you do. Yes. So Dylan's been and seen the officials and come up and given us some time and a bit of a wild ride down there. We've unfortunately lost a few of our sponsor.
I can't emphasise enough how close that was to going over.
We've still got the marks there.
I saw the wheel part company with the car, and my heart sunk instantly because I just know what can happen there.
Yes,
I mean,
we've seen it.
The first time I saw a car out there and come to grief big time, and this is going to test your memory, was Neville Cherry in the R100 Mazda.
Oh, yes.
On the outside, well, he wasn't the one that crashed. It was Graham Parsons that crashed, but Neville Cherry was on the inside. And Graham Parsons ended up in the fence and did a lot of damage to the LH Tirana. That's around about 74, 5, somewhere around about there.
He hit just to the right of the entrance, didn't he?
Starting to show my age, aren't I?
Yeah, but you're just a child prodigy spectator.
That's it.
That's the one.
I remember the little pond, the little dam thing we had down here.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, mate. I'm still I'm an old bugger and I'm happy to wear it because it's being old is better than not.
You don't have a choice.
Well, it's also better than the alternative. You know what I mean? So, but there's a lot of buzz around the pits. Yep. You know why?
What?
Because we just saw some races. Gary Rogers is grinning, Barry Rogers grinning, everybody's grinning. It's like, how good was that? Because it was a bit of a slow burn because it was just only a few cars went out in practice yesterday, and yeah, it was quick, and we were impressed with qualifying, and that's all very nice, and that was all good. But those two races, or that 1.5 races, are rippers. People go, oh, I didn't think it'd be like that. How good was that? I go, well, there you go.
Well, you heard what Dylan said. It'd be cool to have 20 of them.
Well, you know what?
I agree with you.
And Barry, I just saw Barry down there on the way to the S5000. He said, how would it be for 20 of those? He said, that's a Luke Suter. So,
well, we always said, didn't we, that this track, and I keep saying it, this track is absolutely suited to those cars.
Yeah.
You couldn't find another track in Australia that's more suited.
Yeah. Uphill, down Dale, and they reckon they were sort of just having a bit of fun, like having a fun doing 54s. Yeah,
well,
right.
I called him on it because like when you're a race driver, that's, as he said, he admitted to it. You have these meetings before the race. Yep. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. That's all cool.
Which only happens by the way, in these invitation races, not in championship. Doesn't happen that way then.
So, boys, I'm going to get off and let you blokes call this TCM race because I'm out of here straight after this TCM race.
All right, good safe travels.
Yep.
Safe travel on the way up the dusty track, and I hope it goes well at Latrobe tonight.
I hope it's not a dusty track.
So that means that your mad mate AG will be out of here immediately after this race as well.
Pretty much he's going to go in, pull the suit off, jump into something, get over there and gone.
Yeah. And you're not doing that though?
What?
Yeah. Gone?
Yeah.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
That's okay. All right. Are we allowed to talk about it? No?
Do whatever you want.
No, I'll just sort of the guys in the mental asylum come to get you white jackets and things. Anyway, there he goes. A Stride. He's a busy bloke with a busy voice. In our favour, selfishly speaking, he didn't have to call the skids last night because it was washed out, so his voice is in reasonable shape today, and we're right for tonight, so he might even last through to the close of play tomorrow with a bit of luck. So reminding you again, not that you probably don't already know, but just reminding you that it feels like Sunday for some reason, Baz. I think because we had a big day of practice yesterday, and I think because it's been such a long day today, it feels like Sunday racing. But we still could, we've got more races to come this afternoon, but we've got it all to do again tomorrow.
Exactly.
Which is wonderful. But I think I'll be sleeping well this week. I'll be well. I'm looking for a bit of a nana nap or a grandpa nap, or whatever they call it, later on in the week. I'm actually going up to the lake, water skiing and camping on Monday, and I cannot wait. It's been a couple of wild weeks with all the build up to the last couple of race weekends. And
David Rose, water skiing?
No, I'm Captain Pugwash these days. I did, but I broke my back water skiing in 2012, so I'm not allowed to do it anymore.
That's a good enough reason.
Yeah, you could say that. So I'm just the one that pours all the hundreds of dollars into the fuel tank and the new engines and stuff, and sit there and get sunburnt like a thing as I'm driving all the young blokes around doing their wakeboarding and carrying on.
So you're not a Mark Beretta?
No, not a Mark Beretta. No, I saw Brett the other day, and he hobbling around with his crook knees, his crook hips, and his misspent past as an elite sportsman is coming back to haunt him. Having said that, even though he has all sorts of issues, he's still a very avid and very accomplished bike rider, because he does his Tour de Cure, long 2-week events every year to raise money for cancer. So he can do that on the bike, but he struggles a bit with the knees when he's off it, apparently. But anyway, yes, he was a multiple champion water skier.
Yes,
absolutely.
skier
in his day. So no, I don't do any of that. I'm just Captain Pugwash, just drive the boat and pay the bills.
And apart from everything else that Mark has done, he is one of the nicest people I've met in motorsport.
Isn't he ever?
Yes.
I was good to see him and had quite a good chat with him again at Simmons last weekend. And he's a genuine petrol head. He's not just a media guy with a talking head. He genuinely loves his motorsport. So he is like a dog with two, as they say. He's genuinely happy to be back involved with TCR, and of course, as he will be with supercars a bit later on at some level with Seven as well, seeing as they have now got the free-to-air television rights. The old Brett will be on our screens again. Big shout out again to B Select Muna, Peter and Roz Killick, and the wonderful work they do out there. They've got a fantastic business out there, and not only do they do great things for the general and commercial community with their tyres, but they're also a popular haunt for motorsports people as well, for their wheel alignments and other bits and pieces and getting hold of performance tyres and what have you. And we've got Paul Creed out there charged with looking after the Killick machine as the official safety car for today. And as we look to my right, or our right, or straight ahead for you, no matter where, or depending on where you're sitting or looking, you'll see the touring cars about to spring into action. We're still going to take the tin around later, Barrett, to buy some new jeans for the Garwood clan, because they've just got holes in there. So it's really sad. Yeah. Send them down to Vinnie's. No, it's fashionable, Barry. Fashion. Something.
Is it really?
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, well,
fashion.
I'm showing my age, mate.
Oh, no, that's all right. So here we go. Just small field, but a quality field, and it's just fantastic to have. It's such a treat to have the two joint leaders in the official Gold Coast and Oz Touring Car Masters Championship for 2021 after their battles at Simmons Plains a few days ago. They've come south, and it's so good of them to do this because they didn't have to bring their steeds down to have a bit of a fang around basketball. Well, John's giving it's a rolling start, so we'll be going to say, because he's giving Adam a fairly good start down there, a few metres, but it's all moot because the safety car's off. They get the green flag, which means the field can go off, as we do in Touring Car Masters, because they were dear old things when they started out, and they're probably dear old things now, and so it was just decided it's going to be just a little bit too hard, just maybe a step too far to expect these quite old and at the time quite heavy cars to do these standing starts really hard on the equipment. They have progressed a little bit, fair to say, over the last probably dozen years, Baz, the fact they've got some better brakes and some stronger components and some lighter panels and here and there. They're not quite the old Group N, such as John Talbot's Mustang bringing up the rear, which is steel body Group N, drum brakes on the rear, like it's an original full-on genuine Group N car. The Touring Car Masters are allowed quite a lot of freedoms these days. They're very powerful. They have lightweight panels. They have decent brakes. They have it's more about things not breaking or falling off and having some longevity, to be honest.
And we have an addition to the field, David.
Oh,
if
yes.
You look up there, Adam Williams has joined the fray in his two-door hatchback, which is great to see.
Well, it is, considering he delaminated tyres again in the last IP, the IP race. That was
So
different. So
he's joined the field, which is good.
Must have a reasonable supply of tyres down there to keep on either popping them or delaminating them at Simmons Plains, and then delaminated another one in the race today.
Okay, they're forming up now for this rolling start. Adam Garwood in the yellow Camaro, John Bow alongside, and we've got Greg Garwood behind John Bow. We've got Tony Karanfilowski behind. Nice even start, but I think Adam Garwood's got it, yes. Going into turn one, John Bow follows three. Greg Garwood in the blue Capri third, followed by Tony Karanfilowski. Then it's Paul Freestone in the burgundy coloured maroon. Yes, that'll do.
It's plum. No, it's not plum. It's
no,
maroon.
It's not plum. And then we've got Adam Williams, and that's the improved production car, followed then by King and Johnny Talbot bringing up the rear, just happy to be on the track. That's what that's all about.
Yep.
So it's a 10-lap race yet again, and this is 10 laps. So just checking to make sure. And so down the back straight, and nice little gap at the moment for Adam Garwood. But I think John Bow will be on the tail of that yellow Camaro pretty soon. Greg Garwood hanging on tenaciously at the moment after copping some damage last weekend at Simmons Plains at one point coming out of turn 6. Oh, Adam, what are you doing?
Oh, yeah, and also
what
Greg.
Are you doing?
I was also looking at Greg because the car was very, very squirrely under brakes going down into turn 1. Oh, hang on to a GG, hang on to the sun, and that's exactly what he's doing. So this is an invitation car. It doesn't run to Touring Car Master specs at all. It's very, very different in so many ways. It hasn't got the brakes, tyres, and all sorts of things, but it's there at invitation, and the boys are glad to have him along. As part of the White Line, equip, if you like. Well, I suppose they was with White Line racing last weekend. Now, I suppose it's fair to say they're part of Giraffe racing now that they're in non-championship mode. But anyway, young Adam Garwood, the last time we saw him, he was racing in the car that was 2 behind him. He was in the blue Capri at the Muscle Car Masters a couple of years ago, which he's won comprehensively. But now his dad's in that. He's in, of course, his new TCM mount. That's going to be his steed for the rest of 2021 in TCM. And, of course, coming off the back of a win and second at Simmons Plains last weekend, and equal on points with a band behind him. So we're very lucky to have the two race winners and, in fact, the joint leaders in the championship right here at Pepsi Max Basketball Raceway, right here, right now. Now they go up the Killick Hills, they call it, the JMC Auto Group Hill, and hanging on beautifully at the moment is Adam Garwood. I thought the light at Tirana might have nailed him by now, Baz, but Adam has absolutely got the bit between his teeth. He's got head down.
He has, and he recovered very nicely from that sort of oversteer moment coming out of turn one and managed to gather it up. So John Bower wasn't able to take any advantage of that. Tony Karanvolosky and the Mustang still there in fourth place behind Greg Garwood. Now, the other one that was shaping up as a battle, but I think it might have resolved itself, was the veteran Paul Freestone up against Adam Williams. Now, Williams was putting pressure on. He's now been caught by King in the other Camaro, the other yellow Camaro, and we've just got to keep an eye on Adam Williams, who's obviously quicker, David, from turn one through to turn four at the bottom of the hill.
And he's put on some different wheels and tyres, according to Strider.
Okay.
So it might be it'll be a bit better, a bit grippier, but certainly he's not running under IP. He's have to run IP regs and tyres and wheels. So he's gone to different / bigger wheels and tyres. So I think his worries about delaminations and such like have probably gone out the window for now.
Yeah, exactly. So up front, and still that gap of about 40 metres, I suppose, between Adam Garwood, driving beautifully at the moment, from John Bow, 100th race win last weekend in TCM, having made 200-odd starts in TCM, that's individual races. So it's 5.7 litres of Camaro up against the 5-litre Tirana, and then you go back to Greg Garwood, who's now being caught by Tony Karanvolosky. Now, there was a tad of smoke from the back of the Karanvolosky car at the bottom of the hill. Now, it might have been just rubber smoke, but we'll just keep an eye on that. That's fourth position at the moment. Now, Adam Williams has finally got through on Paul Freestone, and King is right there as well. Down into the braking area, and I'd say, David, that the gap has gone out. It was 1.2 seconds between Adam Garwood and John Bow. Now, has John Bow got an issue because the gap has gone out to 3.58, and he was 2.4 seconds slower.
And it was way down on revs. Normally it gets up at the peak revs coming past the comms box. It sounded like it was way down on revs, like he just popped into a high gear and was cruising.
Well, a couple of laps ago, David, when the two cars, that's Adam Garwood and John Bow, went past us, one of those cars sounded very flat. And I couldn't tell you which one it was because they were travelling very close together. But one of them was definitely sounding very flat. My guess is it would be the John Bow car.
It could be an engine issue has gotten flat, or perhaps he's just lost use of one of the gears. And maybe he could be stuck in third, for instance, which is why it seems to be quickish at some places and just not at others, just to get completely gazumped at others. So we'll have a listen this time around, see whether he comes pit side. No, he's not. He's staying out on the track. Here's JB as Adam Garwood marches off into distance. Have a listen.
No, that still sounds okay.
Still sounds okay. I think it might be a gear thing, Bass. Maybe just the gear he's got is the gear he's got. So as he drops that into the S's, looks like it's not too bad down there, and it looks like it's in reasonable pace down there. Although he's got his arm out the window, Peter Brock style now. He's resting his arm along the window edge, so obviously there's just no more racing to be had. It's just really sort of cruising up the hill this time around. So it seems to be indicative of a gear issue. There's no smoke, no drama. If he's going to break something, you'd, particularly in an invitational race, you think he'd bring it in and not risk the hardware anymore. He's deciding to stay out there and give his fans something to look at anyway. The laps keep winding down. We have still 4 to go, as probably 3 to go now. Yes, that's true.
So on lap 8, starting lap 8 now.
So the Garwood's holding sway here, first and second in this TCM Invitational race, Pepsi Max Basketball Raceway. Of course, the Boost My Bowl race, Tasmania Leg 2. Race day 1. Still got another full day to go tomorrow. We hope that you guys and girls in Spectator Land will join us again tomorrow for all of the day or much of the day, because we've had much of the same. We've certainly had a taste of things today, and we can expect at least the same, I would say, tomorrow. You never know how it's going to play out. It's going to be a little bit cooler tomorrow, apparently, but no rain forecast, so it should be a nice day here again at race day 2 at Pepsi Max Basketball Raceway. Coming around to get 2 to go, the Yellow Terror, you like, the big booming, and it's a big car, no matter which way you cut it. At the Camaro, the Austral Bricks Giraffe Contracting White Line Transport Camaro of Launceston Zone, 22-year-old Adam Garwood, and Launceston Zone 15-year-old Greg Garwood. He's eligible for a seniors card. Can we say that much? I'll leave it at that. So, but he's still a good steerer, a very accomplished race driver, a Targa Tasmania event winner. I think Targa Huon or Targa Rest Point, I think he won a few times or once. Yeah, so, and
the very first one, I think, David.
Yes, a very good steerer is young Greg, or not so young Greg, a very enthusiastic punter. And as you see, he's done all sorts of tricks in this car, both here and, of course, at Bathurst, where they won a lot of fans, both in the hands of Adam at one time and Greg another. So this little blue car, last time I looked, it was for sale. I saw it a few months ago, it was for sale. I guess like anything, it's for sale for the right price, but maybe it's withdrawn now. But you know, everything's for sale, isn't it, if you want to give the right amount of money. So
one lap to go, David.
One to go. So the
so it's Garwood and Garwood at the moment.
It is.
Son and father.
And Tony Kay, one of the guys running in the official championship races last weekend, Bow's still out there. Yeah, don't know what's going on there, but anyway, hopefully, well, you'd think it's nothing too serious because he's not that silly, and you know, he watches his pennies, as old JB. So if he's going to go and break something and cost a lot of money, I think he'd find he'd bring it into the pits, particularly being a non-championship race. But he's staying out there, but not in position, quite obviously, to challenge.
Well, he's now lapping David 2 seconds a lap slower than Adam Garwood, bearing in mind they were nose to tail at the start of the race. So in conservation mode, I would suggest at this point. And let's not forget that the series, and this is not a round of the series, is sponsored by Gulf Western Oil.
That's right.
I had a memory lapse for a moment, but
I was laughing at myself, but I thought I'd interrupt. Like John Bauer, he is a terror. He is renowned around the world and nearby planets for being the hardest bloke in the world to pass. Now, there he is with a wounded car, but it's checker flag time, and we've missed it. Sorry. So well done, Adam. Gun good, played strong, and also to Greg in second. I was just completely transfixed with John Bauer with a wounded car, and then Adam came up behind him, and he blocked him going into Calvin's corner, and he came down the straight, still ahead of him. That was remarkable. That was remarkable. So well done, Adam. And John Powell still making the world's widest Toronto. Adam looked like he was going to go honking down the inside of him, down to the Calvin's corner, and JB goes, well, yeah, nah. So, and kept him behind him. And but that's why he's had his, one of the reasons he's had his 100 GCM race wins and his 200 starts. And I did see somewhere the other day, Baz, it's 1,100 and something or other. It's either 1142 or 1192, I think, the number of actual race starts across the board.
That's correct,
in
David.
all things for John Bauer. So a very storied career. That's a lot of races. 1,100, 1,100 and something or other. That's over 50, that's right, 50 years though. So
well, I can tell you that up to Simmons recently, that was his 91st round start, and he had 280 race starts in TCM alone, just in TCM. He scored his 100th race win last weekend, and he's had 40 round wins. So you could say that he's been pretty dominant.
Yeah.
And I'll take that a step further, David, and I will tell you about the championship. Now, it commenced, just as a point of interest, it commenced in 2007, and I'm talking about TCM, and the initial winner was a certain Steve Mason, whose son is now racing very successfully, and Steve won it in 2007 in a 69 Chevrolet Camaro, and then we had the Gavin Bullis years, 2008, 2009, and that was the Ford Boss Mustang. Jim Richards won it in the Falcon Sprint in 2010. John Bower won it in 2011 in the Ford Mustang, and the following year did the same thing. And then Jim Richards came back in 2013 and won it for the second time in the Falcon Sprint. Then we had 3 straight years of John Bower. First of all in the Mustang, then in 2015 used both Mustang Sally and the Tirana that he's driving. And then in 2016 he won it. And then we go to the last 3 years, 17, 18, 19. And that was Steve Johnson, and that was in the Mustang, and of course now he's in the XD. So that brings you up to date. So no championship in 2020 for obvious reasons. So that's how long the TCM has been going.
Well, it's gone from strength to strength, and only you have to look at the social media feeds to see just how popular this category is. As we said earlier on, well done to the Australian Racing Group, ARG, and its various shareholders. I met some of them last week, all lovely people, for their vision, and they're just sort of chipping away now. I mean, look at their lineup, what they can present as part of a package, if you like, with Touring Masters, popular, TCR, real popular and gaining popularity, and why wouldn't they? Women's all races like that. The S5000s, again, fantastic to see top line open wheeler racing coming back and to be able to present those sorts of things. And then Trans Am, which with big booming V8, affordable racing, well, definitely led to them. The old motor racing scene's in pretty good hands when you've got astute men, as I understand, principally, who have got that vision to present these packaged events. And of course, the Rogers family, GRM, are now majority shareholders in the Australian Racing Group. So when you get, that's even better news when you get people like Gary and Barry who've demonstrated their genuine passion and interest in the group. That's good. And I just love, very selfishly, the fact that Gary and Barry love Tassie, and they were so keen to put this event on here. Nowhere else in Australia, here.
Yep.
So
exactly.
Go us.
Yep. And speaking of Trans Am, they're about to come out for their second race, which again will be over 18 laps. And I mentioned early in the day that in fact they've got 4 races, 3 18-lappers, and then the big finale at the end of the day as the chopper goes away.
No, it's coming. It's just looking at a landing spot because it's about to
take some passengers on board. I think they're heading to the northwest.
Yes. No, they are indeed heading to the northwest. And one Andrew Stride's going to be aborted. So that's the way to do it. I thought, gee, mate, you're leaving your run very, very late to drive the 3 hours to get to
Latrobe.
To get to Latrobe for a 6 o'clock start at the speedway. It's been at 4 o'clock, but that one only takes 40 minutes in a chopper.
Yep.
So nice work.
Exactly.
They're going to pull up on the paddock opposite. I thought they might have jumped it over the one over here, but no, they're just going to. He's not going to suit Strider. He's going to have to have a bit of a walk. He's going to have to walk over to the paddock to get in the chopper. So anyway, so that's what that's all about. I can reveal now is that Adam Garwood and Andrew Stride and possibly others, they'll be just cruising over there and they're going to get the chopper. To the chopper. To the chopper now, quickly. Yeah. So Andrew, so that Adam, he's just jumped out of his race car. He's just run. He's going to get out of his race suit. He's going to run over the chopper, get in there, go up there. His team have taken his sprint car out to Latrobe. He's going to get in Latrobe just in time. He'll have 10 minutes up his sleeve to go out and do the hot laps and all that stuff to do and race his sprint car tonight. It's going to be completely sideways. And he turn right, turn left, all sort of stuff. Completely anathema and opposite to what he's been doing today. And then you'll go home and have a nice sleep and jump in the car and come down tomorrow and do it all again in his TCM.
Yep.
It's one of all the things you can do when you're young and fit and enthusiastic, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, and the other part of the story, David, is that the reason why he's not just staying here for the evening and turning up tomorrow morning is that next weekend, of course, is 2 weeks' time, is the all-important state title. And to qualify for that, he needs to compete tonight. That's the other reason.
So because he won the state title in the Formula 500 last year, was it COVID year? Was the year before? Yeah. So the last full season, he won the Formula 500. So he just took to that like a duck to water. So he's very talented young man, is young Adam Garwood, no matter what he jumps into.
Yeah, whatever.
Yes, indeed.
So, Trans Am.
Calm before the storm, Baz, as we wait for the Trans Ams to come back out again. I had a brief word with young Aaron Seaton in the pits a little while ago. What was his take on that bottom of the hill incident?
Oh, okay.
Turn 4 incident. He said, I'd rather not comment. And when they say that, you go, someone's not happy. And he says, fair enough. He said, oh, well, I'd rather not comment. So, like, I don't think he's very happy with what happened. It'd be a fair assumption. And I didn't talk to Owen himself, but I found out from his team they thought it was just, like it was a gap there, and he went for it. And it was suggested to me by one of the crew, and he referenced the old Ayrton Senna adage that, like, if there's a gap there, and if you go for it, and you don't take it, you're not a racing driver. So that's allegedly that was the approach that Owen took. A gap emerged, he took it. It ended badly for Aaron, but there you go. And I do know there were cards taken out of GoPros, and they were being examined by powers that be underneath, below us. And as to what's happened, no idea, but I would say possibly nothing, probably nothing anyway. But anyway, nothing like a bit of needle and a bit of angst just to stir the emotions and get one's attention. But obviously not the way that Aaron wanted to finish. Luckily, it isn't a championship, but they're all races, and it doesn't matter whether racing for 5 cents or for lollies, does it? Once they put the helmet on and they've got a race, they want to win.
Yep.
Doesn't matter whether it's championship or not. So there you go. So there's just a little bit of needle, it would seem, between the Harris Racing Mustang of Aaron Seaton and Owen Kelly in his Fujitsu Racing, Kelly Racing machine. So this is good. We like a bit of angst. We like a bit of aggro.
Well, David, I'm a little bit. I wondered about how this grid would form up, and I suggested that it may have been a progressive grid, and it's telling me that Aaron is actually on pole position.
Yeah, it looks like they're picking up the qualifying grid again, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah.
And Owen Kelly, and then we go back to Nathan Hearn and Holdsworth, Brett Holdsworth, and that's the way that they're lining up at the moment.
And that would suit Glenn Seaton to a T.
Yes.
Because he finished second on the road at the end of the last race. And Tim Shaw had a very lonely run, and there was problems for Sam Walter. And where's Sam, though? He's still... he's down the back there. So, yeah, there's Brad Chick, and a solid run by him in the last race as well.
It's a bit strange.
It is a bit odd. It actually looks like a progressive grid except for the front row. So I just wonder if they turned if they changed the front row. Anyway, let's not worry about it. It is what it is, because it is what it is. So that's what we're presented with. We'll let others worry about who's Sue in the zoo and who's not and how they've lined up, because it's nothing we can do about it. We just call what we see. So whatever, we find the Blue Mustang of Aaron Seaton on the pole position. But of course, rolling start, so it's a bit of a moot point about getting clutch bite and all that sort of business, because it's not going to happen. They just got to be nicely lined up in 2x2 as they come through the chute. The starter would, I imagine, want to make sure they're pretty much the bunch is clear of the fire trucks before they get on the gas, which means that the leading duo will be probably coming through the middle part of the grid and actually sighting the straight part of the straight, if you know what I mean. They'll be sort of lined up before they give them the green light and the okay, and away they will go.
So the order is Seaton, Kelly, Hearn, Holdsworth, Shaw, Tebb, Thornborough, Chick, McAllister, Scutella, Freestone, Loscialpo, Walter, Crutchlow and Morrell. That's the way that they will start the race. Now we'll just keep an eye on Paul Creed in the ute. And he's coming into pit lane. It looks like they've formed up pretty well. All side by side, 2x2. And let's see who's going to get the jump to go into turn 1. all very nice and formed up at the moment. And the way they go, and it's a very, very even start, but you'd like to think that Seaton is going to be able to do it. And he did give Owen Kelly some room on the outside, but of course now Owen Kelly has got to go round the long way. Owen Kelly has got to go round the long way. And Nathan Hearn, third position at the moment in the Dodge, followed by Brett Holsworth. Then it's Tim Shaw, Aaron Tebb, and they've already opened up a gap. And I think it's probably Chick and Thornborough who would be the next. Yes, that's the way it's lined up. And then I think you'll find it's McAllister and Scatella. So, first of 18 laps as they
Oh, big spin, big lose coming out of Carbons. They disappear from my view. I can't see any more, but I'm sure you can up there in spectator land. There was a big lose out on the dirt. I don't think it's ended badly. I think it's just a bit of a lose, but the cover's going high speed sideways. I see a green flag up there, so that follows a yellow flag. So lots of people can see, we can't. But anyway, we'll hopefully pick up that situation there. I think it was Khan just back on track now. And it's the 777 car. Looks like it might have had the big whoopsie. Scatella was trotting on the side, coming up in Calvin's corner, left-hander onto the straight. That's a shame. All right. Back to the front, as we say. There is our field. Scatella excluded, basically on the hill at the moment. We're coming down the Homestead Straight, and it's Seaton in the familiar blue colours. We've sort of associated Glenn's team with that to a degree. Not Glenn's, Aaron's team, I should say. Well, with Glenn Seaton is what I'm trying to say. So Seaton is the main man. Still 17 laps or 16 and a half laps left in this race. Kelly, Hearn, Holmesworth, and so on and so on and so on and so on. This is early stages. They're running into the fire pretty much. But we'll have a look back down to the braking area at the end of the straight to see if that's a different situation, and it's not. I'm still waiting to get temp into the tyres. I'd suggest to get them up to temp and get optimum grip going on. For the moment, it's a matter of keeping it on the black stuff and keeping it nice and tidy and sizing up opportunities when the car becomes optimum in probably a couple of laps' time, I would suggest. That's just a bit of a hunch on my part. And there's plenty of laps left to do that. Here they go, up the JMC hill again, what's also known as the Killikill, up to Sucker's Corner. As dubbed by Alan Moffat all those years ago, and just safely through there. We're just having a bit of a look now, and it's sort of emerging like it did in the first race, isn't it, Baz? We've got this half a dozen at front, and there's a bit of a gap, and that battle pack that we saw before is emerging as well, and the one I'm talking about is the one on the top side at the moment, led by McAllister in the Kubota car.
Okay, fastest lap, not surprisingly, has gone to Seaton, a 53.65, just 1/10 of a second faster than Owen Kelly. Good battle, David, between the car of Nathan Hearn and the number 29 Dodge in front of Brett Holdsworth in the Camaro, and Tim Shaw now under threat from Aaron Tebb. So Shaw in the white car, followed by the orange car of Tebb, and then it would be Eden Thornborough, the next one to come through, followed by Bradley Chick, all on his own at the moment in the 34 car and doing a good job. He's getting quicker and quicker, David, from last weekend. So, yeah, good effort by Bradley.
He is indeed, and he's shading Sam Walter this time around. Sam ran quite strongly in the end. Last weekend, a lot more experience in these type of cars than Bradley Chick. So Brad just jumped into this lease arrangement in a completely, utterly, totally foreign car to him. Jumped in for the first time on race day, pretty much, or on practice qualifying day, and he's just getting better and better and better. And again, Tim going down the inside of Tim Shaw in the orange machine, bottom of the straight. Tim's having none of it, but Ted looking very racy. In fact, for mine, Barry, if you take away from the top four, Ted's probably the raciest guy I've seen today. He was quite a mover in the last race and looking quite aggressive, and I mean that in a nice way. He's looking like he's really having a big crack, which is what you want to do. You can go round and round and round and be fast, and anybody can do that who's got half an ounce of talent, but I like the guys, I like guys and girls that have a crack, get out there and really squeeze the trigger and have a big go, and that's what Teb's doing. All these cars, you can see, we love this crate engine philosophy, Barry, where the engines are built and sealed on there. What you see is what you get. You can't buy a whole bunch of horsepower.
No.
And that's got evidence going up the hill that time around. It's all about how you tweak it and how you drive it. And clearly, the tweaking and driving is something that Aaron Seaton and Owen Kelly in particular do particularly well, because they're now starting to edge away from the very talented Nathan Hearn.
Okay, well, I did talk about Aaron Seaton in the fastest lap. On the previous lap, though, I can tell you it was Owen Kelly who's dropped it down to a 53.62. The difference between the two cars, 3/100ths of a second. So they're the two cars that are going up the hill at the moment. The Killick Hill And then we've got the Dodge of Nathan Hearn. Brett Holdsworth, after showing some early aggression, has sort of dropped back a little bit. And Tim Shaw still holding on to fifth position in front of Teb. I thought Thornborough might have closed up a little bit more, but that's not the case. Then we've got Brad Chick, the next one, the blue car. And we've had a spin on top of the hill.
Oh, yeah.
Now, the yellow car, I
Is that-
reckon, would be Hadrian Morell, is it?
Is it Morel or is it Crutcher? I'm not sure. Is it Crutcher or yeah? One's deep yellow. I think it might be the 4, perhaps. Could be Crutcher in the 4 car. And good news is that they're both back in pointing in the right direction, back on the racetrack. So it spins but no crashes, and that's good to see, good to hear. Okay. So maybe a bit of a touch up there because it's right on the edge of adhesion as they come through that blind left hand at the top of the Killick Hill and down Homestead Straight. But they've got it all together. There's plenty of sideways and a bit of drifting action going on for some of the back markers down through turns 2 and 3, better known as the SS. The tyres starting to get a little bit squishy, which is not surprising because we are 6 or 7 laps into this motor race. Still 2:12 to go. And you might remember, folks, in fact, I'll interrupt myself to look at this dice. It was the guys that were spun at the top of the hill. It's going on with the barrier. It's the 4 and the 8. Of course, it was Crutcher and Morale. You were right. As in the two, one's yellow and one's sort of more of a mustardy yellow. And the one at the front is coming up to the scene of the crime. Last lap around, it was spin time there. But no, they get through successfully this time around, the 2 yellow cars on the top straight at the moment. So no harm, no foul. They've got out and about and on with it, although a little bit back in the field. In fact, they're running almost last. The only the 777 car of Scatella is behind them.
Okay, so Thornborough is now in 6th position. Now, I thought we had somebody in between Shaw and Thornborough. Oh, okay. Well, I stand corrected. But anyway, it's Thornborough at the moment who is in 6th position behind Shaw. So that's the situation there. So our 2 leaders cross the line now. They've completed 8. They're now on their 9th lap. So they're not even halfway at this point. The other thing, David, is 3rd and 4th place cars of Nathan Hearn in the Dodge and Brett Holdsworth in the Camaro are dropping back a little bit now from Owen Kelly. And Shaw has got about 80, 100 metres on Thornborough.
Oh, we've got a big spin around. I heard it, I didn't see it, so I knew it had to be somewhere. He spin around and we've had a lose coming through the chute. And that's what the tyre's gone out as well. And so he's found reverse. That's a very good thing to do. I thought not only get the fire light again, but he found reverse gear, which is extremely smart to back the car off the track and into the boonies. But giving something to do, that's something only him and his dry cleaning will know about. Running through there at about 160 kilometres per hour, 170 maybe, and having a bit of a lose. So it's always a telltale, isn't it, Barry? You hear this squeal and then you wait for a bang or not, but you know something's going on. So there it was. But lucky we didn't get a bang at the end of that little drama for Paul Freestone. As see Andy, as Andrew Stride and Adam Garwood go skywards. Nice to be some.
Yep.
Just these disappear in the chopper. They're going to Latrobe Speedway, as one does. So good on you. Bye-bye. Happy trails. So our race leaders, where is they? In fact, while I'm doing that, I'll just have a look back at this dice. Look, it's probably second last or something, but it's still quite absorbing. It's between the 8 and the 4, and there's running in 12th and 13th. That's Morale and Crutcher, and Morale has got ahead of Crutcher in the 8 car. So they might have had a spin together, but they're still playing together and having a lovely time out there. Having a almost stone motherless last, but they're just going fast. And in fact, they're joined by Scatella, who was last, and now he's second last.
Safety car, David. Safety car. I'm just looking to see what the issue is. Now, I mentioned before that I thought we'd lost a car. And I've got to wonder...
Well, the recovery vehicles are heading sort of west from their position on the top of the hill, so it's possibly down on the back straight somewhere. How we're situated in the tower, folks, is that we have the bridge and the hump at the top of the pitch, and that obscures a great deal of racetrack. We've got this tiny little window. We see the cars just appear for a second under between the bridge and the hump, and that's about it. So we don't know actually what's going on going into the turn. And there's something. Am I seeing some smoke up there, Bats? Just above the hump there?
Yes. Yes. David, the one that's missing at the moment, I think, is, I was going to say Freestone. No, Freestone's coming into the pits.
Well, this is where it gets a bit odd. The people on the hump know what's going on, and you good folks up there in spectator land probably know what's going on because you've got elevation and no humps in the way. You probably know exactly who's who, and we don't. So there you go. But there was some sort of drama there that was deserving of attention and requiring attention from Clark, of course, who decided to call the safety car. And then all our recovery vehicles are heading right off into the boonies on the right-hand side, into the paddock. I wonder if we've got another grass fire like we had yesterday, Bess.
I think it's Sam Walter.
Right.
I think it's Sam Walter in the number 24 car. Now, that hasn't completed the 11th lap, and I know that Paul Freestone, or he has. So, and David Rose has just popped out to check. No, Sam Walter's done 11 laps. Can I suggest it's a grass fire? I'd say it's a grass fire, David Rose, because all the cars, apart from Paul Freestone, are on the circuit. And I would imagine that that spin that happened coming out of Calvin's, in fact, has ignited the grass, which is very dry. Now, this is just BO surmising. And we did have the same thing happen yesterday down here, but I'm suggesting, David, a grass fire.
Exactly right. And the official a bit mystified, and I just said to one of our officials, well, I'm not, because Scatella went off in the very first lap, had a big wild ride out there, and he probably stopped to gather his thoughts and everything else before he took off again. And that's a bit like yesterday, sort of took just the car that stopped down there just for a short amount of time, just enough super hot exhaust. The ignition source just to start a little spark and then a bit of wind up, and here we go. So it's a grass fire. You stopped the race for grass fire.
Well, David, all the years that I went to Darwin with the supercars, every year, without fail, we had a number of grass fires, particularly down at turn 1, because they'd outbrake themselves going down that very, very long straight and finished up running wide onto the dry grass and getting back onto the circuit. And the next thing, we had a grass fire, and it happened every year without fail in Darwin.
Yeah, oh well, this is true of basketball, and it's funny how things work out. These are guys that are guys and girls that are well trained. They're all great volunteers, and they give up their time not just to come out to race meetings, give up the time to be trained in driver recovery and crash recovery and fire techniques with cars and fuel fires and whatever. But last time on Tuesday night, just past, coming home from Simmons, these two vehicles, Motorsports Tasmania vehicles with the volleys driving, came across a vegetation fire on the side of the Midland Highway. And they're one of the first there, so they got it mostly under control. By the time the professional firers arrived, they had it sort of sorted to the point where the professional fire chief put a social media post up thanking the people for their efforts.
Fantastic.
So there are motorsport fires on the way home, and then next minute, here we go, they are at Basketball Raceway a few days later putting out a vegetation fire.
Yep.
Oh, well, who would have thought? 2 in a week. The next day, they're up on the top straight of basketball putting out a vegetation fire. That's 3 in a week. What's going on?
Good training.
Well, it's good training, but is that the 3? They say things come in 3s. Maybe that's 3. Now, enough already, whoever's doing this. So just we are in the middle. That's, I suppose, one of the hazards, one of the vagaries of running an event in summer. We've come out here not so many months ago, and it was lush green and looked beautiful for the Basketball 1000. Just a few months of sunshine, and we've got all the dry grass. And
the hazards that we've just found out about. So that's a bit different. Safety car call because of the fire. So can't see any more smoke, so I don't know how they're going under there because I can't tell.
One year, David, Jim and I were competing in a Rally Tasmania event, and we did a short stage not far from Burnie. And we were on the stage and came around the corner to find a turbo Porsche had gone off the road, and it was a husband and wife team, and they got out of the car. They couldn't get back on the road. They hadn't damaged anything. They'd just gone in. And when Jim and I arrived at the corner, the grass was on fire under the car. So here was a $350,000 turbo Porsche sitting there. And Jim and I running up the road with our fire extinguishers to try and put this thing out. We did save the car, yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's dreadfully ironic, the fact that you've survived a crash on off-road without any damage, and then your car burns to the ground.
Yeah.
That'd be rather unfortunate. So safety car is something you don't see too often here at Baskerville because we don't run under those sorts of rules normally. We just usually stop the race and do things and fix what we've got to fix. But of course, this is of such a standard that we can do that. So it looks like the recovery vehicles have gone back to their position. So the guys are happy at the moment. They've put that fire out, at least to the point where it's not presenting a hazard. So that's very, very different. So one would imagine that the Bridgestone Select Ute from B Select Muno will pull in to the pits at the end of this lane. We would always tell that's going to happen because he's instructed to drive away from the field by the race director. And that's exactly what he's doing.
There'll be 3 laps to go, David. They're completing their 15th lap now.
Well, it's very different from the one before, isn't it? Because there's no strategy in terms of lap cars. We had lap cars definitely played into things. So it's a sprint to the finish now for all of them. So what have they got left in the cars? They've had 2 or 3 laps of slow down and cool down. Away they go again. They get the green flag waved, and they're into it again. Just 3 laps to go. Very, very different scenario to before because there's no lap traffic to play. Nothing in front of Glenn Seaton, but clear track, clear air, all of that as far as he can see, because it's all of his competitors are behind him. So, it's tight stuff down there as Owen Kelly almost ratted out on the back bumper of Aaron Seaton down there. He knows as well he's got possibly got the crew chief Marcus Ambrose in his ears on the radio at the moment, giving him advice. He probably doesn't have to say too much, but just go hard or go home and just give it your best shot, Owen, because it is what it is. I guess to a degree it's how far the tyres have cooled down, how much grip they may or may not have lost. Same for everybody, but I guess that's how they manage it. Tell you what, though, Owen Kelly looking very, very racy. Eager to go on with it on the gas early, bit of sideways there, bit of drifting coming out of turn 7 that time around. But the same deal for Aaron Seaton. The car looks absolutely planted. Looks beautiful. He squeezes the throttle at just the right moment, gets great power down, doesn't move around at all. So the Harris Racing Ford Mustang Aaron Seaton looking very poised, very planted, very racy. You can see the front of the car violently and suddenly bow down as he jumps on the brakes as they head down towards the left at the bottom of the hill. So Aaron Seaton looking very racy, looking very assured at the moment, and just a bit more body language in the red car behind him, the 73 of Owen Kelly. So just a couple of laps to go. I tell you what, Aaron Seaton looks he looks very assured, Baz. It's going to be hard to toss. He's he's driving away from them.
Yep, and let's not forget that at the beginning of last year, when they had their single round in Adelaide, it was Aaron Seaton who started 3 and won 3. So he set the standard, and of course he is the defending champion from 2019. So he's driven beautifully, as you say, no doubt, through his motor racing career, and it's not that long. He's been well and truly mentored by his very famous father.
Well, there's worse mentors to have, aren't there?
Yeah.
You know, just having him in your camp, 24/7 almost. He's such a lovely fella too, Aaron. He's just a very personal, very polite, articulate young man, and can drive a bit. So he's quite a marketable young bloke. Very happy to hear that he's going into Super 2 this year. I think he'll do very, very well if he gets the right car under him. I think he'll surprise a lot of people. He's surprising a few people, but not surprising others. As Owen Kelly comes cranking down under brakes as late as he dare. You can tell by the body language of the car, but it's all too little too late. 400 metres to go, call it 200 metres to go. Checker flag is out, and the perfect score so far today for, no, it's not perfect score, because he, no,
I take it all back. Rewind. I think in perfect score from qualifying, of course, he had that drama in the last race, that little drama with Owen Kelly down at the bottom of the hill. So it's not, it's one each. It's one to Owen, and it's one to Aaron. So Owen and Aaron and Owen, the two protagonists at the front. So Owen ranges up alongside Glenn to say g'day and acknowledge something, don't know what, but anyway, there you go. Aaron Seaton takes the chocolates in the second race, one apiece.
And on the 17th lap, new lap record for Aaron Seaton, 53.12.
That's getting that speed motoring, 53s from these big mothers, these big, Trans Ams.
They've only got little tiny brakes.
They have got little tiny brakes, they have, yeah, and just 525 brake horsepower. We're not talking 6 or 7 like the supercars or others, just modest brake horsepower, but reasonably light. But they're good jiggers, aren't they? 53 seconds around here. And so well done to Aaron Seaton. It's one apiece after day one of the two-day meeting here at Pepsi Max Basketball Race. We'll race Tasmania for Boost Mobile in 2021, the second leg of this doubleheader. And day one just about completed. Yeah.
David, I would just point out that Owen Kelly had the second fastest lap, and that also was under the existing lap record. So they're certainly setting the pace, those two. And I think we probably knew from a few days ago that may well turn out to be the case. The unknown for us was these cars on this track in contrast to the big open spaces of Symmons Plains.
Yep. So there you go. We've still got 3 races to go this afternoon, folks. We have improved production coming up now, 10 labor for those guys, another Hyundai XL racer. No doubt another stoush between Josh Webster and Ben Grice at the front end. And we'll be finishing the day with another 10 lapper for the Kiwis, for the HQ Holdens. But it all happens again tomorrow. I see you got quite a few of you leaving now. Good on you. Thank you for coming out today. Hope to see you again tomorrow. Remember, it starts at 9 o'clock with improved production, followed by Hyundai XL HQ Holdens. First to the visitors on track at 10:25 for TCM. And TCR's next, weren't they? Fabulous today at nearly 11 o'clock, an 8-lapper for them. And then another TCR race with a reverse grid, which we saw today. 18-lapper for Trans Am at late in the morning. More demos from S5000s, and then another run, or a couple of rounds, in fact, in the afternoon. TCM through production, etc. Finishing up mid to late afternoon with a 25-lapper, 30-minute race roundabout for the Trans Ams for the roadway servicing Tas. $10,000 smackaroos on the line for the winner to take home as part of a $30,000 prize pool. So it's going to be great. Lots of action happening tomorrow. There's still 3 races to come this Arvo, folks, if you don't want to rush home. And neither you should. There's plenty of time, and it's daylight saving, and so on and so forth. But if you do, take it nice and easy, please, on the way home. The narrow road both ways out to the main highway, so keep nice to your left. Take it easy. Have a lovely Saturday evening in Hobart, particularly if you're a visitor to this neck of the woods. Hope you have a nice time, and we'll see you at some point tomorrow here for race day Sunday. We can go back and say that again. It was quite challenging for us to get into race day Monday and Tuesday, because I've never done that in my whole career, but there you go. It was good fun at Symmons Plains just a few days ago. More good fun here at basketball this time around. And see that the food van's doing great guns. That's good. And the ice cream trucks, and of course we've got our friends on TASCAP. We've got that fabulous big kick butt coffee machine down there near the pit entrance. They do snacks as well as coffees next to the Shannon's marquee, and I see that GRM have got a whole lot of merchandise for sale down there at the merchandise truck. Wasn't good to drive into the circuit, Baz, and see a whole swag of transporters lined up there. It's been a long time since we've seen something like that.
Well, on the drive down this morning, David, I was thinking now, where are they going to put the transporters? Because, we've got very limited space in these pits when you think about it. And I'm like you, mate. I did the right turn into the driveway from the bitumen to come down, and I thought, that's interesting. Something different.
Yeah, just got the GRM trucks just down here to our right. They will fit it quite nicely, and that's all good.
Well, they obviously weren't going to fit all of them in, so we've actually got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 transporters.
Makes it a bit challenging for some of the crews. Means they have to dump all their tools and all the bits and pieces in their garage areas or in their little tent areas in the pits, whereas at Simmons Plains, many of them are able just to walk out the back and to their transporter, so because they had the space there. But they've all taken it in their stride and in good humour, and nobody seemed to have been too inconvenienced by it.
Well, when you think about it, David, Queensland Raceway, now the transporters are not able to park where the pit lane is. They've got sheds away from pit lane, so all they've got in pit lane is a roof.
That's true, they do, yeah.
So they've actually got to take their air bottles, all their gear has got to be taken into that area, so they're just underneath
it's like a sunshade, isn't it, really?
Like a sunshade.
Yeah.
I mean, they do have sheds where they can set up a base, but not like Simmons.
So there you go. It's all about being adaptable, and that's what our visitors are doing. We do thank them for that. They're working a little bit cramped today, but everybody take it in a good humour. So back to improved production, and there's the Black Beauty of Jared House just out there warming up his tyres. Predictably, we're not seeing Adam Williams out there for this race because we saw him in the last race for TCM. He's probably run out of tyres, the poor bugger. He's been delaminating everything he's been get hold of, and the spec he needs to run for improved production at regulations. So it would seem that he's run to a bigger, different, more robust tyre that works better on that car, but doesn't comply with improved production, but it works better on the car, which is what he was allowed to run as an invitation machine in TCM. But of course, because of that, we're not seeing him out in this improved production race. Nobody to play with for old Jared. He had Adam there to play with him before, so he's playing on his own today.
What we can look forward to, David, maybe, is the battle of the BMWs, because we've got 3 of them all together. The other thing I'd point out is that Charlie Parker has come out onto the circuit in the silver Hyundai. Remember, he had an issue previously, and my guess is they've worked on the car. They're now trying to establish if they've sorted it out in the Clark. Of course, Kevin Knight has said, listen, you can go out behind the IP cars to give it a run, but then we'll see what happens from there. So that's why Charlie Parker's gone out, and he was obviously braking very hard. But of course, I can tell you that going down into Calvin's, he actually locked up the rear wheels, and that was the reason for the smoke.
Right, okay.
Yeah, I think he might have put the handbrake on.
Yeah. We might even see Charlie, he might pull straight into the pit lane, I imagined. Often when he's sighting that, so we get permission from the clerk, of course, go out and check things. Yes, he's doing exactly that. So some sort of load thing, you think, Barry, because if you can run the engine and rev it and do that sort of wonderful stuff in the pit lane and nothing happens, but you go out on the track and it fails, that's often something that happens under load. So it seemed to me that something the team thinking that was the case. So go out and actually do a proper lap of sorts and put it under load and then see how it behaves.
Okay, getting ready for a start now. And Jared House gets a good start, but so does Phil House. And the next one would...
Houses everywhere.
Yeah.
You bet your house on this, on Baz. When Pat House has been gazumped there, I think it's Dunsby always goes zipping through on the inside there. So he was on the second row of the grid, but don't know whether House might have an error or whatever, but certainly Dunsby on the 77 car. He's the raciest one at the moment. Let's look at the power difference. They're all pretty even. In fact, the gold machine of Kennedy from Victoria, that was probably the fancied one earlier. This looks like a progressive bit though, because Kennedy was the fastest earlier, but he had an error in the last race and put him back to the back of that 3-car BMW battle pack, and that's where he stayed at the conclusion of the last race, and let's see if we can make up any time, see if he's just a smidgen faster or not on the 2 BMWs in front of him, whether he can catch them, whether he can get past them. We'll watch that with great interest as this race unfolds, because quite predictably the Black Beauty of Jared House, with no one to play with in his class, he's zoomed away from the others, like you can't beat a 5 litre. No doubt about it, the V8 power doing the business for Jared as he drops down into the S is again plenty of laps left to run in his race. In fact, everybody's races. But well, this is interesting, Baz, because Kennedy seemed to be the quick B&W of this trio, and I expected him to come and jump on the back of the White House. The White House. See what I did there, Baz? Of the White House B&W, but in fact he's dropped back. So it just had an error, a driving error this morning, but it seemed like he's got some sort of mechanical issue because he's just slipping away from the duo in front of him. So I think that three-car B&W dice we are looking forward to is not going to materialise. But there you go. We'll see what House and Dunsmuir can do as well, because House was ahead of him on the grid, but Dunsmuir is streeting him at the minute. But we'll see if House can come back and do anything about it. So that's the other house. That's Phil House.
Okay, so the BMWs go through now. Then it's Steve Gangel in the Commodore, followed by Richardson in the Corolla. Then it's the much raced and rallied Mirage of Alan Rushworth, taken over from Dad. And then we go back to Leon Duggan and Callum Thomas. Now, Callum Thomas made his circuit racing debut last weekend at Symmons Plains, and that's the car that his father has actually, Bruce Thomas, has been running in regularity.
It was a $1,000 special from the old Bathurst the Basketball 1000 regularity events. So they decided to put a cage in it and go racing. And in Cullen has done a few Excel races back in the day, but debuted the Green-Eyed Monster as it pays homage to that, quite obviously the old Craig Lowndes lookalike livery from, that's a long time ago. It's got to be...
Goodness.
Yeah, that's back in the old trip of 00 Motorsport of Fred Gibson with Craig Lowndes and Neil Crompton. That's a long time ago.
Yes.
But that's why that was inspired the colour scheme for the Green Monster. Got its own Facebook page as well. The Green Monster or the Green Monster or something. Yeah, the Green-Eyed Monster. And so it traces the history of the car and how they found it and painted it and developed it and what they've done with it since. So it's got its own page. Not every race car has its own Facebook page, but that one has. So it only runs for some of the guys down in the field, but the IP guys, they've got their own little jiggers, and they have just the best time. Ayrton Richardson, Alan Rushworth in the 50 car, the classic shoplifting Mirage. They were a quick little jigger in their time. They both rally cars, race cars. I remember Lee Peterson ran a Mirage for a while in the Australian Rally Championship, and it was particularly fast. It's ridiculously fast. So they're quite fast little jiggers, those little Mirages, and even though Tim's running around there, he's rushing around, or maybe Alan Rushworth actually, he's rushing around. He's not really playing with anybody. Nobody's in his immediate vicinity, but they're just getting their kicks, if you like. Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because Kennedy dropped off, and then he sort of just found a level or something. Because if we look at their lap times, he's a 59.84, so he's still there or thereabouts in terms of his lap time. Maybe he just had some sort of little minor issue that just manifested itself, and now it's steadied out, and it is where it is. But anyway.
I think there's, David, the possibility of a battle eventuating between Dunsmuir and House, because on the last lap, that gap was only 0.37 of a second. Now, what you'll find is I'm pretty sure that Phil House in the all-white car is quicker through the S's. Now, they're both 6 cylinders, and I think they're both the same capacity. Now, let me see if I'm right, and they're going to prove me wrong. Oh, but I got to tell you, the Dunsmuir, that's where he loses it, David. Significant oversteer coming out of turn 2, and he has to try and gather it up. And Phil obviously is a lot tidier into turn 3.
He looked like he chucked it in there though, Barry. So perhaps he's having an understeer issue and it's slowing him down as well, which it will do. So he's thinking, well, the way to cure that is just to back it in, as they say in rally parlance, and just to throw it in there and just at least get the car to rotate a bit. But of course, it sideways is slow in certainly circuit racing terms, and that just plays right into the hands of Phil House. Having said that, he's still ahead of him, isn't he? So it was a bit dodgy there, but very, very twitchy under brakes again. He knows he's under a bunch of pressure because he's nearly out-braked himself. He'd Ryan Dunsmuir down into the braking area, into the straight.
gets on the loud pedal again. These very sweet sounding little 6-cylinder beams, aren't they? They always sound sweet.
Beautiful.
Reminds me of the great Jim Richards in the 635 CSI coming down the Conrod Straight. Remember that sound? And they used to have the race cam on the front bumper.
Yes.
That was just one of the most glorious sounds you'd ever hear in motor racing, in my humble opinion. So Phil House climbing all over the back of Ryan Dunsmuir, even though they're only playing in the improved production level. I think they can still give the tyres a fair old caning, and they can still be past the burst. And I would suggest to you that Ryan Dunsmuir's tyres, particularly his rears, are past the best. And that's letting Phil House get a bit closer. But he's getting closer, but he's got to get past him. That's the trick. And that's a trick that he's finding exceedingly difficult to pull off. We'll go back to our race leader, who's just basically doing a demonstration at the moment. And his last lap round is a 58.34. You know what? Considering he's out in front, and we're talking about Jared House and the Black Tirana coming down through the S's, considering he's out in front with absolutely nobody to play with, you'd think he'd bracket right off and just like, oh, I'll just stroke it home from here. But his best lap was a 58.04, and that was on lap 5. So that's 2 laps ago. And his last lap was 58.3, so he's still going within a couple of tenths of his fastest time of the race.
Absolutely.
There is a school of thought, so if you don't do that, you can lose concentration. You can just start making mistakes.
Yes, exactly.
So by keeping yourself up at his sort of optimum level, even though he's just doing fast laps and not racing anybody, that's still something to be said by keeping your concentration levels up. Well, that's what we're working on at the moment. So the headlights are on now. Did you notice in the green-eyed monster? Well, that's a bit radical. That's the photographer should love that.
Oh, look at this. Cullen has gone for a big move on Leon Duggan. Well, he's got 6 cylinders against 4.
This is true.
Is pretty gutsy run.
Well, he's just been stroking it around just for laughs. Then you decide, oh, blow this, well, you better get serious now. So the headlights are coming on. I just noticed that the green-eyed monster is properly green-eyed. And he's decided to go and pass someone.
Oh, David, 20-second penalty for Ryan Dunsmuir. Now, do we assume that was for a jump start? But normally it's only 5 seconds for a jump start. Now, was there contact that we didn't see? But definitely the screen has just popped up and it says a 20-second penalty. So what does that do?
Wow.
In terms of race time,
Oh, that takes him down about 5th or 6th.
Yeah, I would say.
Lucky they've got a bit of a break on the rest of the field. But gut to lead sort of it'll take him down to, and he'll still hang on to 3rd or maybe 4th. But that is odd, isn't it? And particularly the fact that it's taken 8 or 9 minutes for it to come up. Well, you say the normal start indiscretions generally are 5 seconds, but this is a 20-second one. So there you go. We'll find out maybe a bit later as to what happened there.
Jared House, by the way, David, has buttoned right off because he's got the 2 dicing forwards up in front. Now, you know what he's doing here? He's deliberately not passed these 2 guys
so that
they get to do their full 10 laps. That's good sportsmanship. That's my guess.
I reckon you're spot on there because otherwise it flies in the face of what we said about him keeping his concentration levels up, doing his 58s and similar times lap after lap to keep concentration on. And all of a sudden he's not. Why would he change that strategy? Probably to give these guys their full complement. Good thinking, as you say. Good thinking, well, but it's good thinking to think that way, to think ahead, and also to give the guys another lap. It's checker fake time for Jared in the 93 car, the all-black beauty. The only thing that's sort of not black on the car is the white square on the side where it says 93. So young Jared, he's really come ahead in leaps and bounds. It's great to see that the car's been brought out regularly the last little while, the last part of the local season. And he drives it very, very well.
Okay, now it's going to be nip and tuck, David. I reckon that Dunsmuir is going to probably finish up in 5th position.
Okay. Well, interesting to
because he was
find out what happened there, but
8.4 seconds down on Jared House, and you've got to add 20 seconds to that. And that would, he's going to finish up in, actually it'll be 6th position.
So doing the side-by-side thing up the hill, they're still doing it on the top straight. So obviously that's a bit of a time-honoured tradition amongst race drivers. They pull up alongside each other, and that
it gives them an opportunity to either give a thumbs up or maybe the middle finger, or to express to each other what they thought about that little dice between each other. And sometimes they ignore each other. 20 seconds is an interesting penalty. You would think it's a jump start because often if it's a driving infringement, they'll be giving a drive through or some sort of black flag or whatever, rather than just having a penalty applied. Penalties applied on the screen tend to apply to jump starts. But anyway, that's all a moot point. That's for the officials to work out. That's for the drivers to pontificate and consider. And we'll worry about the races about to come up. I look to my right. I look down into the dummy grid area and see a swag of XLs, which is a sight for sore eyes. And looking forward to seeing them coming out on track to do their final battle for today before they go home and think about things, and they're ready to do battle again tomorrow in the XLs.
Okay, David, I've just had a call from one of the stalwarts of motorsport, particularly as far as early model Holdens is concerned, a certain Ellis French, who very kindly just gave me a call to explain why we were a little bit confused about the grid for the second Trans Am race. Turns out that Owen Kelly got a 5-second penalty from race 1 due to that incident at the bottom of the hill with Aaron Seaton, and that's why we were a bit sort of wondering a bit about the grid.
Well, it did make sense because it looked like the rest of the grid was progressive, but not the front row. So it sort of made sense that something had happened that had flipped them, but we didn't know about it.
Yep.
Why wasn't I told, Barry? Why wasn't I told?
Well, thank you, Ellis.
Thank you, Ellis, yes, for being in the know and to putting it straight on that.
Yeah.
It makes perfect sense now.
Yeah. And I reckon when we saw the two cars side by side in the second race, I wouldn't mind betting it was basically a thumbs up, we're all square. It's okay. Yeah, and I hope that's the case. Now, why did Ryan Dunsmuir get that penalty? And
I thought 20 seconds was the jump start penalty, but I think, didn't we see something that Simmons Plains was only 5 for jump start?
It was only 5. And why did it take so long for it to come up on the screen?
9
Unless
minutes.
I wasn't watching it. But it comes up in a yellow square, so it's not something you're going to miss.
No.
Anyway, I guess in time we'll find out. But the long and the short of it is Phil House has finished second. Glenn Kennedy has finished third in the bronze BMW. And Dunsmuir, despite what I suggested, has finished in 4th place. Now, as far as points are concerned, bear in mind they get points for each race, and it's not a round of the 2021 championship, state championship, but it's gone, disappeared, sorry. I was going to give you the point score, but anyway. We'll
Don't you hate that?
You know, you'd think the timekeepers would sort of give us old buggers up here a bit of a chance to catch up.
Apparently not.
No. So we've got Hyundais coming out now, David, and the battle between Ben Grice and Josh Webster is about to continue.
It's tasty, isn't it? That battle, and Ben's, as they all do, take it particularly seriously. He was there bleeding his brakes and going over the car, the fine tooth comb, when I left the circuit last night, and I went down there an hour or so ago, and he brought it up to the flat area just opposite the TCR cars, and he had the full wheel alignment rig out. He had the rig, he had the lines, he had the whole shebang, the complete front to rear, side to side wheel alignment. So really making sure this little Gazelle was as good as it could possibly be. I think not just to make it fast against Josh, but when you're doing that sort of thing, that suggests to me lap record chasing.
Yes,
because
you're right.
Because he seems like he's got the pace in the car already to take it to Josh and to run with him. But just looking for those when you're really going to the nth degree, like he is, with the car setup, that suggests to me that you're really trying to find a lap record time. And that'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it, to leave Tasmania? Like in 1 week, you go to 2 tracks and you claim lap records. That's if he does it. But he claimed it at Simmons a few days ago, and I would think he's probably going to try and claim it at Basketball. And it's got a bit cooler out there, and the wind seems to have dropped. Yes, it has dropped out to a reasonable level, so it's probably quite optimum conditions for a lap record.
Yep, I would think you're right, David.
Hmm.
The other thing is there was a good battle in that previous race between Callum Mitchell and Campbell Logan, the P-plater, very prominent on the back of the car. And I'm talking about the black car that's just coming down through the S's at the moment. And Callum Logan, son of Will Logan, very, very highly credentialed in rally circus.
Yes.
And I can tell you a little story about Will. One year, there was, because of a family issue, there was a chance that I was going to miss competing in Targa, Tasmania. It was a last-minute thing. My father had actually passed away. Anyway, the family insisted that I still compete. But prior to that, I actually contacted Will and said to him, would you be prepared to step into the car, because I was confident that Will could do the job for Jim. As it turned out, I still got to do the event. So, but I appreciated the fact that Will was on standby had things changed. So, and the third road, there was a good battle between Phillips and Keeling as well in the previous race. So that'll be one to watch. And then we've got Kingston and Jeremy Bennett, Bird, that's Alex Bird, and Jones, and then another Jones and Midgley, Will Twining and Leighton and Charlie Parker off the back of the grid. Now that's going to be something to watch as well, because Charlie, I think, was 5th on the grid for the first race, and of course had an issue. So we'll just see what happens in this particular race. He's got to work his way through. And with a lot of these, of course, you take off and you might find that in the first 2 or 3 laps you can pick off quite a number of cars, but then you reach a point where you sort of almost hit a brick wall and you can't get beyond that point. Last car's coming into position now, and that's Axelson and Parker down the back, ready for start. It's also 10 laps. And away they go, pretty even start, although Ben Grice got the better jump, and there's going to be a battle between Mitchell and Logan, and they're side by side. Now Logan's got the inside run in the black car. Mitchell going around the outside, got more experience, and will take 3rd position. And I'd say that that would be, is that Keeling the next one? No.
He's on the inside, yes.
Yeah, on the inside.
So interesting start, Baz. Certainly Josh couldn't go with him, with Ben like he did in the previous race, but he made it up in entering the S's. I noticed that Ben bounced it right high off the ripple strip, and the S's lost him a bit of momentum. That put Josh a little bit back in touch with him. What it did tell me, though, that Ben has great intent. He was really aggressive and really very wanting to get out and try and make a bit of an advantage, but under brakes in the first lap, it shows that these two are very willing. Oh, a little brake lock up there, that could have been very, very ugly, but it wasn't. So Josh managed to get that wheel unlocked, but serving notice on Ben Grice that he's not going to be hanging about. So straight up, he's down the inside of Grice, but Grice too smart, and smart driving there as well, as he managed to steal the march coming through the chute. He was far enough ahead to be able to sweep over to the left and take the classic racing line through turn 1, and that stood in very good stead. But this looks like it's going to be scene 1 take 27. Oh, sideways as Grice made a mistake there going down into 4, but somehow it didn't affect him as he jumped on the brakes to turn into the left-hander, turn 4, bottom of the hill. He went super sideways. I thought this could end badly, but it hardly lost momentum. It didn't make any advantage for Josh Webster. That is remarkable, but it shows the car's a bit skaty, though, or maybe just under a bunch of pressure from Josh Webster. Fascinating stuff between these two young drivers. Young is still 30 is still young. That's Ben Grice. 18 is even younger, the young Josh Webster. Not as close this time around, so he can't go and dive down the inside. Tell you what, how late he's braking. That's his 2nd lap in a row that he's locked a brake as young Josh. And we see lap after lap, he gets better power down. He has a better run through turn 7 into the straight, into the chute than Ben. But Ben has strengths elsewhere, like about now. So let's have a look at these two cars and see where we believe the strengths and weaknesses are, Baz. So Grice is pretty even down through there. Josh catches him definitely down through the S's. Strong out of there. That's the point where he had a big slide before, did Ben. They both seem to be pretty even there. As far as power goes, but if anything, Josh has maybe a smidgen more because he's caught him up slightly going up the hill. In fact, he's right on his tail over the top. Both pretty even Stevens power-wise, and then even grit-wise through that top turn.
both as brave as each other through the left-hander, through Calvin's onto the back straight. Oh, very, very sideways as Grice as the back swung out onto the ripple strip. But again, he gets away with it. He just nails it, keeps it planted. That's what you do on this front-wheel drive things, and it worked for him. So he's even though he's a bit untidy here and there, he's holding on to his lead.
Two things, David. On the second lap, I can tell you that Campbell Logan must have made a mistake. He was battling with Callum Mitchell. He's now back in what would be 6th position, and Charlie Parker's in trouble again. I think you'll find he's on his way to the pits.
It's a shame. Lucky it's not a championship race, because that would be a real blow for his championship aspirations. And we'll talk more about that at the end of the race, about how the Tasmanian Circuit Racing Championship could unfold for the rest of 2021. So our race leaders still this royal blanket of job almost. It's a fascinating and absorbing dice between Ben Grice in the white car and our own two-time state champion, current lap record holder, Josh Webster. Speaking of lap record holders, the fastest guy still, not surprisingly, is Ben Grice at 105.179, 1791, but it's still not quite on the lap record currently held by Josh Webster. But let's not forget, both these guys did fours. They did 64 second laps, high 64 second lap in qualifying, mind you, with low fuel and so on and so forth. But is the lap record in one of these two guys, either of them? I don't know. Josh Webster goes fastest this time around at 105.17. So they're both pretty much, as you can tell, pretty even, Stephen. And, you know, you might say Josh isn't enjoying this. I reckon he's loving every second of it, because he's never had to fight this hard to stay in touch with the race leader since he's been racing. I think since he's, certainly the last 2 or 3 years, since he's got to the elite level and getting into the sharp end of fields, he hadn't had anybody who can take the fight out to him since he was running against Peter Kemp, which is 2 or 3 years ago. So he'd be loving this, and he'd be certainly honing his racecraft. I don't know if Ben Grice would be loving it. Perhaps he would, because it's certainly earning his keep, as it were, out there today. It's all going on in the midfield, though, Baz. Is it ever?
Well, I've got to tell you, David, the orange car of Ryan had a big sideways moment at the bottom of the hill, and that's allowed Keeling to get away and open up a gap. So Ryan is going to have to work very hard now to get, Phillips is going to have to, Ryan Phillips, I'm going to say, is going to have to work hard to get that position back. So our leaders cross the line. They're now, they've completed 5. Callum Mitchell will be the next to come through, a very lonely third in the Finn's Bodyworks car. Now, next across the line will be Keeling, followed by Phillips, Kingston, Bennett, Jones, and we can see now that Campbell Logan has gone right back to, in fact, 9th position from initially running in 3rd. So that's a pretty interesting battle that's going on between Phillips, Kingston, Bennett, Jones, and Logan.
Well, this will sort out Logan as well. He gets a good run out of the bottom of the hill. He tucks it in tight. The car responds well for him. That's half the battle. So he's got a good car under him as well, not only for turning, which he did very crisply for him in turn 4, bottom of the hill, but also he had some good grunts, some good horsepower going up the Killick Hill as well. So he picked up one more position. I tend to think he might have had a little whoopsie somewhere or other, which has put him back in the field a bit. But it'd be great for his development to and his racecraft to be running in the mid-pack and trying to find his way past a few more in front of him. Oh, side by side again, coming through the chute and looking for the over and under. I think he's got it. And he's got it, but he's still, it's not the optimum place to be. Giving each other brilliant racing room. Fantastic racing there. Got him on the inside, Josh Webster. But Grice is probably smart enough to know that, like, yeah, you can get me there, but I've got the left-hander covered. I've got the optimal line for the bottom of the hill, and exactly what he did. So good driving there by the fellas to give each other racing room. That could have ended badly.
It could have done, David. And I've got to tell you that Phillips has recovered and is now ranging up on the back of Keeling. That's the battle for 4th place at the moment. And then it's back to the car of Kingston and then Jeremy Bennett. And the one behind Jeremy Bennett is Campbell Logan. So he's made up one spot on that last lap.
Well, till the battle rages at the pointy end of the field between Ben Grice, son of a gun, and, Josh Webster, son of a gun, Australian, a Tasmanian champion
Andrew on 2 wheels and 4.
Yep.
So sort of a bit of generational. Two sons of guns here, both established competition drivers in both their fathers. So good to see Benny Grice and young Josh Webster threading the field. Such a lonely run for Callum Mitchell. Doesn't really deserve that because he's really coming ahead in leaps and bounds. But we do like these midfield packs. We've been treated to some pretty good dices today in a lot of the categories in midfield packs. It's not necessarily what's happening at the sharp end. Well, speaking of which, looking for an inside run down into Calvin's. If he can hold on there, that'll put him on the pole line or the optimum line to the end of the straight. And both of these cars sweeping through Calvin's corner, the left-hander onto the main straight together. That's great driving by both these young men. That's giving each other racing room. That's real respect. That's genuine racing. And still side by side. And again, that lock up there from Josh. He's pretty good through here. Now, that's not necessarily the best place to be, though, because hanging tough on the outside is Benny Grice, and he's in the optimum position to be taking the ascendancy, if you like, into turn one. As he just drifted ever so slightly sideways. That should give Josh the under and over. It does. We've seen this, though, 2 laps ago. Yes, it gets the over and under done. They go sideways through there, but as we saw 2 laps ago, Grice is in the optimum position. He's on the inside to the left-hander. So he has to make a mistake here for Josh to have a chance. He doesn't make a mistake, so Josh has to follow him up the Killick Hill one more time. This is quality racing from these young blokes.
It is. And look back, David, to 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. At the bottom of the and the mistake there, that's Keeling, is it?
I don't know, is that a mistake or has he got a problem? I think it looks like the right front's flat, or the right front looked like it was not happy at all in that little car. It looked like a flat tyre to me, as best as I could tell from my position from a long, long way away. Just the right front didn't look happy at all, and which sort of and the car didn't want to turn as well, which sort of reinforces my thoughts. But anyway, it's all going on in this latter part of the race. We're on the run home. It's last lap signing, being prepared for this dynamic duo. It's Grice and it's Webster, and Webster's got past him a few times, but each time they've come past the stripe, it's been Webster that's greeted the starter first, and what he wants to do for the next 2 kilometres or so is to hold on to his position to give him a great run in day one of Boost Mobile Race Tasmania. It's had a very successful couple of weekends in Tasmania, bar a little mistake, a little drama in the last race at Simmons Plains a few days ago, but he's done all the right things here at Pepsi Max Basketball Raceway. Ain't no doubt about that. Half a lap to go for that duo at the front. We're also feasting our eyes on some of these wonderful mid-pack battles, I should say. They've sorted themselves out pretty well at the bottom of the hill. In fact, all of those dices have more or less resolved, so we just might go back and check out our leaders. We'll pick them up again as they disappear from view and pop into view behind the marquees down into the braking area. 400 metres to run, and it's looking pretty good for Benny Grice. I think it is. He's making it the world's widest Hyundai if he wants to, but he's going to greet the checker first yet again. So he's having a stellar run here, that Basketball Raceway in the Allied Transport Flick the P machine. So, and Josh ranging up alongside almost. No, just going to go down through the S's together. Who knows what sort of exchanges they'll be exchanging. I don't know. That was a good fast race. It was a good clean race. So good driving and good sportsmanship from both those young fellas.
Well, David, I've got to say, your old eyes are not deceiving you, because I've just observed the Peter Keeling car coming into the pits with a deflated right front tyre.
Oh, gee, that's a relief.
Not for him, but...
No, just for me. I haven't lost it yet. That's good.
Yeah.
Well, good for him, but yeah, it just didn't look right.
No.
Yeah.
Well, one to go, Mr. Rose. HQ Holdens. Oh, I need a breather.
And I'm eating a banana. So like,
yeah, that's
and whistle right. Dixie now. Maybe not.
No.
Certainly wonderful to see folks up there in spectator land today, and good on you for some of your inventiveness in
setting up your sunshades and your other little structures. Still see some easy ups, as they call them, marquees and things, and a few barbecues out there, and that's the way we like it. It's one of the great attractions of this wonderful little circuit is that we can come out here and stay with your car and sit in your car, and if you get super hot, you can always throw the aircon on for a bit and whatever. So good to see that people being inventive and come out and taking shade. That's important. Slipping and stopping, slapping. Not forecast to be as hot tomorrow here at Baskerville. So only, I think, looking for a top of 21 or so, but still plenty of UV around. You know, it has to be 16 or 17 to get the UV going on, and you need to slip, stop, and slap. And of course, to observe all your COVID-safe protocols as well. So it's just a nice mid-warm afternoon. Why wouldn't you hang here to the end and watch the HQ shenanigans and then just cruise on home and have a nice Saturday night and whatever turns you on, doing your normal Saturday night tricks, or perhaps you'll be, if you're a visitor, you'll head out and see some of the sights and sounds or wonderful food we have on offer here in the pretty city of Hobart before heading back out to Pepsi Max Basketball Raceway tomorrow, bright and early, to catch all of the action. You've had a bit of a taster today, folks, as to how it all works, both from the invited cars and, of course, the local legends as well in the local categories. But I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to be fantastic with the Trans Ams and the TCRs and the big boys in their thunderous TCM cars as well, and of course those fantastic laps. I haven't got the exact number, but one of my informants came and showed me that he'd been and looked at the dash of the S5000 and had a 48.53 still sitting on the dash, which is I have to look it up in a moment, but I'm pretty sure that's under the current outright lap record here at Baskerville, set just a couple of years ago at a historic meeting by a B186 Formula One car. And that was Josh Keane. But that's still safe because that was a race. This was just a demonstration. It wasn't officially timed. It wasn't officially published. But the dash doesn't lie. The digital dash on the S5000. So that's so when Jimmy Golding spoke to us on the dummy grid, he said, "Mate, I'm having a crack. I'm not holding back." He was right. That's fair motoring. So I've got the HQs. We got Uncle Dave from the Big Island has joined us again in commentary. 15-time Victorian champion, was it?
Yes, I've helped 15 guys win a Victorian championship.
Wow.
Yep, HQ.
Good on you.
So, absolutely brilliant. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got the last race of the day, the HQ Holdens, which is a 10-lapper. We'll go through the field for you. We've got Phil Ashland on pole, Toff second, Caudle third, Madden, the Queenslander, in fourth, fifth, Rattray doing extremely well, Joe Andreski in the 58 car number 6, the Godfather. In seventh, we got Jay Madden. Eighth, T Madden. Now, we were almost having 4 people from one family to race from Queensland this weekend, but one had to stay home because one of the kids was very, very sick. So
well, that's a fair excuse, isn't it?
a fair excuse, but we could have had 4 Maddens here, so which would have been absolutely unbelievable.
Wouldn't be a good look to leave the sick kid at home just so he had a new record for family participation in basketball.
Yep, that is for sure.
Child services be involved.
Yeah, well, now we've got Andrew Bird, the Tasmanian, in the 34 car coming rear of field. He done a head gasket, so keep an eye on him. I reckon he should be into the top 10, about halfway through this field. But the Ashland car, the Howe Automotive car, keep an eye on him. Beside him was the pole sitter this morning, Toff, who's in second position after Ashland got through. And this is going to be a ding-dong battle. The temperature has certainly dropped off in the air. You can feel it outside, ladies and gentlemen. The wind direction has changed as well. This is going to be very, very interesting. Just all starting to line up. 17 HQs. And watch out for Birdie from the back, the 34 car, the oldest HQ here.
Oldest HQ in captivity.
Correct.
Yeah. All right, standing by. The red light's on, about waiting for the red light to go off. It's gone off, and we've got a race start. And not a bad start by Toffee. And in fact, the second row started pretty strongly as well. So they're in close contact. All the field coming on behind. We always wait to see if all get through turn one successfully. There's a bit of three abreast action happening there back in the midfield as they go through turn one. Getting a bit earnest, a bit willing. Oh, we got a spinner. That's Bennett's gone around. Whether he's helped or not, I don't know, but there's HQs going here, there, everywhere. It's a little bit of madness going on. It's like Sandown Road on a Friday night. It's like a demolition derby going on there, but not a lot of biffo with a bit of luck. I thought we had half a spin going down there at the bottom. And in fact, I think we did so already. Half a lap into the motor race, and we've got them quite fragmented. We get Phil Ashland out in front. Well, there's a surprise. And he got all the way back to the Killick Hill to see our last runner. So, as Davo says, 10 lapper, only half a lap in, and the man himself, the 5-time champion, Dave, he knows how to do it, doesn't he?
He certainly does. The car is absolutely immaculate. You have a bit of a look at it. It's a fairly new engine. It's only on its second race meeting, and the problem is they get better after their third. So everyone will have to drive.
Problem is for the others, not for Phil.
No, that's exactly right. Phil's got around about 4 car lengths. You can see there top. The Viking Cordwell there in third. And then we've got the first of the Queenslanders being Matt.
You're an independent observer here, Dave. Why do you reckon that Phil Ashkin could pull out a 4-car length lead on the first lap?
Well, mate, it's fighting. It's like everything. It's just like any category. If you've got 2 cars fighting, they go slower.
Yeah.
Because Ashton, all he's done is push the review mirror across to the left, and he's just concentrating on that.
Yeah.
And, mate, he hits the spots. He hits all the braking points. He hits all the corners. He's just that 1/10 here, 1/10 there. And as you know, if you don't make a mistake.
We know he's a class act. You might have heard about his drive at Simmons last week.
Yes, I certainly
From the
did,
back
yep.
to the front.
Yep.
And in a one-make series where the cars are ostensibly equal, in the grand scheme of things, that is a fabulous effort. That's quality.
Yeah, it certainly is, because what it comes down to is like a new pair of shoes. If the fit is right and everything is right, you'll go extremely well. Toff now is right on the boot lid of Ashland. He made a bit of a mistake coming there onto the front straight. So Toff has sort of closed into that, that 2-3 car grid. But it's like anything. You can catch them. You've got to get past them somehow.
That's the right. So Toffee seems to always go well here, and he goes well in the big meetings, the big occasions. So the word around the pitch from the other drivers was that you watch Toffee go, he'll be all right, and he is. So he's taken it to him, and we quite like the way that the Vikings come on as well. He had the number 1 on the door a couple of seasons ago until late last year when he handed it back to Phil Ashland, but despite the fact he hasn't got the number 1 on the door, his performances, he lifts every meeting. He just gets a bit better, and gives himself some more confidence. And mind you, he's 15 kilograms lighter this year than he was at the end of last year. 15 kilos.
Has he made a massive difference? Now, ladies and gentlemen, like I said to you, Bird in the 34 car is up into 8th position. So he's come from rear of field 17th up into 8th position, and we've still got 7.5 laps to go.
What's that old saying, Dave? The cream rises to the top.
Certainly does.
Yeah, well, that's what's happening with Birdie. There he is. The man we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen, is coming through the chute now, and in the world's oldest HQ. It's well, not the oldest, it's the oldest racing HQ, because it was there at the very beginning. It's probably like Grandpa's axe, though, Dave. Like I said, 7 new handles and 4 new heads, but it's the same car. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's exactly. No, that car is still the original shell.
The body is still the shell.
Still the original shell.
He's got the logbooks to prove it.
He certainly has, all 6 of them.
Is that? I was going to say he's probably been through a few by now.
He certainly has.
Yeah, that's a great story to tell. That's an heirloom piece, as it was. Just even if you took it off the track, put it in the garage, it's a piece of motor racing history right there. Particularly when we've seen how successful, how massively successful the HQs have been over the journey since they started way back when. So the field's starting to spread out a bit, as you might imagine. We've got the guys having a bit of a fang up the Killick Hill at the moment. And we look around to our right to see our leading pack, our battle pack. And Otis has come to play as well, Dave.
He certainly has. He's certainly caught up there on the back of Toff. Toff's certainly caught up on Phil Ashland. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there is only 1.5 seconds from first to third. You can see it there. You can put your thumb up. That's how close they are now together. First, second, third. She's a ham sandwich. So very, very close. Then we've got 5th and 6th there, which is Rattray, I'm pretty sure, there. And also John Agreski. They're the godfather of HQs from New South Wales.
The
The old
Godfather.
bloke. Yep, yeah, that's what they call him.
The
You know,
Godfather.
Yep. Well, the HQs, we actually had an E-Series running last year because we couldn't go racing.
I did watch some of them.
Yeah, so we got guys from all over Australia, E-Series, sitting in their own little race cars, chairs at home, whatever, racing against guys. So we try to do anything to help everyone out to try and get through 2020.
Well, most of the guys running in the 7s and 8s, that's a 67, 68 second bracket, except for Andrew Toth. He did a 106.53, so he didn't just squeak into the 6s, he went well into it with a 6.5, but that was back on lap 2. They're now 5 laps under their belt at the minute, and the last time round he was running in the 6s. In fact, he was still a bit quicker than Phil Ashland last time round was Toffee. So he's in second place, but he's still got very good car speed. Just have a look at what Cordwell's been doing. He's not been able to better a 7. He's right on the cusp of getting into a 6, but he's still that's his best effort at the moment. So controlling the race as he does so well, as he's done for so long. He's a 5-time champion, is Phil Ashland, one of the nicest blokes going around. Fantastic car preparation, brilliant HQ racer, great strategist, knows how to stroke the car home and how to race well. You'd always put money on him, but you'd never expect good odds because he's a bit of a ledge. Anyway, there's still 5 laps to go, half distance in this motor race, the last one on the card here at Pepsi Max Baskerville Raceway today. So it's Ashland, Toth and Cordwell, and you don't need us to tell you that it's 0.3 and then it's 0.5. The splits between the three you can see all for yourself. You can throw a blanket over them almost. This leading trio, basically glued together almost. Just like they're like a bunch of elephants all holding each other's tail. Just going around, around, around. But what are we doing here? We just strike it at home, Dave? Or do you think some of particularly Toffee is sizing them up? Or you reckon Otis is just waiting to maybe a lap out or 2 laps out and just have a crack? Or what do you reckon?
Well, mate, Otis will get Toff because coming in onto your front straight here, Toff locked the brake fairly hard on the left-hand front. Now, looking at Cordwell, his times, and what I can visually see by eye, he is catching Toffee under brakes. Toff's got an issue and a problem with left front tyre. It's probably a bit like a 50 cent piece, you can say.
Yep.
With it. But have a look at Toff now. Toff's right on the boot lid of Ashland. Have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Get out. He's on the outside. No. Toff's just pulled himself back in there again. I got excited.
He feels playing with him. He feels so cagey. He's so good, so cagey. So there's Otis there or thereabouts. He's just watching all the fun and games happen in front of him, the lean green mean machine. And then there's Toffee himself, who's similar. So we've got a green, we've got yellow, then we've got green, and we've got black. I heard you guys. Oh, and here we go on an inside run. A nice pick there, Dave. But the only thing is, he's hung out to dry on the outside. And that's what happens. You get the over and under going on. You slip down the inside, and then your adversary's got the inside run right there. So he's got it all to do again. Does Otis and the Pet Pizza Machine. The black and orange jigger going up the hill this time around, and as exactly what you talked about half a dozen laps ago, Dave, as they go back into battle packs, they either go into offensive mode, defensive mode, and that lets Phil drive away because the guys are just dropping off at times ever so slightly involved in their scrap. It's just, do you reckon Phil will be putting the rear vision mirror back into place to see what's going on behind him, or is he very much an eyes forward type of guy?
Definitely an eyes forward guy because you can physically see once he gets that bit of a gap, he just starts just hitting these points, hitting the corners, hitting the braking, doing what has to be done, and being smooth. Smooth is fast, like with any category whatsoever. And if you hit those markers all the time, you've got 2 guys fighting behind you, the gap has to open up. Phil's been hitting the markers all day today. He's been absolutely fantastic. The only thing he hasn't won was putting it on pole. And that was like 0.003 of a second or whatever. It was that close. I got a message from Brian Haley probably a couple of hours ago. And he said, David, looking at the times today, in 1996 to today, the cars are going 1 second a lap quicker.
Jeez.
That is it. That is it. So you have a look at that. Over that amount of time, 17 years,
yeah,
they've only gone 1 second a lap quicker. that is consistency of the HQs,
Well,
and what we don't change to try and keep it.
And you know what? A lot of that's, to be honest, a lot of it's probably due to the track here because it was resurfaced 2 years ago. Completely brand new surface. No, all the bumps are taken out, all the potholes are taken out, the whole shebang, and of course times dropped across the board, pretty much in all categories. So a lot of that might be due just to a track surface improvement for the Kiwi. So if you take the track improvements into account, it's probably not a huge amount of change in that time.
Yeah, which is absolutely fantastic, and that's what we want it for. You know, it's affordable excitement. You can see it here. There's different, bits throughout the whole field of guys racing against racing and everything else. And that's what's so good about HQs and everything else. Like, you can only do X, Y, and Z. It doesn't matter how much money you got. The only way you get better is to put your bum in the seat, do lap after lap, go to the dyno, try.
So you can't buy a lap time. You can't outspend somebody buying the best some of the stakes or whatever. So it's about
It doesn't matter whether you're spending $100,000 on a HQ over 12 months or you're spending, $8,000 to $10,000. If you're doing what needs to be done, right, there's nothing stopping you from winning if you're good enough. It doesn't come down to the money side of things.
Here we go, Dave. 300 metres to go. All right, folks, we're on the run home in an unfamiliar or familiar territory. It's Sycophant time. The Yellow Peril, the Howell Automotive Clermont Clashy Pairs, yellow HQ holding of Phil Ashland, the familiar yellow colours that dominated HQ racing for so many years, has done it again. It's an invitation race. It's a special weekend. It's not part of the Tasmanian Circuit Racing Championship. But tell you what, it's a good warm-up for 2021 as the boys head into their championship. Great to see Toffee back as well in the Albert Road store, green machine. And I always like seeing young Otis, the Viking as we call him, just improving and showing that he's number one. Played a couple of years ago, wasn't a fluke. He deserved it then, and he deserves it now. And when you're running up against the likes of five-time champion Phil Ashland and the very, very experienced Andrew Toff, you're having a good day as a young bloke. So he's going all right. And so good stuff all the way down to the field. It was wonderful to see this big field of Kiwis, Dave, because we've been from time to time we get quite minute fields, or quite small fields, which is never as good. But we've been blessed with good fields because what it gives us, as you pointed out, was nice little dices happening all the way down through the field.
Yep, and that's what the mainland people will be doing. We'll be coming across more often to top up these fields and to help these guys because they come across to the mainland. We want to come across here. And everything helps. Now, Andrew Bird, like I said, in the 34 car, he's up into 7th position. He'd be very, very happy with that. Ladies and gentlemen, first, second, third was split by 0.5 of a second.
Yeah.
0.5 of first, second,
You want
third.
close racing, we got our close racing. Good on you, Dave. Thanks for your insights today.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We'll talk to you again tomorrow when the Kiwis come out to play. Enjoy your time in Hobart. And thank you to the men and women of HQs. And thank you to you, good ladies and gentlemen up there in spectator land. There ain't no more. That's all there is. That's all she wrote. The fat lady is about to sing. She's standing in the back end of the commentary box, just warming up the vocals. But that's only for today, because as we've been telling you, this is magnificent day of racing to come tomorrow. It feels like Sunday, but it ain't. It's just part of this wonderful extravaganza that is Boost Mobile Race Tasmania 2021. The basketball edition of Hadsim's Plains. We're now halfway through the basketball edition, doing it all in tomorrow, starting with the first race at 9 o'clock. We've had our qualifying and practices and whatnot today. Tomorrow is all about races and demonstrations of that wonderful 427 Monaro and the S5000, which, as I said, I'm reliably informed, did a 48.53 today, which is fastest ever time around this racetrack. Well, anything that's a motorsport vehicle. So it's all good fun, Beth. Thank you for coming down and thank you for your contributions. So looking forward to tomorrow.
I am David, and I've got to say, 14 races tomorrow, apart from the demos. So it's going to be a very, very busy day.
It is, and longer races as well. So, a taste of things to come today. So it's wonderful to have your support, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a bit cooler tomorrow, but those of you who brought out your tents and your sunshades things, go use. Well done, well played, and we'll see you again tomorrow. So, thanks to the Rogers family, outstanding people in motorsport, the Gary Rogers Motorsport Organisation. have got their fingers in so many pies. It was their brainchild. They made it happen last weekend. They made it happen this weekend with support from people like Boost Mobile and Roadways and Motorsports Tasmania and the Tasmanian government as well, it must be said, at many and various levels to make it happen today. So take care on the way home. The racing is done here at the racetrack, not on the way home. Just drive to Arrive Alive, and we hope to see you all here tomorrow for day 2 of the Boost Mobile Race Tasmania here at Pepsi Max Bicycle Racetrack.